Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Greek Mythology, Evolution from the Gargoyle. Chapter 31. Yangqi didn't even feel Medea at all. He only saw the white flowers in full bloom and the sweetness blooming in his mouth. Stinky lizard, this is not for you to eat. My sister worked hard to grow this, and it is a tribute to Hades. Medea was so angry that she jumped on Yangqi's dragon head and beat it again and again. Yangqi took another big mouthful and swallowed it. The hunger fire in his belly not only did not subside, but became even stronger. Stinky lizard, stinky lizard, stinky lizard. Medea slapped Yangqi's faucet crazily and kept yelling. Elder sister. In the distance, a calm and quiet divine voice sounded. A goddess in dark robes came over. She had long dark red hair that fell to the ground like a waterfall. There were two blood crows on her shoulders. The face is delicate and reserved, very beautiful, but not overbearing. The pupils are like flowing rainbows, emitting colorful light. Cersei, quick, stop this stinking lizard, or he will eat all your pale flowers. Medea shouted eagerly. Sister, don't you know how to use magic? Cersei came up and looked at Yangqi, who was devouring flowers crazily, with a smile on his face. No, I'm afraid of hurting him. Come on, Cersei, don't you know the techniques of sleeping and awakening? Cersei's long robes covered her arms, and she didn't seem to move at all, but divine power surged from around her. Cersei's divine power turned into purple threads and flew into Yangqi's eyes. Yangqi suddenly woke up. Looking around, there was only a goddess with long red hair. Younger sister. With a crisp shout, Medea jumped down from Yangqi's head and landed in Cersei's arms. She rolled her eyes. I'm so worried. Why did I raise such a greedy master? Medea was a whole head shorter than Cersei, and being held by Cersei, she didn't look like an elder sister at all, but more like a younger sister. Being interrupted from the joy of eating, Yangqi was quite unhappy and wanted to explode, but it seemed that the flower was not for him, so he had to hold back his anger. I am even hungrier. Medea, is this the dragon you are talking about? Cersei hugged Medea, walked forward, and bowed deeply. Thank you for taking care of me along the way. Medea is very reckless. I am always worried that she will die outside. Cersei's divine voice is as gentle as water and very pleasant to listen to. Sister, you're talking nonsense. How could I die? Medea's little fist hit Cersei's shoulder. Cersei smiled, looked at Yangqi and said, you are huge, and the garden hut may not be able to carry it. Please rest here again and allow me to prepare divine duty for you. Her hair started to dance, and suddenly the door of the cabin in the distance opened. There is a dark table in the middle of the room, covered with dark green velvet, with two boxes, one gold and one silver, and a complete set of tea sets. Divine power surged out from Cersei's hair, and the table suddenly flew over and landed in front of her. Please sit down. Yangqi sat at the table, and Cersei and Medea also sat down. Cersei smiled, her hair suddenly stretched out as if it had a spirit, and she opened the gold box on the table. The light in the box shone brightly, and there were dozens of huge drops of crystal clear dew. The dew rose and flew into the teapot. The gods of Olympus generally do not eat mortal food, but drink divine dew. Good sister, do you still have so much divine dew? Medea opened her eyes wide and stared blankly at the divine dew in the box. Who is as extravagant as my sister? The divine dew issued by the divine court is not much in the underworld. My sister drank half of it in one go and drank it all in a few days. I won't lend it to you. This is for entertaining guests. Cersei opened the silver box with the tips of her hair, and inside were several dried flower stamens, exuding a rich fragrance. She put the stamens into the tea set, wrapped the teapot with her red hair, shook it slightly in the air, and then poured out 3 cups. The underworld is poor in supplies. It would be a great honor for me if you could appreciate and taste them. Cersei smiled and pushed the teacup in front of Yangqi. Are you going to drink? If you don't want to drink, I will. Medea had already finished her glass in one gulp, looking at Yangqi's glass eagerly, and reaching out to grab it. Sister. Cersei's expression changed, and the staff came out of thin air. Instead of using her hands, she wrapped her hair around the staff and put it on Medea's forehead. The staff buzzed. HMPH. Lord Themis, the god of law, once said that the testimony of the poorest mermaid has the same validity as the testimony of the greatest sea dragon, and they must be examined fairly. But I think, let me drink the same cup of dry pistol divine duty, let the stupid lizard drink it, rather than let me drink it. Medea said angrily. Sister. Circe smiled and shook her head. She looked at Yangqi. You came with Medea all the way. I'm afraid you already know her temper. Yeah. Yangqi took a small sip of the tea in the cup, which was less than a drop for his huge self. Divine power emerged from his belly, and his mouth suddenly felt cool, with a sweet aftertaste, and half of his hunger disappeared in an instant. Please have another cup. Circe curled her hair around the teapot and poured another cup. Oh, what a waste. Medea held her chin, her face full of displeasure. Suddenly she remembered something and her eyes flashed with light. By the way, big lizard, take that out. Yangqi said. Which one? That, oh, that's the one. Medea jumped up and stamped her feet. Him. His divine body and head. God's body and head. In an instant, Circe's expression changed. She looked at Medea. Sister, are you causing trouble again? How could I cause trouble? I am the best magician in Olympus. Medea shouted, the body and head of Triton. Triton. Circe stood up suddenly, opened her beautiful eyes, and her pupils were slightly dilated. He is the eldest son of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Amphitrite, the queen of the sea, the son of the ocean. Sister, did you kill him? Quote. Is Triton so easy to kill? The source of divine power has not been destroyed. He is still alive and his head can talk. Medea shrugged and said lazily, and it wasn't me who killed him, it was this smelly lizard who killed him. You can actually cut off Triton's head. Circe stared at Yangqi in surprise. Triton is a third-level god with divine power. He also has a bident and an ocean horn. He is very powerful. How can you do that? Circe looked at Yangqi. Excuse me, can I check your divine level? Whatever. Yangqi replied. Yangqi smoothly inhaled the dried pistol divine dew tea in the teacup into the dragon's mouth. In an instant, the cold and slightly sweet taste exploded, as if all the cells were cheering for joy, and the divine power surged into the whole body again, and the hunger was completely eliminated. But eating enough is not enough. For a long time, Yangqi stopped eating when he was full. But it seems to be a memory from when I was a human being, very long ago and getting blurred day by day. Now, every time Yangqi eats, he has to eat until he is full and feels like vomiting before he is satisfied. Roar. The three words politeness, humility, and etiquette circulated in Yangqi's mind, and then were thrown away. Yangqi roared, and all the withered pistol divine dew tea in the teapot flew into the dragon's mouth. Divine power poured into his belly like tornadoes, volcanic eruptions, and earthquakes. Lasted. This time I was really full. In an instant, sleep came over him violently. Yangqi was so sleepy that he could hardly hear the voices of Medea and Circe. Prudery. Hypocrisy. If you want to investigate, just investigate. Why ask? Medea cried. Medea, it is very impolite to randomly explore the source of divine power and the rank of gods of other creatures. It usually means hostility. How much trouble have you caused because of this? Circe said. I don't care. Medea rolled her eyes. I'm offended. Circe nodded to Yangqi, and then his eyes flashed with purple light and he glanced at Yangqi. You are not even a demigod, but you have opened the source of divine power. Incredible. After a moment, the light in Circe's eyes disappeared. It turns out that what Medea said is true. I'm just telling you. You still don't believe it. Medea shook her head. It's no wonder, you can cut off the head of a stuntman. Circe said with a smile. Hee, I said I killed him. Medea smiled triumphantly. I roared at the ocean. Poseidon must have known about me, and he will hate me to death. What? Circe stood up immediately, and suddenly the divine light behind her shone. Divine power surged, the source of her divine power emerged, and above the vast sea, a bright moon illuminated the rough waves. Looking carefully, Circe's source of divine power was also in dilapidated condition. The ocean was turbid and churned with white foam. The moon was not bright, and was covered with black spots, as if it was rotting. Sister, how could you do this? Circe grabbed Medea's hand, her face twisted with anger. We are the daughters of prisoners under strict guard, how could you offend Poseidon and Orion like this? Peas. Have we not suffered enough along the way? Look at the source of your divine power, and look at mine. Our source of divine power has long since collapsed. It would be easy for Poseidon to take our lives. Death is not scary. What is scary is living. I don't know how much humiliation and pain I will endure. In an instant, Cersei's eyes were red, her face showed fear, sadness and trembling. She grabbed Medea fiercely, and spoke in an almost roaring voice. Yangchi saw Cersei's hands. Her two hands were tightly locked together by golden thunder shackles, and the thunder vibrated in the air. Her wrist was extremely dark, as if it had been carbonized, and there were several places where the skin was torn and the blood was flowing continuously. No wonder she hid her hands in her clothes and poured me tea with only her hair. Yangchi thought to himself. Let me go. In an instant, Medea's face looked ferocious. If you want to please the gods of Olympus, just go ahead. I won't. It doesn't matter how they torture me, I'm tired of it all. I hate Poseidon, I hate Hades, I hate Zeus, I hate all the Olympus gods. Lying that I killed Triton was the most correct thing I have ever done in my life. Don't you know how happy I felt at that moment? I'm just cruel, I just hate that I didn't kill him myself, and then I attacked Mount Olympus and asked Zeus where he hid our mother. Mother. When Circe heard this, her body trembled and she couldn't help but let go of her hand. We are too weak, we can only do this, otherwise. Sister, we still have to live. I have already put on the thunder cuffs, I can no longer bear the responsibility for you. I don't want you to bear the blame for me, even last time I didn't want you to suffer for me. It was you who hid it from me. Hoo. Medea breathed rapidly, her face was red and purple, she threw the staff on the ground, cried and rushed out of the door. Sister, I don't blame you, I just... Ah! Thunder instantly erupted from Cersei's wrist, and she fell to the ground in pain. Yangchi, please find her back. She will go crazy whenever she thinks of her mother. When she goes crazy, she doesn't know what she will do. Hurry up and find her back. After a moment, Circe slowly raised her head. Her face was pale, her whole body was surrounded by thunder and fire, she was shaking in pain, and she gritted her teeth and said, I'm so sleepy. Yangchi was swaying, with only this thought in his mind. Circe gritted her teeth and could barely hold herself up. She raised her head and stared at Yangchi with a pale face, full of pleading. Please, powerful dragon. Circe whined. Medea saved you once, right? Can you save her once too? Her personality is very extreme. If she goes out like this, I'm worried that she will commit suicide. Yangchi felt that his belly was so full that it was about to explode. It was painful and comfortable at the same time. Do you want to save? Yangchi's head was dizzy, and he just wanted to sleep now. It will be very troublesome to save Medea. How about leaving them alone? Anyway, they are the ones who offended Zeus, not me. But, Medea did save me once. Yangchi hesitated in his heart for a moment, and finally decided to save Medea once. Yangchi is not the virgin, but he is not a vicious villain either. Yangchi thinks that he is just an ordinary person who prioritizes interests and avoids disadvantages. Okay, then I'll go save Medea. If Zeus intervenes, I will run away immediately without looking back. Yangchi thought to himself and nodded drowsily. Vibrate the dragon wings and fly into the sky. The flowers in the pale garden are endless, and from the air, the vast land looks like pure white cloth. Yangchi flew for several days but could not find Medea. Where have you gone? Yangchi hovered in the air and looked at the earth. He saw shadows in the distance, as if white mist was steaming. A rustling sound came from afar, as if thousands of creatures were crying together. Yangchi felt that there was terrifying undead power in the distance, which was gradually gathering. Is something going to happen? Suddenly, Yangchi's ears moved. Amidst the cries of thousands of creatures, he heard a familiar divine voice crying slightly. This voice must come from Medea. Yangchi cheered up. Find Medea quickly, return it to Circe, and then find a place to sleep. Following the cry, Yangchi flew for several days and saw a pool of water in the vast sea of pale flowers. Quote, Yangchi landed next to the pool and saw crystal clear water waves, exuding familiar divine power. The power of Medea. It's like crying out into a puddle. Yangchi carefully felt the divine power and looked for the direction, and finally saw the figure of a girl among the flowers beside the pool. She hugged her knees and sat there with her back to Yangchi. It was Medea. Her whole body was covered with crows from the underworld, and they were surrounding her, pecking at her hair and shoulders crazily, and her whole body was dripping with blood. Roll! Yangqi roared angrily, and immediately the crows in the underworld screamed and flew away in panic. What are you doing? Yangqi came to Medea and saw that her hair was messy, her clothes had been torn, and her face, shoulders and arms were all covered with scars. Medea did not respond to Yangqi's arrival. She slowly stretched out her hand forward, holding a piece of blood-red meat in her hand, exuding a strong fishy smell. The fishy smell aroused the appetite of the crows in the underworld. They swooped down crazily and pecked at Medea's palm desperately. Medea bit her lips, trembling all over, and blood splattered from her palms. Are you abusing yourself? Yangqi swept his tail and lightly flicked it over Medea's head, scaring away all the crows in the underworld again. Don't come to me, Medea said. Yangqi had a lot of truth in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud. Just sitting next to Medea. On the one hand, Yangqi didn't like talking about big things and found it boring. On the other hand, he was really sleepy and didn't want to talk. Soon, the undead rampage that occurs once in 1,000 years is coming. Medea looked at her palm blankly and said slowly, when I was a child, I walked in the underworld every day. The underworld is so boring. I walked and walked for I don't know how many years. I crossed the entire underworld and came to the far east, where I saw the broad and cold river Styx. I saw countless dead souls wandering on the other side of the Styx. They had no money, so they could only beg Charon, the boatman of the Styx, to take them across the river. Lord Charon has seen so many joys and sorrows, and his face is as gloomy as a stone. He is very kind, but he cannot carry the dead across the river at will. Because those 3 silver coins are tributes handed over to Olympus. Yangqi nodded. He knew that in the Olympus god realm, after death, 3 silver coins must be placed on the forehead when a living being is buried as a fee for crossing the river Styx. Medea rested her head on her knees and looked into the distance, so those undead spirits waited. Their wails turned into cold wind, howling in the underworld. How cold it was. I am a god, and I feel the cold. In the end, the undead who couldn't stand it jumped into the river Styx and drifted along the current of the river Styx forever. At least the river is warmer. The undead souls drifting eternally in the river Styx will slowly lose their shapes in life and become exactly the same. Look carefully at the river Styx. How many dead souls are flowing below it? Then what? Yangqi asked. Then, whenever the number of undead souls in the river Styx becomes unbearable, the water in the river Styx will surge, the overwhelming flood will flood the underworld, and the undead souls will be liberated for the last time. Countless undead souls run rampant in the underworld, devouring everything in sight until it all disappears. This is called undead rampage. Soon, the next undead rampage will begin. Medea stared blankly into the distance. You should leave quickly, DeLong, thank you for accompanying me. I want those undead to devour me. I committed an unforgivable sin for the sake of quick pleasure. The Olympus court has long hated me and hated Circe to the core. They will not make it easy for us. If I die, maybe my sister can live. She has put the thunder shackles on me, and I have to take responsibility. Why is the court of Olympus hostile to you? What did your mother Hecate do? I don't know. Yeah, Medea held her head. Don't remind me of my mother. Yeah. Yangqi thought in his mind. Hecate participated in the Second Titan War, assisted Zeus in defeating Cronus, and ascended to the throne. This should be a great achievement. She is on the side of the winner. And Hecate herself is an ancient god, the goddess of the 3 phases of opportunity, with a noble status. Zeus actually named her the Ghost Queen of the Underworld. This in itself means suppression. What's more, the 3-phase goddess in the temple is not real at all. An idea came to Yangqi's mind. When the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden. The cunning rabbits are dead, and the lackeys are cooked. Yeah, Medea screamed, grabbing the dirt with both hands and hitting her head hard on the ground. Bump. Bump. Her forehead was bleeding, almost like crazy. Boom. At this moment, Yangqi heard the deafening sound of waves and saw the white mist in the distance steaming crazily, and then, straight into the sky. It's coming. Medea opened her eyes wide and stood up unsteadily with a sad smile on her face. It's coming. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a huge flood surged down from the sky like blocking out the sun. Yangqi saw that there were countless undead souls in the flood, screaming crazily. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of dead souls, howling and rushing towards Yangqi and Medea. Brush, Yangqi flicked his tail and drew a circle. In an instant, tens of thousands of undead souls were swept away. They screamed and their figures gradually dissipated. Don't stop me. Medea staggered, and she pointed to her heart with her finger. Purple light burst out from her fingertips, and her divine power burst out, lifting her up and flying towards the direction of the undead tide. Yangqi also flapped his wings and flew to Medea's side. Roar! Yangqi opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar, and in an instant, tens of thousands more undead souls were shattered to pieces. Yangqi! Medea turned her head. Her face was extremely unkind, and the source of divine power appeared behind her. The turbid sea set off white waves, impacting the crumbling lighthouse. I'm warning you for the last time, don't stop me. Otherwise I will fall out. Medea's eyes flashed with purple light crazily, and her long hair danced in the air. I don't want you to die. But if you insist on dying, that's up to you. I don't make sense. Yangqi shrugged. This is what it is, and it hasn't been processed yet. What else could it be? Yangqi opened his dragon's mouth and spit out Triton. Previously, Triton's neck was bitten off by Yangqi, and his head and body were swallowed by Yangqi. After this long period of time, his head and body healed again and grew together. Despicable lizard. And you, Medea, the prisoner's daughter, the enemy of Olympus. It is a great mercy for the god king to spare your life, but you dare to despise the divine court. I am son of Poseidon, the god of the sea, the noblest god in the ocean. My father and god King Zeus will definitely find you and cut you into pieces. As soon as Triton was spit out, he screamed and cursed crazily. His source of divine power was almost broken. His whole body was controlled by Yangqi's divine power and he could not break free. Shut up, Yangqi said softly, then flicked his tail, touch. Yangqi's extremely sharp tail hit Triton between his legs, and he screamed. Yangqi whipped Triton to the side of Medea. Medea raised her hand, and the purple light flowed in her hand, turning into a chain, binding Triton. Vent, let go of your anger. Just hit him there, Yangqi said. Where? Medea's beautiful eyes moved and stared at Triton. Yangqi said, do you still need me to say it? It's the so-called third leg, the little brother, the most sensitive part of the male creature. Ha! Medea looked at Triton and smiled. Quote. Triton felt hairy all over. Medea's divine power transformed into a sharp claw, staring at Triton coldly. Where to catch him? Well, yes, Yangqi commented. Medea's divine power then transformed into a sword. Cut it, it's too cruel. Medea's power then transformed into a hammer. Smashed, tisk tisk, ha ha, Medea laughed, with tears in her eyes, she clenched the hammer and smashed it hard against Triton's crotch. Triton screamed again, followed by endless curses. Ha 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 ha, Medea laughed wildly. I do not know how long it has been. Ha 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 ha, Medea was still smiling. She seemed to have never been so happy. Medea held the chain tightly, pulled Triton to her side, and then gave Triton a hard hammer on his crotch. Boom! The hammer of divine power finally shattered and turned into coquettish purple fragments, exploding in all directions, and the surrounding space seemed to be shaking. Triton burst out with a shocking scream and was knocked back to Yangqi. Secure. Yangqi swung his tail and hit Triton back again. Ha 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 ha. Medea's clothes were dancing in the strong wind, and the lighthouse in the source of divine power shone with thousands of rays of light, turning into a war staff. She clenched her hands and hit Triton hard. Poof! Triton's divine body was beaten to pieces, and only his head flew back. Roar! Yangqi opened the dragon's mouth and swallowed Triton's head. What's wrong? Medea was sweating. The strong wind blew her hair and covered her eyes. Keep playing. Medea, it's almost over. There are more and more undead around. Only then did Medea notice that Yangqi used his divine power to form a protective shield to cover them. Outside the protective shield, there were densely packed undead souls. They were screaming, their eyes full of terror and terrifying murderous intent, and they were desperately hitting the protective shield, as if they wanted to swallow them alive. Okay, Medea nodded. She glanced at Yangqi and opened her mouth, but did not speak. Let's go. Let's go back and find your sister. Yangqi fluttered his wings and wanted to leave. Yangqi thought in his mind, Medea saved my life. Now I also saved her life. It's even. Go back quickly and stay away from Medea and Circe. They are prisoners of Olympus. If they are deeply involved, they will only bring endless trouble. Even my life may be involved. Wait, Medea suddenly spoke, her eyes as beautiful as stars. Yangqi, please accompany me to a place. I want to give you a gift. Yangqi asked, where? Sea of the Dead, while the undead are on the rampage. This is nothing. The undead rampage has just begun and will last for several years. Medea continued, you must know the abyss. There is a connecting channel between the Sea of Death and the abyss. Whenever the undead in the underworld go berserk and the breath of death becomes strong enough, the connecting channel will open. All kinds of creations in the abyss will be attracted, from the passage to the Sea of Death. That's it. Yangqi nodded, the structure of the Olympus god realm, from top to bottom, the extreme sky, the galaxy, the sky, the god realm, the earth, the ocean, the underworld, and the abyss. The abyss is the true form of the super-ancient god Tartarus. It is a place deeper and darker than the underworld. Medea continued. In particular, the secret treasures in the abyss will come to the Sea of the Dead, surface, and erupt into dazzling pillars of light that reach into the sky and the earth. It's just that the connecting channel can only last for a short time. When the time is up, the abyss secret treasure will return to the abyss. Yangqi asked, what are we doing in the Sea of the Dead? Medea smiled. Of course it's to seize the treasure. Among the thousands of secret treasures in the underworld, the most eye-catching one is a bright red sword. It contains extremely powerful divine power. I guess that since the sword comes from the abyss, it should be a magical weapon forged by ancient giants. Magic weapons forged by giants. Yangqi thought of the stories in his memory. There were indeed giants living in the abyss, especially the 100-armed giants and the Cyclops. Medea said softly, I longed to get that sword when I was very young. I thought it would never be possible. But now. It's time. You go with me. Do you want to accompany her? Yangqi thought in his mind, I just want to get away as soon as possible and stay away from Medea. I won't go. After a moment, Yangqi shook his head. I'm going to take you back to your sister. I knew you might not want to go. Medea smiled, so I said, I prepared a gift for you. What gift? Medea said word by word, blue-black flames. Yangqi raised his head and stared at her. The blue-black flame is the symbol of Cronus, that means, the fragment of Cronus' divine sickle. Obtaining the divine scythe fragment will not only gain powerful divine power, but you will also be able to see Cronus' memory and absorb his knowledge. You mean, there is a living being with blue-black flames burning all over his body? Yes. Medea looked at Yangqi solemnly. I'm sorry that I divined you, and I saw that you had a deep desire for that fire. Indeed. Yangqi nodded in his heart. Yangqi had no interest in just going to the Sea of the Dead to seize treasures. He really didn't want to have any contact with Medea anymore and just wanted to get away as soon as possible. But, the divine scythe fragments are different. Previously, a small fragment swallowed by a goat could allow Yangqi to evolve from a lizard to a dragon. Yangqi is full of desire for the divine scythe fragments. This risk is worth taking. Okay. Yangqi gritted his teeth and nodded. Medea said, it's very dangerous. Aren't you afraid? Just run if there's danger. Medea said, take me and run away. Yangqi said, I promised your sister to take you back safely. A faint smile appeared on Medea's face, and then the phantom of the source of divine power appeared behind her. The tilted lighthouse burst out with intense light and turned into countless threads of divine power. The lines twisted and intertwined in the air, forming a purple ship. Medea stepped on it and waved to Yangqi. It takes 30 months to fly from here to the Sea of the Dead. During the undead rampage, more and more undead will be raging. We must seize the time. Don't use your divine power, save it. Yangqi fluttered his wings and landed on the boat. The boat was wide and comfortable to sit on. Medea looked into the distance, the smile on her face gradually disappeared, and her eyes became determined. Is the Sea of the Dead dangerous? Yangqi asked. Danger. Medea nodded, you are an outsider in the underworld, and you may not know the situation here yet. The underworld is vast and endless. Unlike the land of the gods, which has an end, there is no end here. After Hades failed to compete with Zeus for the authority of the God King, he seemed to have fallen into depression and lurked in his dark palace all day long. His power only occupies a small part of the underworld. It is said that the real power in the underworld is not Hades, the king of Hades, but Persephone, the queen of the underworld. She divided the many underworld lands into countless gods and creatures. For some reason, Medea's face looked a little pale. It's called enfeoffment, but in fact, it's a slave serving the underworld. That's my sister Circe. She is the lord of the Pale Garden. Every 66 months, she must offer billions of pale flowers to the underworld. In addition to these slaves of the underworld, there are also a large number of gods and beasts in the underworld. Their priesthood has not been conferred by Olympus, and everything depends on their strength. The Sea of the Dead is in the wild, lawless land of the underworld. Okay, you can have a good rest. Medea took out 3 more underworld crystals from her pocket. The crystals exuded crystal clear light. She handed the crystals over. Swallow them and have a good rest. There may be a fierce battle next. Yangqi was not polite, opened the dragon's mouth, and swallowed the gem in Medea's hand. He suddenly felt warm and comfortable in his belly, and his divine power was slowly increasing. Close your eyes and look at yourself. In the source of divine power, the mist vortex is still slowly rotating, and the breeze is blowing. I can finally sleep. Yangqi closed his eyes, and it turned dark instantly. After an unknown amount of time, Yangqi slowly opened his eyes. Phew, Yangqi shook his head. He had a really comfortable sleep this time. All the divine power in the crystal has been absorbed. In the source of divine power, the whirlpool of green, black and crimson mist became larger and richer than before. Yangqi turned around and found that his length had grown again, and was now close to 20 meters. Divine power boils in the body, feeling like there is endless power. The godly stones of the underworld are really good things, if only I could have more of them. Yangqi looked up and found that the purple treasure ship he was riding on was stranded on a beach, with an endless black ocean in front of him. The waves roared, rolling out dirty foam, and the roaring sound of the tide sounded from time to time. There are countless dark shadows swimming in the sea water, and they seem to be singing miserable songs. This is the Sea of the Dead. I didn't expect it to be so wide. Yangqi looked up and saw countless dead souls flying in the dark sky, like a river of stars. 100 times more dense than before falling asleep. You're awake. Medea's divine voice came. She folded her arms and leaned on a gray-white reef, staring at the dark and vast sea. Yangqi asked, the undead are rampaging and they haven't reached their peak yet. Soon, so they're coming. The king of morning birds. Medea raised her chin and gestured to the distance. In the night sky, there was the singing of birds. Then a flock of gray birds flew out among the thousands of dead souls. They landed on the ground and transformed into a god. His body shape is extremely strange, like a ball of flesh, covered with richly colored feathers, with hundreds of wings growing, some large and some small, flapping constantly. Shadow Insect King. Medea turned her gaze to the beach in the distance again, only to hear the sound of rustling coming from there, as if there were countless insects crawling. Boom! The black beach suddenly exploded, revealing a deep cave. In the cave, a huge shadow crawled out, 100 meters long, and the shadows of thousands of tentacles were reflected on the ground. The Shadow Insect King. You can only see its shadow, not its body. Medea said softly. In addition, there are a large number of strange creatures standing on the beach. The arrival of the king of morning birds and the king of shadow insects caused a sensation. The creatures did not dare to approach them, but they refused to leave. They just stared at the sea. And, he's coming. The distant sky suddenly lit up with a gloomy color, getting closer and closer. Yangqi took a closer look and saw that it turned out to be a huge ark made of withered flowers. On top of the ark stood a god. There were no eyes in his eye sockets, but 2 huge withered flowers, almost rotten. The whole body is wrapped with decaying vines, and behind it is a pair of wings of dead leaves, gently flapping. The son of blight. Medea said softly, he is the divine son of the lord of the blight garden. Yangqi's heart moved. Your sister Cersei is the master of the Pale Garden. Is she the same? Yes. There are 4 major gardens in the underworld, bright red, pale, withered, and mental images. They belong directly to the underworld. The blighted son jumped from the ark and flew straight towards Medea. Brush, suddenly, a rotten flower branch appeared in the hand of the son of blight. exuding a rotten smell, as if it had just been dug up from the cemetery. He held the flower branch in his hand, and the shining tip of the cold light was above Medea's throat, and a trace of blood flowed from Medea's white neck. Medea still crossed her arms, leaning on the rock, motionless, and said with a smile, "Long time no see, son of Blight." A huge light emerged from the source of divine power behind her, and the tilted purple lighthouse roared and trembled, as if it was about to rise from the ground. "I heard that your noble father of God failed to complete the task assigned by the great queen of the underworld and was turned into a wild dog and became the food of the three-headed dog in the underworld." Medea raised a contemptuous smile on her face. Buzz. In the source of Medea's divine power, the purple lighthouse shook violently. Suddenly, a giant covered in dark green moss emerged from the sea. He pulled up the huge lighthouse and pointed towards the bright red sun. Swing down. Bump. Dozens of flower seeds suddenly appeared around the scarlet sun. They bloomed instantly and turned into a wall of decaying flowers, resisting the giant's attack. The rotten flowers shattered into pieces, bursting into deep colors in the air. The son of Blight retreated several hundred meters, his face turned livid, and he glared angrily. Medea smiled and said, "I heard that you are now the lord of the withered garden. I hope you will not let down the great trust of the underworld queen and follow in the footsteps of your godfather. Your sharp teeth will only cause you more pain in the end." The son of Blight said with a ferocious expression, "The last time the undead went on a rampage, I cut off your limbs and threw you into the sea of undead, where you were torn apart by thousands of souls. You're not dead. Yes, if you catch me this time, don't let me go easily." Medea's eyes, covered by her hair, revealed a cold and gloomy light. "I found a lizard this time to be your helper." The son of Blight's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he glanced at Yangqi without hesitation, and then showed a complicated expression. "The beasts in the wilderness can actually unlock the source of divine power. No matter what, stupid beasts are beasts. Not even demigods. It serves as your help. Your eyes are really like your mother's," the son of Blight said with a smile. "She shed all her divine blood for Zeus and then was abandoned by Zeus, ha ha ha." Medea trembled all over. Her eyes turned red for a moment, and the sound of rolling waves gushed out from the filthy sea in the source of divine power, as if it was about to burst out. Her divine body trembled, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Son of Blight. When the sea of the dead boils, the ghosts sing songs of despair, and the bright red sword floats, it will be your death. See you then." The son of Blight smiled ferociously, boarded his treasure ship of withered flowers, and flew into the sea of the dead. The figure of the son of Blight disappeared from sight. Medea turned her head sideways, exhaled heavily, lowered her body, and stroked Yangqi's scales. Without speaking, the divine voice entered Yangqi's mind. "DeLong, do you still remember the gift I said I wanted to give you, the creature with blue and black flames?" Suddenly her divine body trembled. "DeLong, the flames around you are so hot. It's much scarier than before. What's going on?" She raised her eyes and saw Yangqi staring at the withered son who was going away, with extremely ferocious killing intent in his eyes. Yangqi felt like his chest was burning like fire. At some point, Yangqi felt that his temper was getting more and more irritable. "When I'm hungry and sleepy, I don't think about anything but eat and sleep, and I'm not interested in anything." When he was full of energy, any little thing could set Yangqi's heart on fire, and a strong desire for destruction and killing rushed from his heart into his brain. Yangqi felt countless black lines all over his eyes, dancing crazily, and in his ears he heard the sound of thunder brewing, the sound of burning flames, the sound of howling cold waves, and the sound of darkness invading. The whole world is crumbling, and it seems that only killing can calm the madness. What's wrong with me? Yangqi used the remaining clarity in his heart to think, why am I so angry? Is it because the son of Blight humiliated me with his words? I should be angry, but why so angry? Roar. Suddenly, Yangqi automatically roared out a dragon roar, tightened his wings, and the green, black, and crimson vortex in the source of divine power began to spin crazily. This was a sign before the battle. Could it be that the human soul in me gradually disappears, and the dragon soul takes over, and even wants to completely dominate me? Yangqi shook the faucet, and the memory of his past appeared in his mind. On the distant blue star, his home, each blurry face, like his mother, like a stranger, couldn't tell the difference. Dragons are bloodthirsty, cold, cruel, the most aggressive, and the most vengeful. loves shining gold and gemstones, and is extremely stingy. He is insatiable for food and can sleep for hundreds and thousands of years. Calm down, calm down. The last glimmer of clarity in his heart seemed to turn into a phantom, shouting in his mind that he still wanted to maintain the human soul. DeLong, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Medea's divine voice came, interrupting Yang Qi's thoughts. It's okay. Yang Qi forcibly suppressed the murderous intention in his heart, and the dragon's teeth clattered. Well, the gift I mentioned to you is him. Medea pointed with her finger in the direction in which the son of Blight left. The son of Blight is the same as you. His body is also burning with blue-black flames. The blue-black flame is very weak and comes and goes. But I have seen it with my own eyes during the previous battle. Great. Suddenly, Yang Qi felt extremely happy in his heart. He had been trying his best to suppress his murderous intention towards the son of Blight. The killing intent was so crazy that Yang Qi himself felt scared. Yang Qi didn't want the dragon's nature to completely destroy his human nature. But it's different now. The blighted son deserves to be bitten in his mouth, crushed with dragon fangs, spit into ashes with dragon flames, destroyed his home, slaughtered his tribe, and wiped out all traces of his existence in the world. It turns out he owns the divine scythe fragment. Ha 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 ha. Ho ho. In an instant, Yang Qi's whole body erupted into flames that were 1,000 meters high, and he couldn't help but let out a dragon roar. His wings were all spread out, and the white scales on his body burst out with bright brilliance, shining in this dark sea of the dead. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Yang Qi's behavior shocked Medea, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Yang Qi, are you okay? What's going on? Ha 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 ha. It's okay. Suddenly, Yang Qi felt that his dragon voice had become arrogant and full of oppression. Medea nodded, and her divine voice continued to be transmitted into Yang Qi's mind. Big Dragon, the source of my divine power, is collapsing every day and night. The last time the undead were on the rampage, in order to seize the secret treasure of the abyss, I launched a desperate struggle with the son of Blight. I am no match for him. It is even less possible for me to be his enemy now. I wanted to give up right now, but maybe the three goddesses of fate haven't abandoned me yet. When I was traveling, I met you and learned an ancient magic. I want to get that bright red sword. When I get that sword, I will give you half of its power. The sword is full of divine power, and it will definitely help you evolve. As for the son of Blight, I don't want any of his trophies. You can take them all. Okay. Yang Qi felt that the world in front of him was extremely bright, his mouth was cool and sweet, and the beautiful songs of the nymphs rang in his ears, and he felt extremely euphoric in his heart. The strong fighting impulse was like a bright firework, in his mind. Exploded. Medea continued. We still need to wait for a while. Wait for the undead to reach its most terrifying peak. Then the connection channel will open and the sea of the dead will begin to boil. Then, the secret treasures of the abyss will gradually appear and surface above the sea. As soon as the abyss secret treasure appears, please fight the son of Blight. I will assist you and take away the abyss secret treasure, especially the bright red sword. Do we have to wait until then? Yang Qi felt a fierce sound resounding in his heart. The fierce and terrifying killing intent, like a battle fire that could burn the starry sky, could no longer be controlled. Let's go now and kill the Blightson first. Then when the secret treasures of the abyss appear, take away all the treasures that can be taken away. If anyone wants to rob other creatures, kill them all. Roar. Yang Qi finally couldn't control it, and he burst out with an earth-shattering dragon roar. The dragon roar spread in all directions, shaking the sea of the dead and raising a huge water column. Boom. In an instant, on the shore of the sea of the dead, countless weak creatures could not help but show fear of convulsions in their eyes. Their faces turned red, and they fell to their knees one after another, spitting blood from their mouths. This is the power of Dragon Roar. Let's go. Yang Qi couldn't help but say. The green, black and crimson fire all over his body jumped to a height of 10,000 meters, vibrating his wings, bringing up the violent wind, and flew forward. Wait. Be careful. The son of Blight is powerful. Purple light erupted from Medea's body and she also leapt into the sky. Yang Qi's broad wings cut through the air, setting off a huge white airflow, like a white feather ribbon hanging in the air. Within a moment, he saw the withered sun in the distance. Yang Qi couldn't help but say, and suddenly in the source of divine power, red and black mist swirled crazily, entangled together, boom. A huge mouthful of dragon flames spat out towards the son of blight. A pillar of dragon flame light hundreds of meters wide fiercely enveloped the body of the withered sun, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Son of Wither has also discovered Yang-Chi. He looked at the attacking dragon flames, his face was livid, the wings of withered leaves behind him stretched out, and his divine power suddenly exploded. The divine voice of the blighted suns resounds across the sea of undeath. The giant beast sleeping in the garden, I summon you. The rotten body and the heart of darkness are revived here. Awakening from a long sleep, breaking through the silence of death, thousands of living things will not be spared. In an instant, green mist appeared in the dark night sky, erupting with a putrid meaning and shocking roar, and fell downwards. There were countless withered and rotten petals and dead branches and leaves, falling one after another like a heavy rain. Everything happens in an instant. The dead branches falling from the sky formed the skeleton, the fallen leaves condensed into the flesh, and the rotten flowers turned into the flesh and heart. They formed a rotten beast in the air. Its whole body exuded poisonous mist, spreading away, its eyes emitted a green light, like a will-o'-the-wisp, and made a terrifying howling sound, and the surrounding space began to vibrate in an instant. The son of blight stepped on the rotting beast, and the wings of withered leaves on his back were stretched to the extreme. With a gloomy expression, he stared at Medea in the distance. Medea, you humble and despicable daughter of a prisoner. I didn't expect you. And your beast is so eager. Since you long for death so much, then come. The three goddesses of destiny have already told me through their threads that today is the day you fall. The giant rotten beast raised its arms composed of thousands of rotten flowers, billowing green mist transpired, condensed on the beast's claws, and struck suddenly. He is not strong. Yang-Chi felt the strength of the son of blight, much weaker than I thought. Boom. In the source of Yang-Chi's divine power, the breeze surged, and then the strong wind poured into Yang-Chi's dragon's mouth. The dragon flames spit out instantly accelerated and swept hard towards the claws of the rotting beast. Boom. The violent beam of light directly penetrated the claws of the rotting beast, and then penetrated its body. It erupted with a terrifying and weird sound, split from the middle, and turned into countless dead branches, leaves and rotten flowers, burning and floating away. What? An incredible color bloomed from the pupils of the withered sun, and his heart was shaken instantly. His divine body was shaking violently, huge pain spread from his heart, and divine blood spurted out from his mouth. There are countless dark insects squirming in the divine blood. When the corrupt beast was shattered, the wings of withered leaves behind the son of blight were shattered together. He suddenly fell downwards, almost falling into the sea of undead. What? The son of blight finally managed to stabilize his figure. His face was pale, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he stared at Yang-Chi fiercely, thundering in his heart and trembling. The power of this dragon flame is so terrifying. He was frightened and angry, his eyes bloomed with brilliance, and he glanced at Yang-Chi, and then his complexion became extremely ugly. I read that right. Not even a demigod. Why? He stared at the flames all over Yang-Chi, and suddenly a feeling of fear and horror hit his whole body, as if he was struck by lightning. I thought he just picked up the fragment of Cronus' divine scythe and opened the source of divine power. I'm afraid it's not that simple. I have never seen the crimson flames and the spiral flames. And Cronus's green-black fire and the weird crimson fire can be so perfectly integrated. I also tried to fuse with the green and black fire, but I was almost swallowed. Hundreds of years ago, the sons of blight also happened to obtain fragments of Cronus's scythe. But he was unable to control the dark divine power in it, because the dark divine power was too fierce and overbearing. When it was sucked into the source of divine power, it began to conflict with other divine powers, almost causing the son of blight's source of divine power to burn out. I can't even control the divine power in it. This stupid beast can actually control it and perfectly integrate it with other divine powers. Suddenly, the blighted son took a deep breath, not knowing whether it was shame or anger, his whole body was shaking. Also, my rotten beast. Incomparable heartache surged into the heart of the blighted son. His eyes instantly turned green, and his hair covered with decaying vines rose into the sky. He is the lord of the withered garden, but he is nothing more than a slave of Hades. Every 66 months, billions of withered flowers must be handed over to Hades for use by Pluto and Queen Pluto. The few remaining withered flowers were accumulated by him and turned into an arc of withered flowers and a behemoth of decay. Yangqi's mouthful of dragon flame destroyed all the hard work he had accumulated over a long period of time. You foolish beast, you should be afraid, for you easily offend your withered master. And you, the humble and despicable daughter of a prisoner, you should be imprisoned in the abyss of eternal fire by the god king just like your goddess. What? Medea trembled and stared at the son of Blight. The eyes of the son of Blight shone with a dark green light, like a will-o'-the-wisp, and he began to howl crazily and chant a spell. The body of life is given to maggots to eat, and the spirit of death is fed among the decaying leaves of the withered garden. The gloomy ancestral spirits fill the air with deathly silence, and the eyes of the dead open for me. Fa! The blighted son screamed in pain. Poof! Blood splattered on his face, and in an instant, 24 eyes sprouted, and his face was densely covered with eyes. Blood spurted out from the abdomen, and countless tentacles broke through the flesh and grew out. He was lying on the ground, like a huge abyss demonic insect, with countless holes appearing all over his body, spitting out white steam. Boom! A huge phantom rose from behind the son of Blight. In the garden filled with black mist, there were rotting branches and leaves everywhere. In the middle of the garden, stood a strange and terrifying monster, with countless flowers of corruption under its feet. It has 3 snake tails, a huge lion body, 12 bloody heads on its neck, and 24 arms around its body. Looking carefully, the 12 heads look somewhat similar to the sons of Blight. Those heads are his ancestors, including his father of God who was just executed last year. Medea's eyes were cold, the source of dirty divine power. The voice of the son of Blight became extremely gloomy, as if coming from the abyss. Our family has served the great Lord Pluto for 13 generations. Whenever someone is killed in battle, the Son of God will take the soul of the priest, infuse it with the source of divine power, and pass it on from generation to generation. The son of Blight stretched himself on all fours and lay on the ground. He raised his head, and a total of 26 eyes on his face opened together, staring at Medea. In the source of divine power, all the 12 heads of the monsters turned their heads and stared at Medea. This is the source of my divine power, the beast of the ancestral skull. The son of Blight smiled crazily. Medea, I really want to make an exception for you and sew your head in. Ah. Suddenly, in the source of the son of Blight's divine power, the 12 heads began to scream crazily together. The son of Blight's divine power increased dramatically. He opened his bloody mouth and spit out a giant sword composed of countless corrupt flowers, holding it in his hand. He raised his eyes, looked at Yangqi, and started laughing wildly. The humble and stupid beast thinks that he can challenge the gods by opening up the source of divine power. You have the flames of Cronus, don't I? Boom. Suddenly, the rotten flower sword in the hand of the son of Blight ignited with blue-black flames, and countless flies flew out of the sword and swarmed into the air, densely packed. Lizard, I see death in your eyes. The 3 goddesses of fate have woven the day of your death. A mere beast dares to challenge God. Your bones will be buried in my garden. Ha 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 ha. The son of Blight laughed wildly, raised the giant sword of rotting flowers high, and slashed at Yangqi. The image of him being crushed by the giant sword appeared in his mind. As a low-ranking god, there is no way he can't kill an opponent who is not even a demigod. It's really surprising that he can integrate Cronus' divine power, but it's nothing more than luck. The source of divine power was not used just now, but this time the divine power is used at its fullest. Thinking of this, the son of Blight showed a look of ecstasy on his face. You are dead. Yangqi didn't dodge, he went straight forward, opened the dragon's mouth, and bit into the blighted son. Buzz! An extremely sharp roaring sound exploded, and suddenly, the rotten flower sword struck Yangqi, and countless black mist exploded, all filled with flies. When the fly came into contact with the flames around Yangqi, it instantly fell into flames and turned into ashes. Then, the rotten flower sword shattered into pieces and turned into countless rotten flowers, which exploded around Yangqi, like a heavy rain. What? The 26 eyes of the son of Blight widened together, and the pupils trembled violently. Brush! Yangqi's dragon's mouth opened wide, bringing out violent wind sounds, and he bit hard. Poof! The head of the son of Blight was bitten off by Yangqi and swallowed into his belly. At the same time, one of the heads of the 12-headed monster in the son of Blight's divine power suddenly exploded. My giant sword. The blighted son instantly grew a new head and quickly retreated to 100,000 miles away. He looked at Yangqi with an extremely shocked look on his face. On the deep black sea of the dead, Yangqi's posture is majestic and graceful, and his pure white scales shine like diamonds. A circle of rainbow light shines around him, and the green, black and crimson flames are thousands of meters high, illuminating it. Light up the entire sea. Roar! Yangqi roared angrily, and strong wind and flames erupted from the dragon wings. Thunder and lightning suddenly arrived in front of the blighted sun. He raised the dragon claw and slashed downward fiercely. Brush! The entire right arm of the son of Blight was severed. Ah! The son of Blight burst out with an astonishing scream, and he backed away crazily. Cowardly! Do you only run away in cowardice? Yangqi swallowed the severed arm of the son of Blight in one gulp, flapped his wings, and caught up with him in an instant, grabbing his body with two claws and opening his huge mouth, just want to swallow him whole. The black scythe fragment of Cronus. The knowledge and power of Cronus. In fact, Yangqi didn't take it to heart at all what Medea said about the secret treasure of the abyss and the son of withering. All he cares about and desires is the fragment of the divine sickle. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Yangqi's bloody mouth, the blighted son laughed miserably, and then began to laugh wildly. Poof! Suddenly, a large amount of divine blood burst out from behind him, spurting out a huge column of blood, drawing an arc over the sea of the dead. A huge wound suddenly appeared behind him, and then countless wildly vibrating pure black threads surged out from the wound, condensing into a pair of pure black wings. What? Yangqi's pupils sparkled. Pure black wings. He has summoned the source of divine power, but there are other divine powers. Suddenly, Yangqi heard Medea's exclamation. Big dragon, be careful. Medea looked extremely frightened and screamed, "This is the intention of death." Then, on the pure black wings, the will of death came towards me. Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding space shook wildly, and then shattered. Endless rotten flowers surged out from the broken void, forming a rotten flower sickle, which was held in the hands of the son of Blight. The son of Blight instantly broke free from Yangqi's dragon claws. He smiled crazily, and his 26 eyes flowed with divine blood. Ha 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 ha, stupid lizard, I have told you the end of the day, and you still refuse. Are you awake? A beast is a beast and can never fight a true god. The will of death, from Thanatos, the god of death. Why do you have his power? Medea screamed, the undead are going to go completely berserk. The sea of the dead begins to boil. Thousands of undead souls among them suddenly sang a song of despair and sadness together, and the singing became louder and shriller. When it reached its peak, thousands of undead souls surged out of the sea of dead souls together. They flew wildly, forming a circle in the air, like a giant black ring, surrounding Yangqi and the son of Blight, and sad songs and cries resounded through the sky. This group of undead souls are attracted by the meaning of death. For the undead, the meaning of death is not terrible. But it is different for living creatures. The son of Blight raised the sickle in his hand high, and his will of death turned into countless black snakes of death, attacking Medea and Yangqi. Medea's expression turned ferocious for a moment. She clenched the staff in her hand, and the light shone out, forming a purple protective shield. Well, Medea groaned in pain, and instantly, there were shattering sounds all around, cracks appeared in the protective shield, and the will of death poured into it, and her pale face instantly turned a little black. Are you okay, Medea? Yangqi tried his best to resist the strange death wish, but he couldn't move even one step. He had never seen this power before, it seemed like a power coming from the source. It's okay. Medea groaned in pain, leave me alone. Ha 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 ha, daughter of a prisoner, you should not have lived in this world. From the time you were born, you have original sin in your blood. Your sins must be paid for by your blood. Boom, boom, boom. The snake turned into a desperate intention crazily hit the protective shield. Suddenly, a heart-stopping sound of shattering was heard all around. The protective shield once again cracked a huge gap, and then completely shattered. Ah! Medea screamed, vomiting blood, and was knocked hundreds of meters away. She rolled several times on the ground and fell to the ground in pain. Poof! Countless deadly snakes rushed forward, opened their bloody mouths, and bit Medea fiercely. In an instant, her arms, face, and shoulders were covered with hundreds of deadly snakes. Ah! Medea screamed in pain, rolling on the ground crazily, but unable to get rid of it. The dark thread of death emerged from the wound, rising along her white skin to her face. Woof woof. At this moment, a shadow flew from a distance. It rushed over like crazy and pounced on those deadly snakes. It was the two-headed hell dog that Medea raised. Ouch! Woo! The two-headed hell dog opened its bloody mouth and roared. Boom! In an instant, all the death snakes on Medea's body exploded and turned into thick black plasma, with flesh and blood flying. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. Medea showed an incredible expression. Her whole body was stained red with snake blood, and she stared at the two-headed hell dog, Artichoke. Be good, Artichoke. Woof. The two-headed hell dog ran to Medea, wagging its tail crazily. Good, Artichoke, so good. Medea stood up, held the two-headed hell dog in her arms, closed her eyes, and held her tightly. Artichoke, I'm going to fight. Look at me, Medea whispered softly. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, raised her head, gritted her teeth, and held the staff tightly. Suddenly purple divine light emerged. Boom! The source of divine power appeared behind Medea, and the purple lighthouse sank into the sea, stirring up countless seawater. The teleportation circle emerged from Medea's feet. She disappeared instantly and was teleported to the son of Blight. A purple dagger of divine light appeared in her hand and stabbed the son of Blight in the eyes. Ding! A sharp roar came, and the son of Blight blocked it with his scythe. With a wave of his hand, he cut off Medea's right arm in an instant. Ah! Medea screamed in pain, fell heavily from the air and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. The son of Blight's wild laughter resounded across the ocean. Medea, your lighthouse has sunk again. It seems that the day when your source of divine power will completely collapse is not far away. Quote. Medea slowly stood up, her eyes blood red. Medea's divine voice trembled. Why? Lord Thanatos would give you his power. Son of Blight, you are loyal to Hades, but you have the aura of Cronus around you, and you have gained the power of Thanatos, the god of death. What is going on? Ha 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 ha. The son of Blight stared at Medea with his 26 eyes, a look of violence on his face. You have too many questions, Medea. What you should be more curious about is your own destiny. You sisters will become my slaves to God. There will be eternally burning chains that penetrate your collarbones. You will enter the deepest mine in the underworld and dig ore for me all day long until the day you die. This is impossible. Medea's eyes turned red. I have divined my own destiny. Believe it or not, this is the evidence. The blighted son raised the rotten flower sickle in his hand. Medea, your long and miserable first half of life is over, and there is an even longer and miserable second half of your life waiting for you. I'll cook a lizard first, and then I'll take good care of you. The son of Blight turned his head and stared at Yangqi. I want to dedicate you to Lord Thanatos and offer him the most precious death. Ha 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 ha. The son of Blight laughed crazily. A beast is a beast. After all, it is difficult to compare with the gods. From the moment you provoke me, death will be engraved in your destiny. Meet the judgment of death. The son of Blight raised the rotten flower sickle in his hand high, and countless deadly intentions suddenly condensed on the sickle, and then slashed down. Billions of black threads turned into infinite death thoughts began to strangle Yangqi crazily. Yangqi's white scales began to vibrate, making a sharp whistling sound and reflecting an extremely strong light. This will to die, is really powerful, Yangqi thought to himself. However, it is not as good as the dark power of Cronus. Thanatos is just the best of the fourth generation of gods. And Cronus is the second generation of gods, the king of the gods among the second generation of gods. Suddenly, Yangqi started roaring. Previously, his dragon body was firmly controlled by the will to die, making it difficult to break free. However, the dark divine power in the body is also constantly boiling, eroding the will of death. Yangqi's dragon body has adapted to the will of death. Yangqi roared, Son of Blight, you have the fragment of Cronus, but you haven't fully absorbed the divine power in it, right? Not even 1/10,000th. No wonder, you can't even make your whole body ignite the eternal blue and black fire. How can Thanatos will to die compete with Cronus' divine power? What is this? Suddenly, the son of Blight opened his eyes wide and stepped back in horror. He saw that the green, black and crimson flames all over Yangqi exploded again, soaring straight into the sky, reaching a height of 20,000 meters. The source of divine power emerged, and a vortex composed of black and red mist was moving crazily, reflected in the air, blocking out the sky. In an instant, the offensive and defensive forces changed, and the flames filled the sky began to devour the withered sun's desperate intention. The blighted sun suddenly vomited divine blood, his face showed a look of extreme horror and horror, his whole body was engulfed in blazing flames, and he burst into earth-shaking screams. The terrifying beast with 12 heads in the source of his divine power was unable to support itself and fell to its knees with a thud. The flames around the blighted sun suddenly disappeared, but it was only invisible on the surface. In fact, the flames had penetrated into his skin, directly entered his bones, burned his blood, and finally burned directly to the source of his divine power. Boom! In the source of the Son of Blight's divine power, the terrifying monster began to howl and burn hotly. How is it possible? How is it possible? How is it possible that you can control such a huge power of Cronus? Ah! Ah! Lord Thanatos, save me! Save me! How can you achieve your great goal without me? Ah! The Son of Blight screamed crazily, and the source of his divine power burned to the limit. All withered branches, fallen leaves, and rotten flowers turned into bright balls of fire. Then, an earth-shattering sound broke out, and the entire sea of death was heard. Boiling, strong light shines on the sea thousands of miles away in all directions. Boom! The source of the Son of Blight's divine power was burned and turned into ashes, and at the same time, his divine body was also turned into ashes. A black fragment flew out of his body. Fragments of the dark scythe. Yangqi's eyes were hot and he rushed forward, grabbed the fragments and stuffed them into his mouth. This fragment was much larger than the one he got from the goat before, 3 times as big. Yangqi thought in his mind, the Son of Blight is like going to the feast of the gods, but catching flies and insects to eat, without even knowing what kind of treasure he has. In the past, a small fragment of divine power was enough to allow Yangqi to evolve. Now, how much divine power does such a large fragment contain? The moment Yangqi swallowed the fragments, Cronus's gloomy and hoarse voice sounded from his ears again. Ha 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 ha, humble lizard, you really surprised me, you were able to get this fragment from the underworld. The fragments contain my divine power, and of course my knowledge and memory. Tell me, lizard, what did you see? Yangqi murmured. I saw it. A huge phantom rose in front of Yangqi, and his soul seemed to have traveled through countless spaces and spanned countless years, arriving at the distant shore and watching the lights in the distance. Cronus' divine power continued to pour into his body, and the black mist in the source of divine power became increasingly dense. Distance. The sky was unusually low, as if you could reach out and touch it. As far as the eye can see, there is desolation, and there is no life for thousands of miles. There are no plants or creatures, only the endless dark land. The low sky thundered from time to time, and the light flashed 1 billion times in an instant, making the dark earth shine like gold. Then the light disappeared and everything returned to darkness. This is the divine realm of Olympus, the divine realm from an extremely long time ago. Boom! Then, the sky started shaking. This was a strong shock that Yangqi had never felt before, as if his soul was about to be shattered into pieces. The sky, which was already extremely low, slowly descended again, and a sound of destruction broke out. The chaotic clouds rolled and formed countless huge whirlpools. Then, a huge gap opened in the sky. An extremely thick and green ancient tree appeared from the crack. Boom! The green ancient trees plunged deeply into the earth. In an instant, the ancient tree burst into an extremely rich emerald green color, becoming the only color in this desolate world. Ah! Yangqi heard a wailing sound. The wailing sound was so painful. It was a very familiar sound. He had heard that sound before. It's the voice of Gaia, the Earth Mother. This sky is the body of the first generation of God King, Uranus. This earth is Gaia, the Earth Mother. The huge green world tree plunged deeply into the earth. Then, the world tree began to contract and expand violently, and billowing divine power burst out. Boom! Yangqi saw that on this desolate and endless dark land, countless green grasses broke through the soil and grew out. They were extremely delicate and exuded a fresh fragrance. The power of the sky, poured into the earth through the world tree, combined with the power of the earth, brought the first touch of green to the world. It was also at this time that the Earth Mother Gaia gave birth to many second-generation sons of gods, including Cronus. This is the scene when the world first opened. My soul actually came here. Wait a minute. Yangqi's heart suddenly moved. Can I use the divine power bursting out from the world tree? It's not easy to come to such a long time in the past. What if I just have a look? Suddenly, a strong feeling of greed arose in Yangqi's heart, occupying his brain in an instant. Yangqi wanted to swallow the sky, swallow the earth, tear the world tree into pieces, and swallow them all. Here we go again. My dragon nature. Yangqi's soul was flashing crazily, and the strong, violent, tide-like greed and devouring desire burned the soul like a raging fire. Deep in the soul, it's like experiencing a fierce war. Human nature and dragon nature are unwilling to give in to each other and want to kill each other. No. Stop. This feeling is like two selves fighting. Yangqi can control any one of them at will, but he cannot control two at the same time. Dragon nature is much more powerful than human nature. If Yangqi hadn't tried his best to maintain it, it would have vanished into ashes in an instant. For the first time, Yangqi felt that it was so painful to use human nature to resist the dragon's nature. After a long time, the depths of the soul calmed down. Yangqi stopped the dragon's nature from devouring the human nature. I want to try whether the divine power of this world tree can be used by me. But I must suppress this strong dragon's greed, and cannot let it completely dominate me and fall into madness. Yangqi's soul floated swaying above the earth, heading towards the green and huge world tree. The world tree burst out with rolling divine power, turning into an endless wave of green light, roaring towards the surroundings. The closer you get, the more trembling and terror you feel. Yangqi's soul was shrouded in endless green light, and the world tree was getting closer and closer. He closed his eyes and looked at himself, and suddenly the source of divine power appeared in that empty space. The green, black and crimson mist swirled slowly, and there was a slight sound of wind. Sure enough, you can also feel the source of my divine power here. Can I absorb the divine power bursting out from this world tree? This is the most primitive divine power, even surpassing the dark divine power of Cronus. Yangqi's thought turned into a light point, but this time, the light point no longer just wandered in the void space, but rushed directly outward. Suddenly, Yangqi heard endless crackling sounds, and he felt that his soul was being torn apart. Severe pain erupted from the depths of the soul, which was by no means comparable to ordinary physical pain. It took a lot of effort to get here. Next time, I can get the fragments of Cronus' divine sickle and travel to the ancient past. I wonder when it will be. The depths of Yangqi's soul seemed to be shouting. Suddenly, the dragon's nature burst out, and the greed and desire to devour came like a tide. Yangqi felt that his neck was blocked, and his belly was unbearably hungry and thirsty. My teeth are itching and painful. He knows that he currently exists in a soul state and does not have a physical dragon body, but all the feelings are extremely real. That strong greed, as if on his own behalf, issued an order to the thinking point of light: rush out. Break out of that void space and break out of the source of divine power. Yangqi felt as if his soul was being pulled away, from the dragon's tail, to the spine, to the dragon's head, and then his whole body was shaking violently. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Suddenly there was a light in front of my eyes, and the thinking light point left the void space and appeared in front of me. Then, the extremely terrifying pain burst out from the depths of Yangqi's soul. The thinking light spot has always been in the void space where the source of divine power lies. Just like the delicate flowers in the garden of Queen Hera, who are cared for by nymphs all day long. Suddenly, it left the shelter of the garden and entered the wilderness. Yangqi's thought point moved through the emerald green light erupted by the world tree, like a leaf floating on the stormy sea. Quote. Yangqi gritted his teeth and endured. The severe pain made Yangqi tremble and he couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. It's like the soul was shattered, thrown to infinite heights, and then fell into a deep bottomless pit. Danger, come back. Danger, come back. Deep in Yangqi's soul, the human nature was shouting, and the voice was very weak. I want to get strength. I want to swallow that power. This energy can be used by me. This comes from the ancient times, beyond the dark power of Cronus, the power of the world tree. Deep in the soul, the nature of the dragon roared violently. The dragon's nature prevailed. Yang Qi took a deep breath, and with his violent greed and desire to devour, he crazily forced his thinking light point to get closer to the world tree in the distance, get closer, and get closer. Comma. Boom. Yang Qi's thought point suddenly accelerated and flew towards the huge world tree. The thinking light spot is getting closer and closer to the world tree, and the surroundings are becoming more magical. First there was a wave of green light, dyeing everything around it green. Then the divine power of the world tree condensed into thick fog and rained fresh green rain. Then the divine power of the world tree condensed into green gems, shining brightly. Finally, endless flowers and grass appeared all around, countless rare and exotic animals, white birds as tall as the universe, and trillions of butterflies flying around Yang Qi's thinking light spot. Finally, boom, Yang Qi's thought point suddenly stopped, and the previous emerald green light tide, thick fog and heavy rain, bright gems, flowers and plants, and rare and exotic animals all disappeared. Yang Qi only saw countless deep emerald green lines, which formed rectangles. Countless rectangles formed matrices, and the matrices formed large matrices, building an extremely wide network that stretched across the sky and the earth, with no end to the top, bottom, left, and right. Is this the true form of the world tree? How can I obtain its divine power? Etc. Suddenly, Yang Qi thought of something. The crimson orb I obtained during the simulation. After the crimson flame power was absorbed, the orb became dim and was swallowed by Yang Qi. That orb can carry power. And it comes from a world with a higher energy level, so it should be enough to carry the power of the world tree. Now that I am in soul form, can I take out the orb? My dragon body has not moved, it is still in the same place, but my soul has come to the extremely long past. I'll give it a try. Yang Qi closed his eyes and looked at himself, feeling his dragon's belly, where the dim orb was still floating. The orb slides along the dragon's belly, through the dragon's throat, and finally reaches the dragon's mouth. Suddenly, Yang Qi opened his eyes and imagined spitting out the orb. The orb did not appear. Yang Qi nodded. After all, he was just a soul that came to the distant past. It would still be too difficult to send items to this distant past. However, it is not without gain. Because Yang Qi discovered that the light spot in his mind began to flicker and its shape changed slightly. It's becoming more and more like that orb. Perhaps, if the light spot of my mind changes into the shape of that orb, it can carry the divine power of the world tree. Yang Qi thought in his heart, and was extremely excited instantly. He closed his eyes again and looked at himself, imagining that the orb was tumbling in his belly, sliding through the dragon's throat, appearing in the dragon's mouth, and then spitting it out. Boom. Success. Suddenly, Yang Qi's thinking light spot changed its image, becoming dim and obscure, exactly the same as the crimson orb. Great. Yang Qi was extremely excited. His dragon nature seemed to be letting out deafening laughter, and incomparable ecstasy burst out in his heart. Take away the power of the world tree. Take it away. Take it away. Mine. It's all mine. Yang Qi's dragon nature roared crazily and issued orders. Boom. The thought point of light suddenly rushed to the world tree. The countless green matrices shone with light and split into a small matrix. It is bright and dark, constantly flickering into the light spot of thinking. In an instant, the dim and obscure thoughts glowed green, extremely beautiful. Successful. Yang Qi was shouting crazily deep in his heart, directing his thoughts to leave here and return to the source of his divine power. It felt like I had just won a multi-million-dollar jackpot. After redeeming the prize, I kicked my bank card home. Wait, what is a bank card? Yang Qi's human nature is getting weaker and weaker, and he can't remember many things from the past. Buzz. The thought light point once again passed through the layers of strange scenery and returned to the source of Yang Qi's divine power. The moment the thought point returned to the source of divine power burst out from it and turned into a giant tree, falling from the sky and standing in the middle of the void space. There was originally a mist vortex. Suddenly, black mist and red mist steamed up, turning into two giant dragons and rushing towards the giant tree. One black and one red, the two giant dragons slammed into the giant tree and then disappeared. The giant tree burst out with intense light, and the green light was like a tide, illuminating the entire source of divine power. In an instant, the mist vortex of the past disappeared among the giant trees. Looking carefully, the color of the giant tree's leaves began to slowly change, with more than half turning into blue-black color, and a small half turning into crimson color. Boom! The giant tree once again burst out with intense light, and the divine power of wind, the breeze blowing in the source of divine power, actually condensed into crystal-clear gems and fell to the ground. As if there was invisible pulling force, the gem slowly moved towards the green giant tree, then came to the root of the giant tree and penetrated into it, as if it turned into its nourishment. It really turned into nourishment. All the wind gems were absorbed by the giant green tree, and its leaves began to sway slowly without wind. Since the giant tree entered the source of divine power, all of this was formed automatically. Yangqi's thinking light spot did not direct them at all. This divine power is probably the most terrifying power I have ever obtained, so good. Yangqi seemed to be cheering from the depths of his heart. Endless joy exploded in his heart, as if the world was about to change. More colorful. The source of my divine power has evolved again. What about myself? Have I evolved? Yangqi held back his joy and opened the system panel. Name: Yangqi. Rank: demigod. Race: dark worm, super mutant. Form: the pinnacle. Features: green dragon mist scale of life. After your scales evolved from pure black scales to starlight white scales, they evolved again. Your scales are like the finest emeralds, crystal clear. Your scales possess an extremely slight amount of the original power of the sky, the original power of the earth, and the original power of life formed by their condensation. Your scales are always spewing green dragon mist, and you are surrounded by clouds and mist. Your scales are extremely tough and have the ability to heal themselves. Feature 2. Dragon Wings of Heaven. You control a very slight amount of the original divine power of heaven, and your dragon wings become even larger. Feature 3. Earth Dragon Body. You control a very slight amount of the Earth's original divine power, and your dragon body becomes stronger. You can devour more food, including mineral veins in the earth, to gain strength. Feature 4. Burning Body. You can keep your body ablaze in eternal black and crimson fire, or you can let the flames subside. Lifespan: 1,000 years. Talent: evolution can continuously accumulate divine power, and when it reaches its limit, it can be reborn, and transform into a more powerful existence. Talent 2. Greed can swallow the power in it by eating. Current conversion rate: 7%. Talent 3. Advanced poison resistance. You have extraordinary tolerance to poisons. Ultimate potential: can evolve to destruction and creation world devouring dragon. Current bias chance: 60%. Ultimate potential 2. Can evolve to Ode of Life, billion light cone dragons. Current bias chance: 20%. Ultimate potential 3. Can evolve to elemental control big twin galaxy dragon. Current bias chance: 20%. Comment: in the world of Olympus, dragons are not uncommon, but you are the only demigod among dragons. You control the power of darkness and crimson fire, you can breathe out green, black and crimson spiral fire, and the power of wind allows you to roar dragon roars. You control a slight divine power of the source of life, and can spit out a wave of green light to drown the enemy. This becomes your strongest move. You control a slight amount of the original divine power of heaven and earth, which makes your dragon wings and body extremely strong. Your teeth and tail are extremely sharp, and your strength exceeds that of an ordinary dragon. You are already familiar with controlling the source of divine power, but lack further exploration. You have evolved to the ultimate level of worm, and it is not far from the next stage of evolving into a real dragon. Hunt food as quickly as possible, absorb strength, and complete the next stage of evolution. Looking at the panel, Yangqi thought to himself, I am still the dark dragon. The current form has reached its limit, but it still has not evolved. However, my level of God has been promoted and I have become a demigod. From now on, have I become a true god. The scales, dragon wings and dragon body have all evolved. The ratio of energy absorbed by devouring food is increased. The green, black and crimson fire that once burned forever can now be controlled and extinguished. This is a good thing. After all, the blue-black flames burning all over his body are equivalent to saying, I am a believer of Cronus, and I have the power of Cronus, on his face. The court of Olympus would not be merciful to such a creature. The potential for final evolution has also changed, and a new ode of life, billion light cone dragons, has appeared. This is a change that occurred because I absorbed the power of the world tree. It seems that this direction of evolution is more towards the creation of life, and it may no longer exist in a physical form, but in the form of a light cone. Yangqi thought about the huge dragon body formed purely by light cones and couldn't help but be speechless. Finally, it's the things mentioned in the reviews. My strongest move has become the spray of green light. I don't know what the effect is. I have evolved to the final stage of the dragon, and the next time I will evolve into a real dragon. This can't help but make Yangqi full of expectations. After all, Yulong is not a real dragon yet. What kind of dragon will I evolve into next? The current evolutionary potential can only show the final form, not the next form, which is still inconvenient. Just as Yangqi was thinking wildly, an urgent shout suddenly sounded in his ears. Big dragon! Big dragon! There was a very weak voice coming from an infinitely high place, and the voice was full of anxiety. DeLong, wake up! Wake up! There seemed to be a hint of crying in the voice. Whose divine voice is this? It seems very familiar. Suddenly, Yangqi felt that his soul began to shake violently, and then flew upward to the infinite height. Boom! Suddenly, Yangqi opened his eyes. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to look down at his own scales. Dark green in color, like the finest emerald, slightly transparent, spewing out turbulent green mist, surrounded by clouds and mist. The dragon's wings were nearly twice as wide as before, reaching 40 meters. In the dragon body, there is the power of the earth, which is extremely powerful. The previously eternally burning blue, black and crimson fires have disappeared, but Yangqi understands that he can light them up at any time as long as he wants. In the source of divine power, stands a huge phantom of the world tree. Ha 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 ha, strong joy burst out from my heart again. Just when I was feeling proud, there were endless sounds of crazy biting and swallowing in my ears, and the thick stench and blood smell came like a sea wave. Yangqi raised his eyes and saw only darkness in front of him. After a moment, he realized that this was not darkness, but endless undead spirits surrounding him. Deep inside a purple protective shield, countless undead souls surrounded him. Beside him, Medea's clothes were flapping crazily in the wind. Her face was extremely pale, her eyes were black, and her lips were black and purple. DeLong, you finally woke up. Medea's hair was dancing in the strong wind, and Shenyan was panting, DeLong, what's wrong with you? After you defeated the son of Blight, you suddenly fell into a deep sleep and you couldn't wake up no matter what. Then a strong light burst out from your whole body, your scales turned from white to green, and the dragon wings also grew. Medea said, this is the first time I have seen the evolution of dragons. It is incredible. How long have I been asleep? When approaching the three realms of gods, Yangqi looked up and saw endless dead souls screaming crazily, biting the purple protective shield. In the distance, the waves of the sea of dead were rolling, and endless dead souls were still pouring out of the sea crazily. Come out and run towards here. Yangqi asked. Did the bright red sword, the secret treasure of the abyss you mentioned, appear? Not yet. Medea bit her lip, and bright red blood flowed from her eyes, flowing down her extremely pale face. In the past, only 1/10 of the undead in the sea of undead could. If you swim out, even then, thousands of undead souls will spread all over this world, devouring everything like locusts. You just burned out the source of the son of Blight's divine power and detonated it. The huge energy shock shook the entire sea of the undead. Right now, about half of the undead in the sea of undead are ready to move, and they are about to pour out. When the undead rampage reaches its peak, the connecting channel will be opened, and countless secret treasures in the abyss will pass through the channel and come to this sea of undead. Among them, there will be that bright red sword. The secret treasure of the abyss will appear at any time, but I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on. Medea, let go of your divine shield and let me come. No, Medea shook her head. The moment I let go, these undead spirits will swarm up in an instant and devour us alive. Believe me. Yangqi stretched out his dragon claws and pulled Medea over, leaning into his arms. The dragon wings spread wide. Don't you still need to use your magic to get that bright red sword? We agreed to get the secret treasure of the abyss, and each of us will have half of the divine power in it. Okay. Medea nodded with difficulty, then I'll loosen the protective shield. Get ready. 3, 2. Medea screamed. 1. Then, the purple protective shield disappeared instantly, and the endless dead souls formed a huge black ball in the sky, like a dark planet that was running and roaring violently. In the middle of the black ball are Yangqi and Medea. Roar! Yangqi opened the dragon's mouth, and in the source of divine power, the world tree shone wildly, and the power of wind condensed in the dragon's throat, roaring out the dragon's roar. My strength has improved a lot without knowing it. Yangqi's heart moved, because this dragon roar actually contained 500 sounds, instead of the previous 100. The strong sound waves turned into entities, and then turned into 500 transparent shock waves, whizzing away in all directions with Yangqi as the center. Boom! In an instant, the hundreds of millions of dead souls surrounding Yangqi were all blown away. They all screamed and turned into ashes. The ashes did not even fall into the sea of the dead, but disappeared when they fell. The undead leave no trace after death. DeLong, you are so strong. Medea opened her eyes wide and stared at Yangqi with a hint of uneasiness. Why did you fall into a deep sleep just after killing the son of Blight? You completed your evolution in your sleep, and you are now stronger than it was much stronger before. Yangqi had no explanation, because the next huge wave of undead charges towards Yangqi again. Quote exclamation mark. Roar! Yangqi looked up to the sky and screamed, erupting with a huge roar. In the dark and boiling sea of death, Yangqi's scales burst into bright green mist, covering the sky and the sun, and a huge circle shone above his head. The rainbow light spreads out, the dragon's wings spread wide, and its posture is so majestic and gorgeous that it shocks people's hearts. Chapter 41. Medea also opened her eyes wide, raised her head blankly, and looked at Yangqi. Look at my strongest move. How powerful is it? Facing the next wave of undead, Yangqi mobilized the divine power in his body. From the source of divine power, the world tree began to shine crazily. Yangqi opened the dragon's mouth, and an extremely bright light suddenly spurted out. The green light surged toward the distance like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the world became extremely verdant, with a huge green and breath of life surrounding this sea of death. This is the place where the meaning of death is the strongest and the meaning of life is the least. The surging green color illuminated the entire dark sky. In the tide of light, countless phantoms of flowers and beautiful grass appeared. Incomparable vitality and breath of life burst out, surrounding 100,000 kilometers. Boom! The source of Yangqi's magical power is revealed. All living beings and dead souls within a radius of 100,000 kilometers looked up and saw an extremely huge tree appearing in the sky in the distance. It seemed to have come from eons ago, the world tree. But it only lasted for a moment, and the phantom of the world tree disappeared. Then, the huge light wave spit out by Yangqi was implanted with huge power by the world tree, soaring to tens of thousands of meters wide, suddenly accelerating and brushing, sweeping across the entire sea of death. Yangqi's first dragon roar, with one sound, the sound wave killed hundreds of millions of dead souls. And this wave of light can kill no less than 1 billion undead. Medea's face was reflected in a green color. She stared at the tide of light sweeping across the sea of the dead and couldn't help but be stunned. My mother of gods, what kind of dragon did I encounter? Countless undead souls burned in the light tide, and they erupted into endless screams. In an instant, 1 billion undead souls screamed together in the sky and earth, turned into ashes, and then countless phantoms erupted on the spot. During the heavy rain, a bird stood on the top of a tree. Under the tree, there was a green snake, slowly swimming away. Suddenly, the snake burst out and bit the bird. Under the scorching sun, a young Suzuka faced a tall cliff and screamed. It stared at the cliff, then charged forward and jumped up. On a sunny afternoon, in the large arena, a centaur gladiator was holding a giant axe, blood flowing freely, and the blood covered his eyes. He clenched the weapon in his hand and stared at his opponent. Then, the opponent waved the steel knife in his hand, and a cold light rose in front of him. The memories of 1 billion living beings before they died unexpectedly burst out together, like countless stars shining in the dark universe, illuminating the entire sea of the dead. Close your eyes, Medea screamed, and she flew to Yangqi's side, covering her eyes with one hand and Yangqi's left eye with the other. Hurry up. The huge light reaches its limit and rushes straight in. Yangqi closed his dragon eyes, but even so, a huge light was still shining in front of his eyelids. What's going on? Yangqi roared, "Why are the memories of these dead souls bursting out?" Medea screamed, "I don't know. Maybe it was caused by the green light wave you spit out. They have been living in a state of death for a long time. Suddenly they were hit by your green light wave, and they felt the power of life that they had not experienced in a long time. That power inspired their memories of life. The memories of a billion undead souls shine brightly in the sky above the sea of undead." Quote, "Oh my god. How could this happen?" Suddenly, Yangqi heard Medea's voice, and there was a trace of despair in the voice. "What's wrong?" Medea's divine voice trembled. "I felt it. I didn't dare to open my eyes, but the bright red sword floated up from the abyss. I felt it." Buzz. Yangqi also felt an extremely powerful divine power rising from the sea of the dead, but he did not dare to open his eyes before the huge light. "Let's go again after the memories of these undead souls dissipate and the light goes out." "No." Medea's divine voice was full of unwillingness and anxiety. "The memory of the dead will shine for several hours. The abyss secret treasure will only exist for 15 minutes, and soon, the connecting channel will be closed, and the secret treasure will return to the abyss. We have to start now." Medea screamed. "Start now. Do you want to use magic to seize the secret treasure?" Medea's divine voice didn't know whether it was trembling with fear or excitement. "Yes. I need to open my eyes." Yangqi closed his eyes and looked at himself. After spitting out the green light tide, the world tree had become dim and could not be activated again. But the power of the blue, black and crimson flames still exists and can be mobilized. Yangqi roared angrily, "Open your eyes. Won't this intense light blind you? I can mobilize the power of fire to form a shield to protect your eyes." "No need," Medea said softly. "This magic is called looking into despair. I have to open my eyes and look directly at the thing that scares me before I can use it and take away the treasure." She smiled. "I had planned to summon a false apparition of Hecate. She has always terrified me. There's no need for that now. I can just stare directly at that terrifying light." Boom. Suddenly, a turbid and dirty sea of blood filled with white foam appeared behind Medea. The purple lighthouse appeared more tilted and dilapidated than before. The motto of the night, "In the name of Nyx, the blood of the night, be my spear and my shield." Despair and fear show their fangs, the source of hardship and the source of magic. Medea chanted a spell, clenched the staff in her hand, and suddenly her whole body erupted with amazing divine power. Medea's divine power suddenly increased a lot in an instant. Yangqi thought to himself. He reluctantly opened his eyes, and severe pain hit him. He looked towards the sea of the dead, and sure enough, in the vast, dark and deep sea of the dead, there is a bright red shadow, floating on the surface of the sea, bursting out with strong divine power, and the divine power turns into a huge red light pillar, soaring straight into the sky. Yangqi turned his head and looked at Medea, only to see that Medea's face was so pale that it was almost transparent, her hair was dancing in the air, and she closed her eyes tightly. Then, she bit her lip and opened her eyes hard. Ah! The moment she opened her eyes, tears suddenly flowed out of them. She screamed, and blood flowed from her eyes. The source of Medea's divine power, the huge purple lighthouse once again burst out with powerful divine power, reflecting thousands of purple beams of light, converging towards the sea of the dead, turning into a cage, covering the bright red sword. The sword seemed to have a spirit. It felt a cage falling from the sky, erupted with an astonishing roar, and pierced the purple cage of divine power. Poof! Medea spat out a mouthful of divine blood, and from the source of divine power behind her, the purple lighthouse erupted with a huge roar, shook violently, and scattered countless rubbles. Ah! Suddenly, Medea's face showed a ferocious look. She stared fiercely, and suddenly her whole eye sockets burst out with intense light. It was her eyeballs that were burning. Huge purple light burst out from the lighthouse again, and the purple divine power cage suddenly descended, about to catch the bright red sword. Just when the divine power cage was about to clasp the sword, suddenly a fleshy ball covered with gorgeous wings and a shadow appeared, rushing directly towards the sea of the dead. Big dragon, it's now. The king of morning birds and the king of shadow insects want to take away the sword. Kill them, Medea roared fiercely. Yangqi opened his eyes again, and suddenly the extremely hot temperature was burning in his eyes. He looked towards the sea, and sure enough he saw the king of morning birds and the king of shadow insects, flying towards the sword crazily. Yangqi closed his eyes in a hurry, thinking, I just opened my eyes for a moment, and the pain was unbearable, but Medea can actually keep her eyes open. In the source of divine power, the world tree is gloomy and dim, but the leaves are still bright, crimson and blue-black flames rise from the belly, and huge spiral flames spurt out from Yangqi's mouth. Boom! The huge spiral flame swept towards the sea of the dead, hitting the morning bird first and piercing it directly. It burst into a scream, as if 1,000 people were crying together, and all the wings around it suddenly began to burn and turned into ashes. Then the spiral flame hit the shadow insect king. It shuddered and was knocked away by Yangqi. Then it was covered by a huge flame beam and turned into ashes. Come here. Medea stretched out her arm, grabbed the void with her thin and pale hands, and pulled back. Suddenly, the purple cage erupted with a roaring sound and flew towards Medea. In the cage is the bright red sword. The cage roared and came to Medea's side in an instant, shattering into countless purple fragments and falling into the sea. Click! Medea grabbed the bright red sword and pulled it out fiercely. Suddenly the blood boiled and her face turned red. Her eye sockets were black and her eyeballs had been burned to ashes. She looked terrifying and ferocious. The sword seemed to be made of boiling blood, constantly vibrating, bursting out with amazing divine power. Quiet! Medea gritted her teeth, held the sword tightly, and struck at the memory of her life that was still shining in the distance. Boom! The bright red sword erupted with a sword shadow of 100,000 meters wide, and struck hard on the sea of the dead. The sea water churned violently and was cut in half in an instant. You could even see the dark bottom of the sea. All the shining memories of life floating in the sky were shattered and turned into bright golden fragments, falling into the sea of the dead like a golden rain. The red light of this sword penetrated the entire sea of the dead souls, and countless boiling and rampaging souls were washed away and turned into ashes. Boom! Golden memory fragments continued to fall into the sea of the dead souls, and the remaining dead souls were cut into the sky by Medea's sword. The dark sea was churning quietly, and the dark night sky seemed extremely empty. Everything fell silent. Ha! Dot ha! Dot ha! Medea held the sword tightly and breathed heavily. Ha 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 ha! Her dark eyes stared at the sea of the dead. Big dragon, your dragon's roar kills hundreds of millions of dead souls, the light tide kills billions of dead souls, and this sword can kill hundreds of millions of dead souls with one sword. 1 billion dead souls. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. With this sword. Medea lowered her head and stroked the sword, her hands shaking violently. It is indeed a divine object, a sword from the body of Tartarus, the super ancient god, the god of the abyss. Yangqi stared at the sword. The sword struggled violently in Medea's hands, like boiling bloody flames that kept erupting. There was a roaring sound. Yangqi asked, "What are you going to use it for?" "It's really great. My purple lighthouse will sink completely soon. In the meantime, if there is no replacement, the source of my divine power will completely collapse and I will fall from a god to a mortal." "It's great." Medea clenched the sword in her hand. "Maybe I can use it to cut off the unknown thing that seals the source of my divine power, or even directly replace the lighthouse." She raised her head and stared at Yangqi with her dark eyes. "DeLong, don't worry. I will give you half of the divine power in this sword. Please let me keep it temporarily." "It's up to you." Yangqi nodded. Woof! The two-headed dog from the underworld suddenly barked, and it kept lying on Medea's shoulder. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Medea looked horrified and looked towards the horizon. She looked at the horizon carefully, and suddenly there were beads of sweat falling from her forehead. "My goddess, he is here." Yangqi asked. "What's wrong?" "There." Medea's dark and empty eyes stared into the distance. In the distance, countless black mist suddenly rose out of thin air. The black mist was like violent dark clouds, boiling on the horizon. Well, suddenly, several lines of black blood flowed out of Medea's eyes, and the black blood dripped down her face. She shook her body feebly, and was about to fall into the sea of the dead. "Medea, what's wrong with you?" Yangqi wrapped Medea with the dragon's tail. She closed her eyes tightly, and her pale and thin face was even a little transparent. "No, it's okay," Medea said softly, "I just want to eat something." Poof! Suddenly, Medea spurted a mouthful of divine blood. Her whole body trembled violently, and countless thin black lines surged along her chin and onto her face. Quote exclamation mark quote. Yang Qi's heart moved. He had just seen this divine power. It meant death. It is the divine power summoned by the son of Blight before, but this divine power is much more terrifying and profound, pointing directly to the origin of death. Yang Qi suddenly stared at the horizon in the distance, where black clouds were boiling, and a desperate intention that was countless times more terrifying burst out from there. Yang Qi felt extremely dangerous. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Qi's wings lit up with flames 10,000 meters high, and he was about to take off and escape from here. Wait, don't move. Medea's hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed Yang Qi's dragon wings. It's impossible for us to escape. Her divine voice was weak, and she gritted her teeth. We can only face him. Haha, fortunately, I still have a relationship with him. She took out a bottle from her arms, bit off the stopper, and poured it directly into her mouth. After a moment, Medea raised her head. She wiped her mouth. The dense black lines on her face gradually receded, and she gradually regained her energy. Her face was a little gloomy. DeLong. Trust me, don't say anything, let me do it. Medea blinked, and suddenly her expression changed, revealing a bright smile. She broke free from Yang Qi's dragon tail, purple light erupted from her body, and she leapt towards the black mist in the air. Then, in the black mist, a young god appeared. Great Lord Thanatos, may your existence be as eternal as your death. Medea bowed with a smile on her face. Thanatos. Yang Qi's heart moved. He is the god of death in the underworld who is in charge of the power of death. He is the twin brother of Hypnos, the god of sleep. In an instant, Yang Qi understood what Medea meant. Thanatos, the god of death, is also the descendant of Nyx, the goddess of night, and has the blood of night in his body that is different from the Gaia god system. The goddess of night gave birth to many sons of gods. Among them are the twin gods, Thanatos, the god of death, and Hypnos, the god of sleep, as well as the three-phase goddess Hecate. Medea is the son of the god Hecate, so in terms of blood, Thanatos is Medea's uncle. Yeah, Thanatos stepped out of the black cloud. He has a sickly appearance, with dark eyes and pure white pupils. He was thin and his skin was as pale as ashes. Her short black hair was dancing in the air. The upper body is naked, and the lower body is wearing a black battle suit. There is a pair of huge pure black wings behind him. The wings are spread out and are 1,000 meters wide. He holds a black sickle in his hand. Lord Thanatos, are you also interested in this secret treasure of the abyss? I thought that with your wealth and wisdom, the treasures from the abyss were not worth mentioning to you. Hey, Thanatos rolled his white eyes and looked at Medea. There seemed to be no emotion in his voice. Brush, the bright red sword in Medea's hand instantly fell from her hands and fell into the hands of Thanatos. Medea's pupils trembled, then a smile appeared on her face and she remained motionless. Thanatos drew his sword and took a look. The boiling blood of giants, combined with their unyielding will, is a sword naturally formed in the abyss. This useless waste is worth your efforts to grab. Thanatos threw the sword back to Medea, who held it tightly in his arms. Medea said, the god of death is powerful and revered. To you, these artifacts are like mud on the ground, but to me they are bright gold. Thanatos' white pupils stared at Medea. Medea, your source of divine power has collapsed again. Your tilted magic lighthouse will probably sink into the sea soon. Medea bit her lip and said nothing. The dragon killed my servant. Is it your mount? Tuscany raised the sickle in his hand. It offends me, and it offends death. Its soul will suffer from the cold wind in the underworld for tens of thousands of years. Boom! A huge will of death exploded from the scythe in Thanatos' hand. In an instant, an extremely terrifying will of death emerged in Yang Qi's heart. Yang Qi felt as if he was a helpless young bird in the heavy rain, and amidst the symphony of thunder and lightning, a dark and greedy snake appeared in the bird's nest. Go up, look at yourself greedily, and open your bloody mouth. PFF'd. Dragon blood spurted out from Yang Qi's mouth, and the dragon's blood spread all over the sea of the dead, forming a huge red crystal gem, floating on the sea surface, reflecting a coquettish red light. All the dragon's scales around him made a clicking sound, and a strong green mist erupted, resisting the death wish. Boom! Thanatos raised the scythe in his hand, and the will of death turned into countless black light pillars, soaring straight into the sky, condensing into a huge black sky, and suppressing Yang Qi. Click! Yang Qi felt that his keel was about to be crushed by the black sky. This terrifying divine power is completely beyond Yangqi's imagination. This is the true god of Olympus, indeed. His power is so terrifying that it cannot be compared to the sons of Blight and Triton. No wonder Medea once said that Triton is one of the weakest gods in Olympus. Yangqi seemed to have seen the scene where his keel was crushed and his flesh and blood were scattered all over the sea. Suddenly, extremely ferocious, murderous intent and violent energy burst out. He himself didn't know why. Maybe when fear was pushed to the limit, it would turn into rage, or maybe it was the nature of dragons. A huge world tree appeared behind him, and the world tree burst out with bright light and merged into the dragon's mouth. In the middle, Yangqi opened his mouth and spit out a wave of green light towards the suppressing sky. Boom! The 10,000-meter wave of light surged upwards and actually withstood the suppression of the sky. The dark sky paused and erupted with a shocking roar. What? Thanatos's expression changed, and brilliance burst out from his pale pupils, and he glanced at Yangqi. Demigod. How can a demigod? Thanatos is the 7th level of the upper god, and Yangqi has just been promoted to demigod, and there is a gap of 2 major levels in between. Roar, roar. Yangqi roared crazily, his eyes blood red. Like a mad dog, Thanatos's face was livid, and his divine power was condensed from the scythe. He was about to slash it with the scythe. With this blow, Yangqi had no chance of surviving and would definitely die. Please forgive me, Lord Tuscany. Medea grabbed Thanatos's sharp scythe, and blood flowed from her palm. It is my mount. I did not discipline it well. It is my responsibility. Medea tried her best to hold back the pain. Please spare it in the name of my mother Hecate. Don't mention that name again. Suddenly, Thanatos turned his head, and his pale pupils turned into huge maggots with a meaning of death, stretched out from the pupils, opened their terrifying mouthparts, and spoke to screamed Medea. That's a forbidden name. Yes, yes. Medea's face showed despair and fear. She was shaking all over, but her hand was still holding the sickle firmly. Medea, it is precisely because that forbidden name is my sister and you are her daughter that you can maintain your face in front of me. Otherwise, your head would have been in a different place, and your body would have been bitten by countless flies of death. Medea will always remember Lord Thanatos' reputation and kindness to me. Medea suppressed her fear and despair and still held on to his scythe. Please forgive me for my offense. You only need a thought in your heart to change Medea's fate. Medea was full of pleading, please have mercy. Please show me some mercy. Thanatos sighed as he stared at Medea's dark and empty eyes, her messy clothes, and the bloodstains on her face. The anger on his face faded. I don't know what you would do if Hecke, if she was still here. Maybe you won't be so crazy. At least I won't go to great lengths for such a low-level artifact. Lord Thanatos, thank you for your mercy. Medea's face showed joy. She let go of her hand and bowed. You have to cherish yourself. Other than that, I can't help you much. Thanatos turned his head and looked at Yangqi in the distance. He waved his sickle, and the black sky suddenly disappeared. Plop! The moment the sky disappeared, Yangqi could no longer hold on and fell into the sea. The green light spouting from the mouth disappeared, and the world tree in the source of divine power became extremely dim, almost withered. DeLong, are you okay? Medea looked anxious. He's fine, Thanatos said slowly. Is it really your mount? Its divine power is far greater than yours, and I feel that there is an unusual divine power in it, as if it does not come from this world. Yes, it is my mount. Thanatos was silent for a moment. In the source of that dragon's divine power, there is the phantom of the world tree. That is the source of divine power from ancient times, the origin of heaven, the origin of earth, and the divine power of life that is the fusion of the two. Although still very weak, the wings behind Thanatos flapped and he sighed. Medea, you have too many secrets, I won't ask any more. But you must cherish yourself. I can faintly see the threads of your fate. They are dark and chaotic, emitting a roaring sound, which is extremely terrifying. Yes, well, now, Thanatos raised the scythe in his hand, you can understand. Medea nodded, yes. Poof, the scythe blade pierced Medea's collarbone. Medea looked pained. The divine blood flowed out, and she clenched her teeth tightly, motionless. Poof, Thanatos's scythe pierced the collarbone hard and penetrated several inches. Medea's face turned pale and her divine body swayed without making a sound. This is what I have to do. Because if I don't do this, I can't explain it to Lord Hades. Yes. Medea lowered her head and her hair fell down. Thanatos pulled out the scythe. This is your punishment. Your wounds will be bitten by the flies of death for 1,000 years. Yes. Thank you for your kindness. Countless black maggots appeared on Medea's white collarbone. They opened their mouths and continued to eat the flesh. Since your mount killed the son of Blight, you will be the lord of the Blight Garden from now on. Take your responsibility. Don't let Lord Hades and Queen Hades down. Yes. Medea's divine body trembled slightly and she answered slowly. Thanatos sighed softly. He stared at Medea, then turned away, his wings flapping behind him, and left. His figure disappeared into the horizon. Medea stared at Thanatos' figure with open eyes, and suddenly her body trembled. Big dragon. She covered her wound and looked hurriedly into the sea. In the gloomy and dark sea of the dead, there is a dim green light flickering. Are you okay? Purple light erupted from Medea's body and rushed into the sea. Plop! The divine light around Medea illuminated the dark sea of the undead. The undead in the sea were almost completely wiped out, with only a few scattered ones swimming around Medea, like curious fish. Under the sea, a huge dragon is lying down. Big dragon. Medea hurriedly flew forward and came to Yangqi's side. I'm fine. Yangqi was lying on the bottom of the sea, raising his eyelids. Ha 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 ha. Great, great, Medea cried with joy. She hugged the huge dragon head and kept shaking it. The two-headed hell dog on his shoulder also barked excitedly. After a while, Medea raised her head, with tears streaming down her face. DeLong, what's wrong with you? Are you so unhappy? Yangqi was not unhappy, but felt strange. Just now, Thanatos, the god of death, raised the scythe in his hand, and his will of death turned into a huge sky curtain, suppressing it with extreme cruelty. But after Yangqi fell into the sea, Thanatos' desperate will turned into gentle divine power, supporting himself and preventing him from falling heavily to the bottom of the sea. He was even slowly healing his wounds. What on earth does he want to do? Is it because of Medea? Was he acting, but he didn't actually want to kill himself? The story in his memory emerged in his mind, and Yangqi seemed to understand it somewhat. That is the divine bloodline of Olympus. The great mother goddess Chaos gave birth to Tartarus, the god of the abyss, Gaia, the earth mother, and Nyx, the goddess of the night. Tartarus is the body of the abyss. Since his birth, he has lurked under the underworld and has almost no activity anymore. The earth mother Gaia gave birth to many gods, and her most outstanding offspring are the god King Zeus, the sea god Poseidon, Hades, the king of Hades, and the goddess Hera. The descendants of the Earth Mother Gaia occupy almost all positions in the current Olympus court and control the highest authority. As for Nyx, the goddess of the night, although her descendants are still powerful, they do not have much power. Thanatos is such an excellent god and controls the power of death, yet he still succumbs to Hades. Hecate made a huge contribution in the Titanic War when Zeus seized the throne of God King, but now she is nowhere to be seen. This is the wave lurking behind the court of Olympus. Gaia's Titan bloodline and Nyx's Night bloodline, although they come from the same branch, are secretly full of contradictions. Thanatos was controlled by the Olympus divine court, so he had to express something, but deep down in his heart, he was probably full of care for Medea and all the gods with the blood of the night. There is great anger even against the Olympus gods. It's just politics. Yangqi shook his head. But what makes Yangqi strange the most is this. He understood that Thanatos' action was not out of his heart. He had no murderous intention towards him and was full of care for Medea. What he did just now was acting. However, Yangqi still couldn't control it, and murderous intent surged out of his heart like a volcano erupting. He didn't want to forgive Thanatos at all. Because he had taken action against him, no matter what the reason was, he wanted to bite Thanatos into minced flesh and swallow him in his belly. What is this? I'm afraid, it's the dragon's soul again. Yangqi shook his head crazily. Dragons hold grudges the most. Even if there is only a little bit of hatred, they will always remember it and find opportunities to retaliate at any time. Human beings and things happen for a reason are not things that dragons would consider at all. Yangqi felt that even though he tried his best to maintain his human nature, he was becoming more and more like a dragon. After losing my humanity, am I still not myself? Yangqi remembered a science fiction novel he had read before his death. In the future world, there is a very convenient mode of transportation. Human beings only need to enter the teleporter to be instantly teleported to another planet. Then the protagonist discovers the secret of the teleporter. In fact, the teleporter does not transfer people there, but directly destroys the person at the starting point and creates a new copy of the person at the end point. After the teleportation, is he still the same person? Is I still myself after losing my humanity? Yangqi couldn't understand. DeLong, what's wrong with you? Medea's divine voice interrupted Yangqi from his thoughts. It's okay, Yangqi said with a dark face and flapped his wings. Let's get out of here quickly. Yeah, let's talk about it after we get back. Boom. The source of divine power appeared behind Medea. The lighthouse had almost completely sunk, with only the slight tip of the tower exposed above the dirty sea of blood. She took out the bright red sword and took a bite like a piece of meat. Immediately, blood rained down from the source of divine power, and divine power suddenly exploded. Let's go. Medea clenched her staff, summoned the large portal, and entered it with Yangqi. Far away in the underworld, the garden of pale flowers. Boom. Countless purple-red stripes of divine power suddenly appeared in the sky, and they formed a portal. Medea and Yangqi emerged from it and landed on the ground. Medea breathed out softly. Her eye sockets were dark, and her eyeballs had been burned out. His face was covered in blood, his clothes were in tatters, and there were countless black maggots on his collarbone, biting his flesh and blood. In his hand was a sword that erupted with intense red divine light. Elder sister. A gentle divine voice sounded, and a god came from a distance. It was Cersei. Sister. Medea looked at Cersei, motionless. Sister, where have you been? Why were you so seriously injured? Cersei looked shocked when she saw Medea. She flew to Medea's side, her red hair fluttering, and wiped away the blood on her face. Medea sniffed, and she smelled a strong burning smell coming from Cersei. Medea's face darkened. How long did your thunder shackles last? Cersei was stunned for a moment. It didn't take long. Don't lie to me. Suddenly, Medea's face turned gloomy and she breathed violently. She flicked Cersei's hair away and said, "Get out." Her face turned livid. I'm going to the Three Phases Temple. A strong light burst out from her body and she flew away. Cersei looked at Medea's disappearing back and smiled. She turned her head and looked at Yangqi, who was lying aside. Thank you, you brought her back as promised. Just come back. Cersei came to Yangqi. Please allow me to prepare another pot of divine duty for you. Should I be a human or a dragon? If I were to be a human being, how should I be? Yangqi didn't even notice what happened to Medea and Cersei just now. He kept thinking about this topic over and over in his mind. A powerful dragon. Yangqi suddenly woke up and saw Cersei right in front of him. Please allow me to prepare another pot of divine duty for you. No, Yangqi shook his head. I have important things to solve. Yangqi fluttered his wings and took off, leaving here. Cersei looked at the direction Yangqi was leaving, with dazzling light flowing out of her eyes, and her pupils were like thousands of gems. If you're smart enough, don't come back, she said softly. The plan is about to begin. From an unknown place, a god is speaking. Yangqi flew thousands of miles away, dug up the soil with his dragon claws, dug out a deep cave, and entered it. It is extremely quiet here, without any living beings. The conversation with Medea sounded in my ears. In the Olympus god realm, after advancing to the main god level, a second soul will be awakened. 2 souls will bring 2 sources of divine power, 2 bodies, 2 names, everything. This is it, a double body. So, before advancing to the main god level, is it possible for a living creature to have 2 souls? Impossible. Even if it has 2 souls for very accidental reasons, the 2 souls will attack each other. In the end, only one will be left. ! Suddenly, Yangqi closed his eyes. My 2 souls, fighting each other. Today, I have to solve this problem. I can't delay it any longer. My 2 souls, where are they? How can I see a soul? Wait, I think I understand. Yangqi closed his dragon pupils and looked at himself. He thought back to the past, when the souls of others had clashed with the souls of dragons. Hate for Thanatos, a strong desire for divine power and treasure, and the killing intent that often breaks out. Yang-Chi desperately recalled the past, recalling those moments of soul conflict, every detail, every fragment. At that moment, Yang-Chi always felt very painful inside his body, as if it was burning. Yang-Chi wants to find the source of that pain. Once you find the source, you can find the place where the soul is. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Suddenly, Yang-Chi felt the temperature of his dragon body rising rapidly, and the familiar painful feeling of soul conflict erupted in his body. I found it. Yang-Chi felt that there were two white light spots in his body, sticking together, moving very fast, and piercing through the whole body in an instant. Are these two white spots of light my two souls? I want to catch them. Yang-Chi mobilized all the divine power around him, but this time, the divine power was not concentrated in the dragon's wings or dragon's throat, but in his own mind. My consciousness, caught up with my soul, saw my soul. Boom! Suddenly, Yang-Chi saw endless light. Where am I? The surrounding white fog was confusing, and there were only two light groups shining in the sky. Yang-Chi lowered his head, and he couldn't see his dragon claws, body, and tail. He seemed disembodied. I have no entity. I am. The two light groups were right in front of them, emitting familiar divine auras. Suddenly, Yang-Chi understood that he was now in the so-called soul room. This is the divine world of Olympus, where the souls of all living creatures reside. Before advancing to the level of Lord God, a living being can only have one soul. But Yang-Chi has two. Because he traveled from a distant place. One soul was extremely hot, obviously the soul of a dragon. One soul is dim, obviously a human soul. Now, it's time to make a choice. Quote. Yang-Chi stared at the two groups of light. There's no need to hesitate. Yang-Chi's mind controlled the fiery soul, the dragon soul, and continued to expand. Since my body is a dragon, then my soul must also become a dragon. Otherwise, the human soul and the dragon's body will conflict with each other, and sooner or later there will be problems. Dragons are cold, cruel, bloodthirsty, petty-minded, and have a morbid fascination with divine power and treasure. These features have pros and cons. But Yang-Chi feels that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. The dragon clan's pathological character of pursuing power and treasure is something that humans don't have. Great desire will bring great power of action. Therefore, the dragon clan is the apex of all ordinary creatures in the Olympus god realm. They crave power more than any other creature, so they will make efforts that other gods cannot. Moreover, dragons are very smart. It's just that they often don't like to use their brains, and are more accustomed to using violence to solve all problems. Since there are two souls, only one can be kept. Then, I want to keep the dragon's soul. Yang-Chi controls the dragon soul, which continues to expand and devour human souls. After an unknown amount of time, Yang-Chi woke up from his dream. He didn't know how much time had passed in the deep cave. Yang-Chi felt peaceful in his soul, and the pain of soul conflict would never appear again. Yang-Chi firmly believed that he was right in choosing dragon soul. But deep down, I still feel a little pity. It would be great if we could maintain two souls at the same time and let the two souls coexist peacefully. Unfortunately, it was useless. Well, it's time to leave. Before leaving, there is one more thing to do. Medea, the scarlet sword she owns is half as good as mine. Yang-Chi thought in his heart, she saved my life. I also saved her life. We're even. I don't owe her anything. I'll ask her for the half of the sword and leave here. You must never have anything to do with Medea again. Yang-Chi kept warning himself in his heart, she is a prisoner of Olympus. Hecate, who watches over her, is very powerful. If you have a deep relationship with Medea, you will only have endless troubles. At this moment, Yang-Chi heard a scream. Yang-Chi thought he was hallucinating. The scream was so shrill that Yang-Chi could hardly believe it was true. Who on earth would make such a tragic scream? Yang-Chi raised his ears and listened carefully. This scream seems to be Medea's. Help me. The scream was like crying blood. Save me, big dragon. Some time ago, late at night, in a distant place in the underworld, the Temple of the Three Phases. Next to the huge temple, there is an inconspicuous small palace, where Medea lives. At first glance, you won't notice anything strange, but if a powerful god investigates carefully, you will find that there are 3 layers of rune circles inside and outside the palace, which will reduce the fluctuation of divine power to a minimum. The palace is very simple. The floor was covered with a soft magic carpet, and there was an arcane chair, but nothing else. Medea is sitting on the arcane chair. All the scars on her body have been restored, her bright eyes have grown again, and her clothes are as clean as new. But there are still maggots gnawing on the collarbone. She held the 2-headed hellhound in her arms. The 2-headed hell dog stared at her blankly, wagging its tail. That stinking lizard, that big stupid dragon. Medea gritted her teeth and hugged the 2-headed hell dog tightly, almost suffocating it. Woof, woof, the 2-headed hell dog barked, seeming to understand what she said, but also seemed not to understand. Why didn't he come after me? He was lying there as if he were dead. Tell me, Artichoke. Medea let go of the 2-headed hell dog, held it in front of her, stared at it, and asked seriously. Woof woof, the 2-headed hell dog seemed to answer. You said he, like Cersei. Medea blinked. Or do you mean you hate me? Woof woof, it's useless to ask you. Medea sighed, and she put the 2-headed hell dog on the ground. The 2-headed hellhound kept running around Medea, wagging its tail. Artichoke must like Medea the most. If Medea runs away, Artichoke will definitely catch up. Medea had a smile on her face. Woof, the 2-headed hell dog seemed to agree. Hee hee. Medea took out 3 white stones from her arms, threw them up, caught them with the back of her hand, and looked at them carefully. After a while, that stupid dragon, it seems that it is confused by something, and its head is full of questions. Medea looked at the stone carefully, it seems to be related to the soul. I can't see clearly what it is. Would you like to help it? Suddenly, Medea shook her head with a wry smile on her face. My current source of divine power is fine if I don't burden him. I also help him. Medea put away the stones, and then her eyes suddenly became determined. A bright red sword appeared in her hand. The sword was boiling and bursting with amazing divine power. Boom! The source of divine power appeared behind Medea, and the dirty sea of blood was filled with white greasy foam. The lighthouse sank into the sea, leaving only the small spire, and the purple divine light was extremely dim. Medea pulled out the sword in her hand, and the divine power surged, blowing her clothes, and the red light reflected her face red. Crack! Medea took out a piece of Pluto's stone from her arms, took a big bite like an apple, bit it into pieces, and swallowed it into her belly. Divine power suddenly poured into the source of divine power, and the lighthouse burst into purple light. Woof! Woof! The 2-headed dog from hell circled around Medea crazily, its tail wagging as it stared at the magical gem in her hand. No, Artichoke. Medea shook her head, I've fed you several times. If the creatures outside knew that I fed you with the Pluto stone, I don't know how surprised they would be. Woo! The 2-headed hell dog seemed to understand and showed a sad expression. Quiet, Artichoke, Medea said softly, if you can succeed, I will feed you the sacred stone in the future. Woo! The 2-headed hell dog replied. Hee hee, go aside and don't disturb me. Ah! The 2-headed hell dog walked obediently to the distance, lay there, and stared at Medea. In the name of the night. Medea swallowed all the sacred stones into her mouth. Boom! Suddenly, the sword in Medea's hand began to tremble violently, and it turned into a rolling stream of bright red, surrounding her body like a cocoon. Medea closed her eyes and she entered the source of divine power. She appeared above that dirty, oily sea. The divine power of the sword turned into a red rain of blood, which fell from the source of Medea's divine power. Replace the source of your own divine power and escape from death. Replace it, or cut off the chains that bind the source of my divine power. Medea stared at the source of her divine power, her hair and clothes stained by the rain of blood. Boom! Suddenly, the dirty sea of blood in the source of divine power split into 2, revealing a huge seabed. The purple magic tower sank deeply into the seabed, with 4 golden thunder chains tightly tied to it. Boom! Suddenly, the 4 chains exerted force, the golden thunder vibrated, and they pulled down hard. The magic tower erupted with an astonishing roar, and it collapsed several meters downward again. Ah! Medea's whole body trembled. She covered her mouth with her hands and spit out divine blood. She opened her thin palms and took a look. The divine blood was purple-red in color and kept jumping in her palms, cheers erupted, and there were faint fluctuations of divine power all around. Zishui has also appeared. I have to hurry up. Medea filled her mouth with purple divine blood, and her eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Then, in the source of divine power, the dirty sea, together with the blood rain in the sky, turned into countless blood droplets. In an instant, it was as if the heaven and earth were also occupied by blood droplets. They roared and merged into the palm of Medea's hand. Countless blood drops were spinning and vibrating crazily in her palm, condensing into a dark blood ball. Come on, Olympus, and my fate. Medea's hair was wet, covering her eyes, and suddenly her expression became extremely ferocious. Boom! The divine power was concentrated on her right arm. The muscles of her right arm suddenly swelled and became extremely thick. The divine power rippled and the surrounding space began to vibrate. Not enough. Poof! Medea gritted her teeth. Countless wounds were opened on her right arm, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Countless purple beams of divine power emerged from the wounds. Those beams wrapped around her right arm. Suddenly, her right arm turned purple. Like a deep crystal, it bursts into dazzling light. Not enough. Medea roared, and the purple light suddenly changed, turning into 7-color light in an instant. 12 huge runic arrays appeared behind her, and the array began to fluctuate. Ah! Medea threw the crimson blood ball fiercely, and the blood ball roared and flew towards the golden chain. The blood ball burst out with amazing power and attacked the golden chain. Boom! A golden chain shook violently, shattered suddenly, and exploded into countless golden particles. The entire source of divine power began to shake. What? So simple. Medea was stunned. Her face did not show joy, but she was a little surprised. The blood ball drew an arc in the air and returned to the palm of her hand, as if it were alive, rolling and rolling. The remaining 3 golden chains bind the lighthouse and float in the seabed. Why is this? Medea was stunned for a moment, then her eyes turned cold and she gritted her teeth. This is what happened, there's no turning back. Medea's divine power exploded all over her body. She flipped her wrist, and her arm burst out with colorful divine light again. She threw the blood ball fiercely and slammed into the remaining 3 chains. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there were 3 violent metal roars, and the 3 chains shattered and turned into golden mist, floating around. Poof! Suddenly, as the chains shattered, Medea's whole body trembled violently, and purple divine blood flowed out of her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Woo! The divine blood was sprinkled into the ocean, turned into foam, and floated up and down with the fluctuations of the ocean currents. What? Medea was stunned and wiped it with her hand. She looked at the divine blood in her white hands. The divine blood turned into countless drops of blood and jumped in her hands. She showed an incredible look. My divine power has not recovered, but... She looked down and saw that all the chains were shattered, and the golden mist was floating on the seabed, like a dream. And the purple lighthouse erupted with a roaring sound and sank down again. Boom! Medea's divine body trembled violently, with a look of pain on her face. Her pupils instantly dilated to an incredible level, and her whole body's divine power suddenly dropped. What? The lighthouse shining with purple divine light was extremely dim, and then all the divine light disappeared, turning into pure gray. Then it plunged hard, completely submerging into the seabed, leaving only a deep and dark cave in its place. Medea was stunned on the spot, her pale face twitching, looking at everything in front of her in disbelief. After a long time, Medea murmured to herself, "It turns out I'm not a genius. Those 4 chains are not hindering me, but are forcibly raising the source of my divine power. It turns out that the divine power lighthouse was originally buried deep under the sea. It was this chain that forcibly pulled it out. The moment the chain disappeared, my beacon of divine power completely disappeared." Boom! A roaring sound erupted from the dark cave, and the entire source of divine power was shaking. Suddenly, beads of sweat covered Medea's face, and her whole body began to tremble. In the cave, extremely ominous divine power surged out, and Medea felt like her heart was pierced by a knife, and she was extremely uncomfortable. Why? They didn't destroy the source of my divine power, but instead forcibly raised it. Bang, 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 Medea's heart was beating violently. She landed on the seabed and looked into the dark and deep cave. She shuddered and lay down, looking down. In the deep cave, there are countless black threads dancing in the extremely dark place. They exude divine power that comes from eternity and from the distant shore, and is irresistible and irresistible. Threads of fate. Medea trembled. Her lips were so pale that the blood was almost invisible. She gradually saw that those black threads were actually connected to her divine body. This is the thread of my destiny. It determines the direction of the river's flow, the place where the sun rises, the fate of the God King and all living beings, luck and misfortune, life and death. It is woven by the three goddesses of fate and runs through thousands of creatures in the divine world. The thread of fate. I saw it. Shouldn't they be golden? Why are they black and so terrifying? Medea gently touched the thread of destiny that connected her divine body to the deep cave. Then she saw her fate. Mother Goddess. Oh my God. Suddenly, Medea fell to the ground, her face distorted, and she crawled backwards in fear, trying to escape from the dark cave. Is this my destiny? Is this my destiny? Yeah. Yeah. Medea's face was horribly distorted. She grabbed her hair, her eyes were blood red, and she burst into an astonishing scream. Is this my destiny? Yeah. Yeah. She didn't see the process, only her own fate. The darkness and terror were beyond her deepest imagination. Wait, I think I understand. Medea suddenly stopped, her pupils opened, she breathed air fiercely, and her hands tightly grasped the ground. Yes, that's it. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. So it's like this. So it's like this. Medea suddenly laughed wildly. Her hands gripped the ground hard, her white and thin fingers turned blue, and her fingertips were broken and leaked. Divine blood, extremely messy hair, and almost crazy eyes. Is this God's plan? Ha ha ha, that's it. Ha 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 ha. Medea laughed wildly. That's it. Ah, ah. Medea started screaming. Woof, woof. At this moment, the roar of the two-headed hell dog sounded, and the voice was full of urgency and uneasiness. Quote exclamation mark quote. Medea woke up from the source of her divine power. She returned to her temple. The ground was covered with purple divine blood. Ah, ha ha, ha. Medea gasped violently. She touched her face and was shocked all over. Don't. A slight amount of divine power condensed from Medea's palm, condensing into a bronze mirror. She raised it and looked into the mirror. The girl in the mirror has pale skin covered with black spots, as if she is starting to rot. The socket of her left eye is dark, with countless black lines surging in it, and her right eye is constantly flowing with purple divine blood. Ha ha, is this my true face? Pa Tower. Medea's hands shook violently, and the mirror fell to the ground, shattering. Woo, roar, woof. The two-headed hell dog ran over and jumped into Medea's arms. It stared at the palace door, bared its teeth and roared. Artichoke. So this is what I am like. Good boy Artichoke. Are you still willing to follow me? You are still willing to follow me. Yes, you are so good, you are so good. Tears flowed from her remaining left eye. She hugged the two-headed hell dog tightly, raised her head, and looked at the gate in front of the palace. Is this the last moment? Ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect it. It turns out that this is the last moment. Squeak yaw. The door of the palace was pushed open, and a goddess stepped in. She looked at Medea. She has 3 heads. The head on the left has a gloomy look like a poisonous snake, the head on the right shows an exaggerated and terrifying smile, and the face in the middle is gentle and calm. It was Hecate. Medea, the feast of divine dew has been prepared. Come and dine, Hecate said with a smile. It's already here, why are you still pretending? Medea gritted her teeth. Hecate looked surprised. Medea, what are you talking about? You know exactly what I said. Hecate shook her head, her face as gentle as water. Medea, are you unhappy? No matter what problem you have, you can tell me. Medea looked ferocious and roared. I have nothing to say to you. Get out. Quote. That gentle and peaceful face looked at Medea, and then, her head began to turn back. The second head turned to the front, her eyes were gloomy and cold, her eyes were blood red, her face was covered with thick green scales, and her bright red snake tongue stuck out. Her divine voice was undeniably cold and majestic. Medea, as the daughter of God and a priest of the temple of the 3 phases, you should respect your goddess, the god you worship. Your words and deeds have seriously offended the gods of Olympus, your goddess. Now, stand up and come out with me. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Medea's eyes were slightly crazy, and she laughed crazily. Have you finally revealed your true colors? This hypocritical show has been going on for so long, has it finally come to an end? Nearly all the creatures in the underworld know it. They all know it. Medea roared, how long will I continue to act with you? Hecate smiled. Stab. Terrifying golden light shone in the temple, and Medea saw that she was holding a thunder chain in her hand. Hecate fiercely pulled the chain on her hand, and with a bang, a goddess was dragged into the temple. She fell hard to the ground, and the golden chain was clasped around her neck. Her hands were also bound by golden chains, and there were several huge wounds on her wrists, dripping with blood, and some were blackened and carbonized. Ah! The goddess screamed and fell to the ground. It was Cersei. Sister. Medea's heart trembled. She wanted to pounce on her, but she didn't dare. She suddenly coughed violently, vomiting blood, and her face turned pale. Sister. Cersei raised her head. She smiled miserably. I've caused you trouble, but I really can't resist. Yeah. Suddenly, the chain around her neck erupted with dazzling golden light, and her whole body twitched violently, rolling on the ground. Oh my god! Oh my god! A line of clear tears flowed from Medea's eyes, and she stared at Cersei blankly. Cersei struggled desperately on the ground until the golden thunder stopped shining. Sister. Are you okay? Medea was trembling, almost unable to stand. After a moment, Cersei slowly raised her head. Her red hair withered and turned black. She smiled miserably. Sister, let's stop it. Stop resisting. It's meaningless. Maybe this is our destiny. What? Suddenly, Medea's expression turned ferocious. It's meaningless. Then what are we living for? Then what is the meaning of my long-term existence? Medea gritted her silver teeth and clucked. Have you been waiting for death since birth? When I was born, the source of my divine power shone throughout the underworld. The rose-gold sea rolled gently, and a huge lighthouse of divine power stood above it, towering into the sky, and then gradually crumbling from there. Ho! Medea breathed fiercely, as if she was out of breath. For a long time, restoring the source of my divine power and revenge on Olympus has been my goal, the only meaning of my existence. Now, it turns out that the source of my divine power was fake from the beginning. Is there no point in taking revenge on Olympus? Medea breathed violently, her face red and purple. Sister, if you insist on saying this, then we will no longer be sisters. Boom. The source of divine power appeared behind Medea, and the lighthouse had long since disappeared. The greasy and dirty sea of blood was like condensed grease, flowing slowly, exuding a rancid smell. Sister, I don't mean this. There is still a chance to turn back. Sister, please stop being willful and obey the rule of Olympus. Maybe we will get a decent ending. Please. Quote. Cersei raised her head, her face full of tears, and crawled over step by step. The thunder chains on her hands kept shining. Sister, we still have a chance to turn back. It's now. Don't fight anymore. No, stop. Medea clenched the wand in her hand, a faint light shining on it, and she screamed, don't come near me again. Close your eyes and look at the source of your divine power. Your divine power is not even as good as the weakest god of beasts. Are you still unwilling to obey the orders of your godmother? Hecate smiled, and she took a step. Taking a step forward, astonishing divine power erupted from his body. How long are you going to keep pretending? You are not my goddess at all. Medea's face turned pale, and she roared crazily, but was forced back step by Hecate's footsteps, and soon she was forced to the main hall corner. Medea, you are very disobedient and need discipline. Hecate smiled, her third head turned around, her eyes rolled outwards, her bright red tongue stuck out, and she showed an exaggerated and weird smile. Hecate raised the dark green dagger in her hand. Medea, your last chance to give yourself a decent ending. Help me, save me, save me. Medea was covered in chaff. She hugged the two-headed hell dog tightly in her arms and looked desperately at the attacking Hecate. Woof, woof, woof. The two-headed hell dog's eyes were blood red, and astonishing divine power erupted from its body. It barked crazily at Hecate, showing its sharp teeth. Who save me? Big dragon, save me. Medea said silently in her heart, and then she suddenly screamed, Big dragon, help me. Help me. I don't want to die here. The source of my divine power is shattered. My death is unclear and full of humiliation. Come on, save me. Save me. Boom. Then the world shone with endless green brilliance, and endless grass and flowers bloomed on the desolate land of the underworld. The force field of life vibrated in the air, and the green mist covered the sky and the sun. In the midst of the thousands of grand scenes, a magnificent dragon descended. Boom! The earth trembled, and his power was so great that it shattered Medea's palace, sending rubble flying. DeLong, you are here. Save me, save me. Medea looked ecstatic. She turned her head and wanted to run towards Yangqi. Suddenly, her whole body was shaken and she was stunned on the spot. DeLong. Why don't you move? Why are your eyes so cold? The dragon just stood there, motionless. What's wrong with you? DeLong, what's wrong with you? You don't want to talk to me anymore. Medea held the two-headed dog in her arms, her body swaying, with an incredible look on her face. You saved my life, and I saved yours. Yangqi said. There is no relationship between us anymore. I didn't come here because I heard your call, but you still haven't given me half of the bright red sword. Give me that half of the sword and I will leave. Yangqi looked around, feeling the essence of Hecate's divine power. The essence of her divine power was deeply hidden, but Yangqi still felt it. Indeed, her divine power was the power of thunder. She is the thunder partner created by Zeus. Hecate is very powerful, far more powerful than she is now. Fight her and you will die. Yangqi's intervention here would only offend Zeus. Offending the god king Zeus who rules this divine realm and possesses 72 million trillion thunders. It's right not to help her. I don't have to help her. Helping her will only get you into trouble. Yangqi stared at Medea silently. What? Medea stared blankly at the giant dragon in the distance. It's nothing to do with anything. What are you talking about? Didn't we just survive a life and death battle? We have gone through such a long journey. As a result, you ignored me. You ignored me. Medea screamed. Ha 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 ha. Is that winged lizard you raised ignoring you? Hecate laughed wildly. Medea, your life is really sad. You were abandoned by the mother of gods when you were a child. Your sister I took the blame for you and suffered so much pain, and even now I am still begging you not to go down that abyss. Your mother of gods abandoned you, and the mount you raised also abandoned you without mercy. Ha ha ha. Medea, who else has not abandoned you? I was not abandoned by my mother of gods. No. Medea turned around with a crazy look on her face. She pointed at Hecate. It's you. It's you and the Olympus divine court behind you. My goddess shed all her divine blood for Olympus, but she was treated unfairly because she was of the blood of the night and made you feel uneasy. She didn't abandon me. Hecate said darkly. Your eloquence, your sharp teeth and your clever tongue will bring you nothing but pain. Stab. Hecate tugged hard on the thunder chain and threw Cersei directly to Medea's side, kicking up countless dust. Ah! Medea screamed immediately. She saw that Cersei's face, eyes, ears, mouth and nose were covered with bloody wounds. It was shocking. It was as if a creature had stabbed her in the face with a dagger and then messed around wildly. Cersei's face was dripping with blood, ferocious and terrifying. She crawled to Medea's side, and her expression of extreme despair and pain turned into reality, condensing into countless black butterflies, flying around, and extremely ominous sounds of the dead sounded all around. Sister, that's it. There was no emotion in Cersei's divine voice, only numbness. Follow Hecate back and accept your fate. This is our destiny. No, don't come near me. Medea kicked Cersei hard on the face. I don't want it. Boom. Suddenly, a strong light shone in the sky and the earth, and divine power condensed from Hecate's hand to form a snake spear. Poof. Ah! Cersei screamed, and the huge snake spear pierced her back, pinning her directly to the ground. Her body was shaking violently, and she raised her head, with only fear and despair on her twisted face, looking at Medea. You have put your sister through so much pain. Do you want her to continue to suffer? Do you want her to die in front of you before you give up? Ha 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 ha. Hecate laughed wildly, condensing another snake spear in her hand and aiming it at Cersei. Mother of gods! Mother of gods! Mother of gods! A line of clear tears flowed from Medea's eyes. She hugged the two-headed hell dog in her arms tightly, turned her head and looked at Yangqi in the distance. He remained motionless. DeLong. Are you really ignoring me? Yangqi's heart moved, and his heart seemed to hurt like being pricked by a needle. However, Yangqi gritted his teeth and shook his head. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Medea hugged the two-headed hell dog, she shook her body and laughed miserably. As expected, you don't want to pay attention to me. Ha ha, the goddess is fake. My sister doesn't understand me. Even you. Ha ha ha. Woof. The two-headed hellhound barked and wagged its tail. Yes. And you, good artichoke. And you. Medea lowered her head and stroked the two-headed hell dog. The remaining pupils were as dark as eternal night, and suddenly a glimmer of light flashed out. Medea, your road to the abyss has come to an end. Hecate's body erupted with astonishing divine power. She held a dagger and slowly came forward. This is your last warning. Medea turned her head, her eyes became like thousands of icebergs, it's just one death. Boom. The source of divine power emerged behind Medea, and the sticky and dirty sea swept up foam. She raised the wand in her hand and moved forward. Suddenly, divine light overflowed in the night sky, and 10,000 portals appeared. The last divine power. In the source of Medea's divine power, the sea, which has become extremely dirty and sticky, begins to boil for the final time. She twisted her body and flew towards the portal in the air. Rotten leaves, even if they burn, what will happen? A cruel smile appeared on Hecate's face. She waved her hand lightly, and the dagger in her hand erupted into an endless whistling sound, piercing the air and attacking Medea. Poof, the dagger drew a green arc in the night sky, pierced Medea, and a bloody hole burst out in her body. Ha 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 ha. Hecate laughed wildly, turned around with the dagger, turned around, and burst out with a whistling sound, poof. He pierced Medea again, and divine blood gurgled from her abdomen. Medea's figure paused in the air, her face showed great pain, she clenched her silver teeth, didn't look back at all, and rushed towards the portal crazily. Ha 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 ha. Hecate laughed crazily. She raised her right arm, and the skin of her right arm suddenly began to squirm crazily. Her skin exploded, and countless poisonous snakes surged out of her flesh and blood. In an instant, a snake formed. The poisonous snake chain is thrown at Medea. Elder sister. Poof. Suddenly, the phantom of the source of divine power appeared again in the night sky. Above the dirty sea of blood, there was a rotten moon, covered with black spots. The spots suddenly expanded. In an instant, the bright moon was like a rotten ball of flesh, shining above the sea of blood. That is the source of Cersei's divine power. Strong divine power burst out from Cersei's body. She appeared beside Medea at some point and blocked the snake chain with her divine body. Sister. Medea opened her mouth, tears streaming down her eyes. What are you doing? What are you doing? Sister. I never understand. What are you doing? Why do you want to be the enemy of Olympus? We are weak, we can just bear our own destiny. Why do you have to go to the most difficult and painful place? I don't understand the path. Cersei's face was covered with huge wounds, dripping with blood, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Sister. I'm so annoying. I've always taken care of you. Shouldn't you take care of my sister? Ha ha. One last time, help you. A smile appeared on Cersei's twisted face. Cersei. Medea grabbed Cersei fiercely. Why did you come over? Why did you come over? There's no time. Cersei screamed. Give me your original scroll. I'll help you release it. Get out of here quickly. Hurry up. Cersei screamed frantically. It's too late. Medea shuddered. When she traveled to the god realm, she did get an original scroll, which contained extremely powerful ancient magic. However, once released, it would cause a violent explosion, and she would be unable to escape. She had planned that at the final moment, if she really couldn't survive, she would detonate the original scroll. Quick, I still have divine power. Give me the scroll. I will teleport to Hecate and detonate the scroll. You can take the opportunity to escape. Hurry. In an instant, countless thoughts circulated in Medea's heart. She had never felt so uncomfortable in her heart. Her heart seemed to be crushed, burned, and blown by the cold wind. She shed tears in pain. She had never felt so sad. Everything I experienced before was just a trivial matter. Sister, don't you still have unfinished ideals? Cersei screamed. Although I don't understand, you go ahead. Finish it for me. Quick. Medea nodded. Bang. Divine power emerged from Medea's fingertips, and a scroll from eternity appeared in her hand. She threw it to Cersei, and then the final divine power burst out from her body and rushed towards the portal in the air. The portal is getting closer and closer. Medea's heart is beating loudly. She will be safe if she enters it. Even though the source of his divine power has collapsed, as long as he is still alive, there is hope. As long as you can still live. Poof. Suddenly, Medea felt her body shaking. She felt severe pain that she had never experienced before erupting from her body. What happened? Medea saw 10,000 portals disappearing in front of her eyes. She lowered her head and saw that her chest was penetrated by poisonous snake chains. The poisonous snakes burst out with a wisp of sound, spread out in her body, and began to devour flesh and blood. This is. She looked along the chains and saw Cersei. At some point, all the wounds on her face disappeared. She smiled, and the snake chains erupted from her hands and pierced her chest. Cersei. Medea felt extremely dizzy in her head. Her eyes turned blood red, then turned black, and the sounds from the abyss of hell rang in her ears. Plop. Medea fell heavily to the ground, and she stared at the sky in confusion. Woof, woof, woof. The two-headed hell dog barked crazily around Medea. Tread, step. Hecate stepped forward, and beside her was Cersei. Woof. The two-headed hell dog burst out with an astonishing roar, its whole body ignited with blazing flames, and it bit towards Cersei. Poof. Cersei stretched out her hand, and snakes erupted from her flesh and blood, forming a snake sword and piercing the two-headed hell dog. Cersei smiled, and she shook and turned the two-headed hellhound on the serpent sword, and threw it at Medea's face. Quote. Medea slowly raised her hand. She hugged the two-headed hell dog and held it tightly in her arms. Woo! The two-headed hell dog screamed, its blood dripping continuously. Cersei raised her foot and stepped on Medea's face. Medea remained motionless, just holding the two-headed hell dog tightly. Medea. Cersei lowered her body, and her breath blew on Medea's face, as cold as the wind of the underworld. You didn't expect that the mother of gods is fake, and your sister, it's also fake, right? Hee. Cersei smiled, and she pinched Medea's neck fiercely. How stupid. Do you think you found out that the mother of gods is fake, and that's the end of it? So you let your guard down, right? You never thought that I was also a fake, right? Do you really think you were a genius? Ah, well. Medea couldn't say a word, she just stared at Cersei blankly. Ha 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 ha. Cersei laughed wildly. Little Medea, why don't you speak? Why don't you speak? Weren't you the most eloquent one before? Ha 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 ha. Poof. Suddenly, divine blood flowed from Medea's mouth and nose, and countless blood holes were opened in her palms, ankles, and all over her body. From the blood holes, densely packed venomous snakes and worms crawled out, opening their terrifying mouthparts, and devouring her, flesh and blood. Quote. Quote. Medea shook her head in pain and bit her lips. Her pale lips bled from biting them, but she didn't make a sound. Ha 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 ha. Does it hurt? Little Medea, does it hurt? Cersei strangled Medea's neck fiercely, and the original scroll appeared in her hand. Do you think you can rely on this to die a decent death? Stop dreaming. Cersei put her face against Medea's. You must be curious, why would we forcibly increase the source of your divine power? Of course it's to make you suffer even more. Your pain will turn into a constellation and rise to the sky, so that all living beings in the world can see what kind of consequences you will get if you disobey Olympus. Being a top genius and the wisest girl, isn't it cool? Ha ha ha. Watching the source of divine power fall day after day, is it exciting, right? How cool is it to find out that you are actually a waste? How cool is it to find out that everything you pursue and everything you know is fake? Hey. Medea just held the two-headed hell dog corpse in her hand tightly. She wanted to turn her head away from Cersei. Cersei stepped on Medea, grabbed her hair, pulled it up, and made her look into the distance. In the distance, the dragon was still watching him. Look at him. Ha. Medea shook her head and closed her eyes. Brush. The divine light flowed from Cersei's hand and turned into a sharp blade, delicately cutting off Medea's eyelids. Her eyes were filled with blood, and she had to look at the giant dragon in the distance. You are smart, right? Can you tell divination? Tell me, what can you see in that dragon's eyes? Explain. Quote. Medea was just smiling miserably. You're not talking, are you? Little Medea, do you think if you don't speak, you can get the last bit of dignity for you? This is the most honorable way for you to die. Are you still unwilling to submit? Cersei smiled, her hand turned into a snake sword and stabbed into the back of Medea's head. Say it, Cersei smiled, be good and say it. It doesn't matter if I die, as long as you don't cause trouble for him. Medea's face convulsed, and her mouth sounded like it was not her own voice. Ha 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 ha. Cersei laughed wildly. Cersei lowered her head and whispered in Medea's ear, by the way, there is another secret. In fact, you just guessed it, but you don't want to admit it, right? Quote. Medea nodded slightly, then shook her head. Ha 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 ha. Tell me, what is that secret? Tell me. Poisonous snakes jumped out of Cersei's eyes and mouth, and the poisonous snake opened its bloody mouth and roared crazily. Ha ha. Medea just smiled miserably. Poof. Cersei's snake sword pierced the back of Medea's head again, and her face turned pale to almost transparent, and then turned red again. Medea's face twitched. Artichoke, is also fake, right. Buzz. In Medea's arms, golden divine light flashed, and the corpse of the two-headed hell dog turned into 30 venomous snakes. Their tails were connected together, and the 30 snake heads looked at Medea together, making a slight cry from their mouths. Ha 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 ha. I finally let you guess it. You are so smart. Cersei laughed wildly. I guessed it but didn't dare to admit it. Is it because of loneliness? Is it because I'm afraid of being abandoned? Ha 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 ha. Poor little kid Medea, you are so miserable. Yes. Yes. I'm so miserable. Ha ha ha. Medea, so miserable, and lonely, afraid of being alone. I've guessed it a long time ago. I dare not admit it. Artichoke is also a fake, lied to myself, not lonely. Medea's screams echoed in her ears. She seemed to be talking about loneliness or something. I don't quite understand. Yangqi suddenly found that dragon tears were flowing out of his eyes, and a roaring divine sound erupted from the dragon tears, containing immense life force. What does Medea have to do with me? She was the enemy of Olympus, and her mother of the gods was a thorn in the flesh of Zeus. Her ridiculous and childish delusion to overthrow Olympus even used herself to actually kill the son of the ocean. There is no benefit in helping her at all. Helping her will only get you into more trouble. It is human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, and it is also the correct strategy. There is nothing to hesitate. But why are there tears in my eyes? Yangqi didn't understand. Did I do something wrong? I can't defeat Hecate at all. If I go up to save her, I will die. Even if she is really saved, so what? Zeus is the king of Olympus, and if Zeus is angered, where can he find his place in the Olympus world? I'm just an ordinary person who puts his own interests first. I am not a holy mother, nor am I a vicious person, I am just an ordinary person. This is my way of survival. I didn't do anything wrong, right? If I were a selfish person, I would definitely sit on the sidelines. Why should I get involved in something that has no benefit at all? If I were a rational person, I would definitely sit on the sidelines. Logic tells me not to act impulsively, otherwise it will only bring tragic consequences to myself. Even if I am a person with a sense of justice, I will definitely stand aside. Even if I want to help her, think about it, behind the other party are the forces of Olympus. They are unparalleled, why should they attack the stone with an egg? The other party was extremely powerful. I rushed to save her, but I just died there. Why should I save her? Only the stupidest, passionate, simple and brainless people, with some ridiculous sense of justice, hypocritical moral people, who don't care about the consequences at all, who don't care about death, will never look back. Go ahead. Am I that kind of person? I'm not that kind of person at all. I am so far away from that kind of person. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Yangqi laughed. Ha 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 ha. Yangqi laughed miserably. That's it. It turns out that being a cold and selfish person is really not cool at all. It's really uncool. Ha 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 ha. Yangqi's whole body was ignited with a 50,000-meter high green, black and crimson fire, and the huge phantom of the world tree shone behind him. He flapped his wings and took off. Click, click. Where Yangqi couldn't see, his soul was shining. That was his dragon soul, and his dragon soul swallowed up the human soul. But deep in that soul, something shines. Ha 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 ha. Yangqi swooped towards Medea in the distance. Boom. Yang-Chi landed, stirring up countless dust, and the earth shook violently. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. A shocked expression appeared on Hecate's face, and then the shocked expression passed away, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Hecate roared, "He wants to save Medea. Give her to me." In the flash of lightning, countless venomous snakes burst out from Cersei's hands, wrapping around Medea and throwing them to Hecate. Quote. Medea looked pale and stared at Yang-Chi expressionlessly. Hecate's divine voice was low and cold. "Stupid lizard. With your humble fighting power and inferior status as a god, you dare to challenge Olympus. You are about to taste what death feels like. I'll die if I die. I'll kill you, I'm telling you, I'll die if you die." Roar. Yang-Chi flapped his wings and rushed forward. Quote exclamation mark quote. Cersei's expression changed, and the skin on her forehead squirmed crazily. Countless snakes broke through the flesh and blood, bursting out with terrifying power and attacking Yang-Chi. Ha 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 ha. Yang-Chi opened his bloody dragon's mouth and bit into it without evading it at all. Poof. Suddenly Yang-Chi's dragon's mouth was penetrated, the dragon's blood was dripping, and Cersei's upper body was directly bitten off. Countless green venomous snakes surged out of her wound. Yeah, Yang-Chi could hear Cersei screaming in his dragon's mouth. With a click, Yang-Chi bit into pieces of Cersei's upper body. He could clearly hear the sound of her bones crushing, and then swallowed it in his mouth. Ferocious venom surged out from his belly along with divine power. Suddenly, countless holes in Yang Qilong's body began to relax and close, and countless dark green thick fog poured out. Ha 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 ha, it tastes really good. Ha 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 ha. Yang Qilong stretched out his claws and grabbed her lower body, which was almost composed of venomous snakes. He put it into his mouth again, chewed it up, and swallowed it into his belly. Stupid beasts of the wilderness. Divine light burst out in the distance, and the dark night sky of the underworld instantly brightened 1,000 times. Hecate floated in the air, and Medea was right behind her, entangled by countless snake chains. Hecate's hair was disheveled, her 3 heads were spinning crazily, and the source of divine power appeared behind her. Lizard, your arrogance ends here. You are about to see the real power from Olympus. Boom. A huge phantom appeared behind her, and it was a dark road. The extremely dark and deep road has countless forks, and there are dots of torches on both sides of the road. Challenging the majesty of Olympus is equivalent to death. In an instant, Hecate's body surged with divine power, and the dark road with endless forks suddenly lit up with countless lights, and the lights illuminated one of the roads. At the end of that road, a phantom appeared. In the phantom, it was Yang-Chi. His chest was pierced by a snake spear. Ha 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 ha. Hecate condensed a huge snake spear in her hand. No god can control the power of fate, but the path chosen by living beings almost determines their fate. As the goddess of roads, I know which road leads to your death. Lizard, when you embarked on this road, everything was already doomed. Ha 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 ha. Poof. Hecate's right arm began to expand, and suddenly, the head covered with snake scales, with blood-red eyes and a snake tongue sticking out, stopped in the middle. She screamed, shook her hand hard, and threw the spear in her hand. Yang-Chi's whole body erupted into flames that were 50,000 meters high, and he rushed towards Hecate. He did not even dodge the incoming spear. Poof. Yang-Chi's chest was directly pierced by the snake spear, and his figure paused in the air without slowing down. Boom. A huge green light appeared behind Yang-Chi. It was the phantom of the huge world tree. Yang-Chi spewed out countless green mist. Violent flames broke out in the mist, and the speed increased sharply again, attacking Hecate. Poof. In the blink of an eye, Yang-Chi's dragon teeth had bitten Hecate fiercely. Ha 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 ha. For some reason, Yang-Chi didn't want to spit out flames or waves of light at all. He felt his teeth were extremely itchy, so itchy that it made him a little crazy and a little excited. He wanted to bite something and feel the blood flowing between his teeth. With a click, the dragon's teeth bit off Hecate's snake head, chewed it up, and swallowed it into his belly. Then Yang Qilong opened his eyes slightly, and sure enough, the numbness in the mouth bursts out with strong heat and light, as if stars are being destroyed and reborn in the mouth. This is not the blood of darkness at all, nor the power of snakes, nor the power of the road, everything is a power forged by thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Hecate did not retreat. A green snake sword burst out from her hand and stabbed Yang-Chi crazily. Her second head, the head with an exaggerated and crazy smile, turned around and looked at Yang-Chi with a smile. Yang-Chi's green dragon scales erupted with violent flashes of light, and huge pain erupted from the dragon's body. Poof, poof. The dragon scales peeled off and shattered one after another, and Hecate stabbed bloody holes, revealing the dragon's flesh and blood. Ha 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 ha, it feels so good. It turns out that even being injured can feel so good. So this is what dragons are like. Dragons have always had a more brutal battle. The more fun they get from it, and the more flesh and blood they fight, the more they inspire fighting spirit in their hearts. Ha 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 ha. Yang-Chi laughed wildly. He swallowed the crushed head of Hecate in his mouth, opened his bloody mouth again, and swallowed all of Hecate directly into his mouth. Click, Yang-Chi's dragon teeth began to chew Hecate. Boom, boom, boom. Yang-Chi felt that Hecate's whole body was chewed to pieces, and then a huge light suddenly burst out from the dragon's mouth. Boom, Hecate's dark power and snake body suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by pure thunder, the power of golden thunder. Domineering and majestic, representing the power of thunder from the highest court of Olympus. Boom, Yang-Chi's dragon teeth were all shattered. Hecate held a golden sword and pierced Yang-Chi's dragon mouth, opening a huge hole of flesh and blood, and flew out. Quote. Hecate's body shape changed. She is now made of pure thunder threads. There are only a few, no body, and hollow. It is like a painter who only outlines the basic outline and stops without filling in the content. The source of divine power behind her, the dark path, also disappeared. It's just a very simple, pure, and unabashed thunderbolt. Zeus is the thunder of 72 million trillions. Quote. The thunder behind Hecate began to shine. It hurts so much. It feels so good. Dragon blood flowed out from Yang-Chi's dragon's mouth crazily, and the wound was scorched. Ha 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 ha. Come again. Come again. Yang-Chi's whole body was covered with green, black and crimson fire, erupting to a height of 100,000 meters. He's coming at Hecate. Poof. The thunder behind Hecate turned into a giant sword, and the giant sword began to expand, and in an instant it was as huge as the dark mountains of the underworld. Expanding again, it floated in the air, and the sword covered the sky and the sun. It expanded again, and its sword tip covered the sky and the sun. Quote. Hecate stretched out her finger and pointed at Yang-Chi. Boom, the sword tip that covered the sky and sun struck down from the air. Poof, it cut off Yang-Chi's dragon wings at once, and dragon blood surged out crazily. Ha 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 ha, it is indeed the thunder partner of God King Zeus. It only has 1 part in 7,200 trillion of the power of thunder, it is so terrifying. Yang-Chi's only remaining dragon wing is still flapping. His speed has not slowed down and he is still moving forward. Quote. Hecate pointed at Yang-Chi again. Poof, Yang-Chi's second dragon wing was also cut off. His dragon body was now bare, like a lizard, but the flames around him still did not disappear. Boom, Yang-Chi got close and hit Hecate hard with the dragon's head. A huge amount of dragon blood exploded, and Medea was right next to Hecate. She just watched all this with an expressionless face. Poof, the dragon's blood splashed all over Medea's face, but she remained motionless. Chapter 51. Boom, Yang-Chi's dragon head hit Hecate hard, and countless golden particles exploded all over her. Those golden particles are dancing wildly in the air. Yang-Chi's 2 dragon wings were all chopped off, and all the dragon teeth were shattered, but for some reason, he still didn't want to use dragon flames to spit out light waves. He longed to use his body to collide with something hard. He wanted to see blood, whether the blood is your own or the enemy's. Boom, Yang-Chi once again slammed Hecate down with the dragon's head. Lizard, I want to see where your strength lies. The result is that the end. Yang-Chi saw Hecate, extending a finger. His dragon head hit that finger hard, poof. Yang-Chi's dragon head was directly penetrated by Hecate's finger. Hecate pulled out her finger, and a huge blood hole appeared on Yang-Chi's head. PFF'd, countless dragon blood mixed with minced meat flowed out of the blood hole. Quote. Yang-Chi felt extremely dizzy, as if all the colors and lights in the world were appearing before his eyes. Boom, Yang-Chi fell hard to the ground, stirring up countless gravel and soil. The dragon's anger will temporarily increase combat power. You can swallow Cersei, but that's the end of it. Hecate carried Medea and landed on the ground. Ho! Roar! Yangqi's eyes went dark and he could hardly see. He wanted to flap his wings and take off again, but he remembered that his wings had been cut off by Hecate. Medea, this is the lizard you were interested in. Hecate dragged Medea to Yangqi's side. Her arms sparkled with lightning. Poof! Stab directly into Yangqi's dragon belly, and then slowly take it out. Thump, 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 that's a huge, lively beating dragon's heart. Roar! Yangqi roared, intense pain erupted in his belly, and then spread all over his body. He wanted to stretch out the dragon's claw, but found that his dragon's claw had also been shattered. He wanted to swing the dragon's tail, but he had no strength at all. Dragon blood flowed from Yangqi's mouth, and the light in his eyes disappeared little by little. That's what his heart is. Hecate stretched out the huge dragon heart in front of Medea. Look. It's alive and kicking. Quote. Medea fell to her knees, clutching the dirt, her face extremely pale, and she raised her head. She stared at the beating dragon heart. Poof! Hecate crushed the dragon's heart, and countless pieces of blood and flesh exploded, splashing across Medea's face. Her clothes were all stained red by the dragon's blood. Medea shuddered. Is this the trash you like? It's normal, trash will fall in love with trash. Medea, are you in pain? Medea's face was extremely pale. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. You will die if you die. But you still pretend to be pitiful and trick this good-for-nothing into bursting with compassion and come to save you, but in the end, you also end up taking your own life. Isn't it hard for you that he died in front of you? There were tears in Medea's eyes. She nodded and shook her head. Do you know that you have implicated him? He is fighting for you, but he is fighting Olympus. For you. Have a look. The thunder in Hecate's hand shone and turned into a huge sword, piercing into Yangqi's dragon body. Yangqi wailed and his whole body trembled violently. He desperately flapped the severed dragon wings, which were bare, and wanted to stand up. Poof! The thunder sword pierced Yangqi and he fell again. Medea, how many more lives are you going to harm? Medea pursed her lips. Ah, ah. She lowered her head and grasped the earth tightly with her slender white fingers, so hard that her fingers turned blue. Please, please. I don't want to see. Poof! Hecate's sword pierced into Yangqi's eyes, and then twisted hard. The dragon howled. How can you not look at it? Little Medea, just look at it. Hecate grabbed Medea's hair tightly, pulled her up, and forced her to look at the dragon in the distance. Look, he wants to stand up and save you. The two dragon wings of the giant dragon were all cut off, the dragon's tail was cut off, the dragon's scales were almost completely shattered, there were countless blood holes all over the body, and the dragon's eyes were dripping with blood. He stood up again, looking for the direction of the sound, trying to come over. Hecate condensed a huge thunder spear in her hand and threw it fiercely at the giant dragon in the distance. The thunder spear penetrated the giant dragon, and he let out an earth-shattering wailing sound. Ha 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 ha, look, Medea, he's standing up again and wants to save you. There was a huge thunder spear stuck on the dragon's chest. He was dripping with blood, but he stood up again and crawled over here. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Medea began to struggle wildly, her face twisted in a ferocious manner. Let me die. Let me die. Medea screamed, opened her mouth, her teeth shined silver, and bit her tongue hard. Half of the bright red tongue fell to the ground, her divine voice was already unclear, she actually broke away from Hecate's hand and knocked her head hard on the stone on the ground. Ha 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 ha, wonderful, Hecate laughed wildly. She grabbed Medea's hair with one hand and lifted her up again. Her forehead was dripping with blood. With one hand, he condensed a thunder spear and aimed it at the giant dragon in the distance. Want to die? It's not that easy. This tragic story hasn't come to an end yet. Medea stared at the giant dragon in the distance. She murmured softly to herself, her voice unclear, that's enough, that's enough. She lowered her head. Let me die. Hecate smiled and said, want to die? Come, little Medea, tell me the most painful and hidden things in your heart, and I will let you die. The stars are shining on us. Your story will be recorded, raised into the sky, and become an eternal constellation. Come on, let's talk. Actually, I have known it for a long time. Hecate said with a smile. When you had a conflict with Cersei, you ran into the wilderness where the undead were rampaging, saying that you wanted to die and commit suicide. At that time, you didn't want to die at all, right? Hecate had a smile on her face and she stared at Medea. Let me die, let me. Medea's voice was vague, her hair hanging down messily, covering her eyes. Don't want to say it. A thunder sword appeared in Hecate's hand. She smiled and said, if it stabs the back of little Medea's head, you have to say it. Poof. She stabbed the thunder sword into the back of Medea's head. Medea's face instantly turned red, almost blood-colored, and then turned pale to the point of being almost transparent. She murmured to herself, yes, I didn't want to die. I was just losing my temper. At that time, I really hoped that someone could come, save me, give me a step down. She smiled and said, are you pretending to be cruel? Yes, I didn't have the courage to commit suicide. At that time, I was pretending to be cruel, hoping that someone would sympathize with me and love me. What now? Want to die, really want to die. Ha 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 ha. Hecate smiled ferociously. That stinky lizard saved you back then, you won't fall in love with him, right? She pulled out the thunder rapier and said, don't force me to use my divine power. Just say it yourself. I'm so lonely, so lonely. Medea's divine voice gradually faded away, and the brilliance in her eyes gradually disappeared. Ha 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 ha, wonderful. Cersei smiled ferociously and said, which one will die first, you or him? Boom. She waved her arms, and the huge thunder spear flashed with lightning, pierced the air, and attacked the dragon in the distance. Suddenly, Hecate's pupils shrank. She saw that the huge thunder spear suddenly stopped an inch in front of the dragon's chest, and then shattered. My girl, are you lonely? From now on, you will never be alone again. Buzz, crackle. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, there was an extremely clear sound. Yangqi's dragon's soul shines crazily, and it spits out a huge amount of light. If there is something, it will burst out. Then it appeared. That was the soul of the person who had been devoured before. It is like a bright star, dancing with the soul of the dragon. Do you know what a doppelganger is? In the Olympus world, all living beings can only have one soul. Until, after being promoted to the level of Lord God, a second soul will be awakened. The second soul will bring a second name, a second body, a second source of divine power, everything. Ha 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 ha. Becoming an enemy of Olympus and challenging an enemy who is bound to die is an idiotic act, something a dragon would never do. I thought I sympathized with her. I just realized that I love her. Dragons don't know how to love. Only people can love. My human soul is revived. The dragon soul and the human soul were completely separated, and the two souls danced together in the soul chamber. Two souls. Do you know what a doppelganger is? Boom. Behind Yangqi, a huge phantom of the world tree appeared. It spit out green light that shone for 100,000 kilometers. Within 100,000 kilometers, endless green lawns and delicate flowers grew, with countless colorful butterflies flying among them. It's as if this is not the dead and silent underworld at all. Then the world tree began to move. No, it was not moving, but replicating, as if there were two world trees. They were originally tightly together and now separated. The world tree burst out with blazing light, and then separated. In the sky, two burning world trees appeared. My girl, are you lonely? From now on, you will never be alone again. The dragon roared angrily. Boom. In an instant, an extremely bright brilliance shrouded the dragon's body. His chopped dragon wings, broken dragon claws, broken dragon tail, and scars all over his body were all restored. He opened his dragon wings and flew in the sky, his green scales shining with light, and the phantoms of thousands of flowers surrounded him. Behind him, there were two blazing world trees. Boom. The dragon is coming straight at you. Hecate had a look of extreme horror on her face, and a thunderous movie erupted around her, pulling Medea and flying into the air. Doppelganger. Only the main god level can awaken the doppelganger. In the entire underworld, only Hades, the king of Hades, has a doppelganger. Why did his soul suddenly turn into two? As his soul split, his doppelganger awakened. No, we have to withdraw. Hecate flew away crazily into the distance. Boom. In the flash of lightning, Hecate didn't even notice that the giant dragon had already caught up with her. He raised his dragon claw and swung it hard at Hecate. Hecate was hit so hard that she screamed and fell to the ground of the underworld, creating a huge crater. The dragon grabbed Medea and placed her on his shoulders. At the same time, the green life force surrounded her body, healing her wounds. My girl, haven't you always wanted to ride me? Ha ha, where do you want to go? Wherever you want to go, I will take you there. But before that, kill the gods of Olympus. Boom. Yangqi jumped down, stirring up smoke and dust all over the sky. He landed in the deep pit, in front of Hecate. Raise the dragon claw and attack Hecate fiercely. Well, Hecate screamed, and the thunder around her continued to shine. Hecate has already revealed her prototype. Her whole body is made of countless thunder threads, like an unfinished painting with lightning strokes. The giant dragon's claws grabbed a line of thunder and began to draw it out. The thread of thunder trembled crazily in Yangqi's dragon claws. It felt like grabbing the sharp tip of the sword with one hand and snatching it from the enemy's hand. Ha 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 ha, it feels so good, ha 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 ha, it feels so good. Yangqi pulled outwards like crazy. Hecate burst out with an earth-shattering scream. Ha 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 ha, xxxx. Medea leaned down. She hugged Yangqi's dragon neck, her face was close to Yangqi's dragon ear, and she said something softly. Yangqi didn't hear clearly at all. Kill her, is this the sentence? Still, I am the god of Olympus. Hecate howled. You are against the god King Zeus. There will never be an inch of your foothold in the god realm. I am the enemy of Zeus. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Yangqi suddenly understood Medea's words. He grabbed Hecate's thunder thread fiercely and pulled it outward. Brush. Hecate's whole body shone 10,000 times in an instant, and then exploded completely. Huge thunder rays and pillars of fire shot straight into the sky. There is no light in the dark night sky of the underworld. On this day, two huge, burning world trees suddenly appeared in the night sky. Then there were countless endless lightning, thunder, and pillars of fire rising straight into the sky. All living beings within 100,000 miles could see that magnificent scene. Not far away, a god emerged from the shadows. His pale skin was like ashes, his face was sickly and elegant, and he held the sickle tightly in his hand, and the will of death erupted from his body. He stared at the two huge burning trees of life in the distance, above the night sky of the underworld. Double body. The double body opened as a demigod. Have the three goddesses of destiny begun to turn their wheels of destiny? Have the fate of Olympus begun to be rewritten? Far away, in the middle of the underworld, in a huge dark palace. In the huge royal court, the king in the deep darkness stared into the distance. Endless dead spirits surrounded him. He saw the two burning giant trees without saying a word. Beside him, a goddess stood up. She was wearing a dark robe and a veil, and her face was pale. There is no sun in the underworld, and there is no light in the royal court. There was no covering in front of her, but there was still a shadow on her pale face, which represented the shadow of death in the underworld. She holds the key in her left hand, which is the key to control the gate of the underworld kingdom and the river Styx. She holds the gorgeous peony flower in her right hand, which represents the desire of life and the beauty of death. Persephone, queen of Hades. She stood up and stared into the distance. That is of course invisible to the naked eye. In her eyes, she could only see the extremely desolate palace of Hades, and in the distance was the dark and desolate land of the underworld. Of course she could see places invisible to the naked eye. Her eyes passed through the royal court and the dark earth, and saw the two blazing world trees. My king, Persephone said, there are interesting creatures in the underworld. Hades said nothing. If you don't want to speak, then it will be business as usual and I will make the decision. Persephone clapped her hands, as if in a dream. Wait, I seem to have discovered something. I have. Got two names. One name is Yangqi, and the other name is Everlasting Wings. It's a human, it's a dragon. Countless knowledge, experience and wisdom poured into Yangqi's mind like a tide. Dragon's inheritance. I got the dragon's inheritance. The knowledge buried in the dragon's bloodline. Is it because my dragon soul has become stronger? No, these are not the most important. These are not important at all. What is important is... Plop, plop, plop. Yangqi felt that he had a second body. That body exists in the sky, in the high sky, in the vast grasslands, mountains and deserts of Olympus, in the deep sea, in the underworld, and in the deepest tower. Under the lost abyss. He can summon this body at any time to replace the current one. His divine power doubled directly. He had 2 names, 2 sources of divine power, and 2 bodies. Doppelganger. The gods of Olympus had 3 important stages on their way to the supreme gods. Medea's words seemed to ring in Yang-Chi's ears. The first stage is to ascend to the throne of the superior god and take charge of a kind of authority called the realm of God. Just like Helios, the sun god, he controls the rising and setting of the sun, and Ares, the god of war, the unborn son of Zeus, controls all wars on the earth. Some gods are born to control divine power, some need to be fought for, some need the blessing of fate, and some need the edict of the gods, and so on. In the second stage, one ascends to the throne of the Lord God and appears as a doppelganger. Just as the god king Zeus had another name Jupiter, the goddess of wisdom and victory Athena had another name Minerva, and the goddess of love and beauty Aphrodite had another name Venus. The third stage is the trinity beyond the god king. Doppelganger. I have 2 names, 2 bodies, 2 sources of divine power, and I have a doppelganger. This is the sign of God that will only appear after ascending to the position of Lord God, but now I have appeared. I transcend ordinary creatures and awaken the source of divine power in advance. Now he has surpassed ordinary gods and awakened his doppelganger so long in advance. Is it because I have both a dragon soul and a human soul? I once let the dragon soul devour my human soul, and now the human soul has revived. I'm afraid it's because I fell in love with Medea. Dragons are the most passionate creatures, but there is no love, only the desire for reproduction. Because of love, my human soul revives. Pa Tower. Yang-Chi opened his eyes. He was in a deep pit, and Hecate had disappeared. A bead fell to the ground, shining like a star. Yang-Chi swallowed the bead into his mouth, pressed the dragon's tongue against the bead, and suddenly realized something in his heart. In the mythology of Olympus, in addition to gods and heroes, there are also stories about many constellations. The ending of those stories is often, in order to commemorate this story, the gods raised their images into the sky and formed certain constellations to commemorate them. Yang-Chi felt the power of the laws of the stars pulsating in his mouth. This bead can raise the image of a living being to the sky and form a constellation. Yang-Chi thought in his mind. Zeus' original intention was to record the story of Medea, turn her into the first constellation, and rise into the sky as a tool to intimidate many creatures in Olympus. Yang-Chi swallowed the beads in his mouth. Big dragon. A familiar divine voice sounded. A girl jumped off Yang-Chi's dragon neck and stared at Yang-Chi. It's Medea, she said. You understand. She said slowly, you must have this awareness. Of course. Yang-Chi nodded. Yang-Chi now possesses both the soul of a dragon and the soul of a human. He has the cruelty, cold-bloodedness, violence, and enlightenment of a dragon, but also the warmth and softness of a human. Of course, Yang-Chi also possesses the wisdom of a dragon. Dragons are very smart creatures, but most of the time, they are unwilling to use their brains and prefer to use violence to solve problems. The moment Yang-Chi awakened his doppelganger, he understood what to do. Yang-Chi opened his mouth, mobilized his divine power, spit out flames, and condensed into a spear in the air. The spear trembled in the air and stopped in front of Medea. She shook her head. The source of my divine power has become barren mud. I can't lift this spear, and I can't help you. Yang-Chi looked at Medea. I know, but I still hope you can do it. A stream of divine power surged out of Yang Qilong's body and condensed into Medea's hands. Ha, boring. Medea smiled, shook her head, and grabbed the spear. Looking carefully, the scars all over her body were almost completely restored after being healed by Yang-Chi's life force, but her face seemed to have lost its expression. In the past, Medea would either cry or laugh, always full of emotions, but now, it's like all her emotions have dried up. That begins, Medea said. She held the spear tightly and looked at Yang-Chi. Yang-Chi remembered the conversation he had with Medea. After awakening to the second level, the most important thing is that you will get a chance to cut off reality. At the cost of a source of divine power, cut off the connection with all living beings and let reality disappear. Boom! 2 phantoms of the world tree appeared behind Yang-Chi, one burning blue and black fire and possessing the dark power of Cronus, and the other burning crimson fire and possessing the crimson flame power from another world. Yangqi decided to sacrifice a source of divine power, cut off the thread of fate entwined between him and Zeus, and let the reality that had just happened disappear. He killed Zeus's thunder partner, which was no small thing. Creatures that disobey the will of the God King will surely receive the God King's wrath. As long as he appears in the God realm, Zeus's thunder and lightning will come. The thread of his fate has been tightly entangled with Medea and Zeus, and must not be easily undone. Only by sacrificing the source of divine power can the tangle of fate threads be untied. There is only one chance. Those who offend the God King can only be relieved by death. Yangqi has already understood all this, and so has Medea. Fortunately, although a source of divine power is sacrificed, it can be restored slowly in the future. This is the only chance to cut off reality. The question is, which source of my divine power is left behind? Yangqi stared at the two burning world trees and made a decision in his heart. Still retaining the divine power of Cronus, two world trees shone in the sky, erupting into a powerful storm of divine power. Have you thought about it? Medea shouted, her hair being blown by the divine storm. Think about it, now. Medea aimed at Yangqi's dragon heart and stabbed it hard. Poof! Yangqi controlled his scales, and the scales on his chest were all shattered. The spear easily penetrated in and inserted directly into Yangqi's dragon heart. Then, the divine power of the spear poured directly into the source of divine power. Boom! The world tree burning with crimson flames suddenly burst into flames 10 times as high. Its leaves began to fall off and its trunk was crumbling. Ha 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 ha. It turns out that the collapse of the source of divine power feels like this. Doesn't it feel good? Yangqi felt an endless flame of anger suddenly rise in his heart, and then the flame turned into a black flame of terror and despair, and then the flame gradually became cold. It turns out, the collapse of the source of divine power is the same as death. Ha! I have tasted the taste of death. Yangqi closed his eyes. Boom! Far away, in the deepest part of the dark universe, in a palace of light, there is a spinning machine. One goddess spun the threads of destiny, one goddess separated the thousands of threads of destiny, and the last goddess gently put the threads of destiny into the river beside her. There is a big river beside them. The river is surging with a mighty golden torrent, and among the thousands of torrents are golden threads of destiny. That golden river flows out from the palace of destiny and rushes straight to the top of the universe. There, thousands of threads of fate turned into thousands of colors in the world and flew into the entire universe. Click! Suddenly, one of the threads of fate broke. The three goddesses did not stop what they were doing, but they suddenly smiled. Do you want to die to cut off the thread of fate? On top of Mount Olympus, there is a small palace. It is completely white and has smooth curves, like a prehistoric giant egg. Going around, there is no door that can be entered. In the middle of the palace, there is a black stone chair and a black stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a piece of parchment spread out. There were piles of books all around. A girl with long white hair is sitting on a stone chair. She is wearing a long white dress stained with ink, and has golden dragon eyes and a dragon tail. Holding a white quill in his hand, he concentrated on writing on the parchment. Divine power flows out from the girl's pen tip, and the parchment will be extended infinitely, and the writing will never be completed. There are no doors or windows in the palace for light to enter, but there are dots of light shining around the girl, which are the memories of thousands of creatures in the world. If a powerful god ascends to the top of Olympus, and if you look carefully, you will find that there are dots of light rising throughout the divine world. They fly towards Mount Olympus from all directions in the west and merge in the palace where the girl is as white as an egg. Those memory spots surrounded the girl, and the girl wrote them on the parchment with a quill. Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, language and writing, the sister of the god King Cronus, and one of the 12 titans of the previous generation. The fifth wife of Zeus. Boom! Suddenly, a light spot of memory shines and suddenly disappears. Quote. Mnemosyne turned her head, her golden dragon eyes shining, staring at the place where the light spot disappeared. The memory of the god king. Mnemosyne smiled, lowered her head, and continued writing. Yangqi's death cut off the thread of fate connected to Zeus, and the memories related to Zeus and him also disappeared. Although it comes at the cost of the disappearance of a source of divine power, it is worth it. The second source of divine power will slowly be restored. Moreover, having completely severed the thread of fate with Zeus, Yangqi no longer has to fear the anger of God King Zeus, and everything can start again. Yangqi, also a restless wing, thought in his heart. Then Yangqi raised his head and looked at Medea in the distance. She turned her back to Yangqi and looked at the dark underworld in the distance. Apparently, she was waiting for him. Yangqi moved his dragon feet and walked towards Medea. Medea also moved forward. The girl and the dragon walked one behind the other towards the depths of the underworld. They walked for a long time until there was no one around anymore. They continued walking until dots of pale flowers appeared in front of them, until they entered a sea of pale flowers. I want to go crazy. Suddenly, Medea stopped, turned around and looked at Yangqi. Haha, I want to go crazy. But I don't know why, I seem to have lost all my emotions. Medea lowered her head. Yangqi said, you have not lost your emotions. It's just that after severe emotional fluctuations, your mind will enter a defensive state, and there will be no waves for a long time. Yangqi continued, I know clearly that your heart is not dead yet. Do you know why? Why? Medea asked. Because, I understand why my devoured human soul revived and coexisted with the dragon's soul. Yangqi walked to Medea's side and lay down on the dragon body, because I understand what you said. During the battle with Hecate, you must have leaned down, lowered your head, and whispered something in my ear. XXXX. I thought that sentence was kill her. No, now I understand. That sentence is actually I like you. Dragons don't have love. They have a strong desire to reproduce and give birth. Dragons are famous for their wanderings. But they don't have love. People will have love. Your words awaken my human nature. Yes, so this is my reply to you. I like you too. Ha 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 ha. Medea smiled, lying down in the sea of pale flowers. Did I really say this? You didn't say. I don't know. I forgot. But, Medea curled her lips, it's not bad. After all, it was you who spoke first. It's so embarrassing to let a female creature speak first. I can't afford to embarrass that person. Yeah, did you agree? Promise, Medea said. She suddenly stood up and climbed on Yangqi's face. Hey, do you know what I'm going to do next? Yangqi returned. What are you doing? Travel. Travel in the underworld, then travel in the abyss. Then go to the divine world, to the ocean, to the sky, to the sky. I'm going to find a way to restore the source of my divine power, and then become stronger. Become stronger than anyone else. Medea stared at Yangqi's huge dragon eyes, then. I still want to kill all the Olympus gods. Shall I go with you? No, what I hate most is that creatures look down on me and become a burden. Medea said softly, I don't want to be a burden to you. Then don't go, stay. Ha 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 ha. Medea suddenly laughed, stay. What are you doing here? Preparing a meal of divine dew for you. Washing your scales. Every day when you return to the lair, I lower my body and say softly, my respected husband, Mr. Yangqi, welcome you back. Dinner has been prepared for you. Good. Then I, who have become a mortal spirit, see myself aging day by day, with sagging skin and falling teeth. And you, the lifespan of a dragon is long. When I die, you may feel that it has not been long. Woolen cloth. Ha ha. Medea gritted her teeth and said, the old woman and the dragon. Stop joking. I am not a good wife and mother, Medea said word by word, I am the conspirator of Olympus, the god who kills gods. I want to kill all the gods in the Olympus court, one by one. She pulled Yangqi's dragon scales. Did you hear clearly? I heard clearly. Yangqi shrugged, but I just want to eat and sleep, and I have no interest in killing all of Olympus. I will kill anyone who messes with me. Yes, my little obedient little dragon, the smelly lizard, Medea suddenly laughed. She stretched out her hand and stroked the green dragon scales. So you wait for me to kill all the gods in Olympus, ascend to the throne of God King, and become the goddess king. Then you will be the dragon of the god king. Yangqi said, I am your noble husband. Yes, you are the husband of the god king and the god king's dragon. Ha ha. Medea lay down and closed her eyes. It is very dangerous to travel in the god realm. All your divine power has been lost, and now you are no different from an ordinary spirit. Do you want to stop thinking about it? This sentence passed through Yangqi's mouth, but Yangqi did not say it out. Okay, you go on your trip. I will wait for you to come back and kill all the gods of Olympus. By then, I will be the husband of the God King. Yeah, Medea suddenly opened her eyes. Lend me some divine power. What did you say you were doing? Transformation. You transformed, silly lizard. You want me to die. Or you can transform into a living form. Yangqi thought in his mind, I turn into a living form. I have never done this before. Yangqi mobilized the divine power in the dragon's body, and his body began to shrink, and the dragon's claws, tail, and wings faded away. Yangqi transformed into a young man. He had black hair and black eyes, and his appearance had a classical solemn beauty, as if he had stepped out of an oil painting. He is nearly 1.9 meters tall, with extremely well-proportioned muscles, slender legs, and is wearing dragon scale armor. Tisk tisk, quite handsome. Medea blinked. Yangqi asked, in this way? Well, don't worry yet. I'll try to turn into a dragon. Give me some divine power. Yangqi stretched out his finger, and the power of life poured into Medea's body. Medea gradually transformed into a dragon. Her silver scales shone softly, like pieces of silver scales, covering her smooth figure. The dragon wings are large and soft, with feather-like texture on the edges. His eyes were as bright as stars, and the corners of his eyes were raised, making him look particularly gentle. The dragon body has smooth and graceful lines, like a swan spreading its wings to fly. A slender neck supported her head, shining like ripples in the sun. The tail is like a silver river, slowly dragging on the ground. How is it? Medea blinked. So beautiful. This feeling is really strange. The beauty of dragons cannot be compared with the beauty of creatures because they are not the same species. But Yangqi can be compared, because he has both the soul of a dragon and the soul of a human. It feels like the dragon form is more beautiful. What do you think? Medea said. How about a dragon? I don't feel comfortable in my human form. I don't feel comfortable in my dragon form, Medea said. Come on, then. First the dragon, then the human. Yes. Medea lowered her huge dragon head and stared at Yangqi with her bright dragon eyes. I'm about to leave. You have to impress me. Don't beg for mercy. Yangqi smiled. So Yangqi and Medea began. The dragon's form is like an animal. Violent, cruel, crazy. Even a little bloody. The human form is gentle and warm, like two beautiful flowers blooming on the plain. The dragon form lasted for 30 weeks, and then the human form for another 30 weeks. I just want to write about falling in love. Medea bid farewell to Yangqi, and she left the underworld. Yangqi kept watching her figure until she disappeared from sight. Since opening the second level, Yangqi's dragon soul has been perfected and he has awakened the dragon inheritance, which contains rich dragon magic. He implanted a dragon beacon in Medea's body. If Medea is in danger, Yangqi can use the dragon gate to come to her. It's just that it requires a lot of divine power. Dragon inheritance also includes dragon cultivation methods. The godly world of Olympus is different from some of the fairy novels I have read in previous lives. There may be methods of spiritual cultivation and fighting that have been passed down from ancient times, but there are very few. The gods of Olympus are basically the descendants of Gaia. They have Titan blood and will receive Titan inheritance. Similarly, the descendants of Nyx have the blood of the night and will receive the inheritance of the night. The Olympus god realm is a place where blood is extremely important. Although I really have no interest in killing all Olympus, but at the critical moment, if Medea is fighting with the gods of Olympus and is in danger, I must take action. She is my wife. How could I ignore my wife? Yangqi sighed in his heart, hoping that day would come later. But in his heart, Yangqi was ready. He won't hesitate. So next, Yangqi opened his system panel and immediately raised his eyebrows. Name, Yangqi. Rank, demigod. Race, dark worm, super mutant. Form, the pinnacle, or the dark dragon. Sure enough, I knew it. When I awakened my doppelganger, my divine power became stronger, but overall, my appearance did not change significantly. I haven't evolved yet. The following content is basically unchanged. Feature 1. Green Dragon Mist Scale of Life. Feature 3. Earth Dragon Body. Feature 4. Burning Body. What has changed is feature 2, which has changed from the dragon wings of heaven to the dragon wings of flowers. Feature 2. Flower dragon wings. Your huge dragon wings contain a slight amount of divine power from heaven, and even more powerful divine power of life. Your dragon wings are covered with flowers, and those flowers will attract countless butterflies to fly around you. Yangqi continued to read, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Evolution potential in the next stage. Dark two-headed dragon. Chance of bias, 80%. Next stage evolution potential 2. Green scale life dragon. Chance of bias, 15%. Evolution potential in the next stage 3. 5-colored dragon. Chance of bias, 5%. It appears. New data appears on the panel. Yangqi's heart skipped a beat. The previous panel could only see the final evolutionary potential, but not the next stage of evolutionary potential, which was very inconvenient. Did it appear because my dragon soul became stronger than before? Yangqi stared at the panel and thought carefully in his heart. The highest probability is indeed the dark two-headed dragon. He is now a dark dragon and controls the dark power of Cronus. If he does not actively intervene, he will basically evolve in this direction. The final evolutionary result in this direction. It should be destruction and creation world devouring dragon. As for this green scale life dragon, it must be because the source of my divine power contains the world tree. I only have a very small amount of the power of the world tree, so the chance of bias is not high. As for the last one, 5-colored dragon, the probability is only 5%. Why? Yangqi thought about it and suddenly realized. I see. My original scales were black. Then I swallowed the starlight giant deer in the simulated world and obtained starlight white scales. Now I have turned into green scales. Black, white, and green. During the Yulong stage, I experienced a total of 3 colors. 5-color dragons are the 5 most common colors among dragons: black, white, green, red, and blue. I haven't gotten red scales and blue scales yet, so the possibility of this evolution is very low. But on the other hand, that is to say, if I can go through the 2 stages of red dragon and blue dragon, I can evolve into a 5-color dragon. The key is, which one is stronger, dark two-headed dragon, green scale life dragon, or 5-colored dragon? Yangqi was thinking in his heart. The 5-colored dragon is still the strongest. Yangqi's heart was pounding. This evolutionary path is undoubtedly the most difficult one, but since it combines the power of 5 dragons, it must also be the strongest evolutionary path. The knowledge in the dragon inheritance told Yangqi. The whole body of the 5-color giant dragon is transparent, like the top glass crystal, shining with colorful magic light, like a dream. Yangqi thought about the appearance of the dark two-headed dragon and the appearance of the life dragon. The 5-color dragon is not only the strongest evolutionary line, but also the most handsome. I want to take the evolutionary route of the 5-color dragon. Yangqi made up his mind. Because of Medea, even if Yangqi did not want to be an enemy of Olympus, he would eventually meet the Olympus gods in battle. Of course he wants to take the strongest path. Yangqi continued to look down. The content below also remains unchanged until the final evaluation column. The previous evaluation said, you have evolved to the ultimate level of the dragon, and it is not far from the next stage to evolve into a real dragon. Hunt food as quickly as possible, absorb strength, and complete the next stage of evolution. The current evaluation is, you have awakened your doppelganger, the source of divine power has been greatly evolved, and your dragon body can store more divine power. You can now evolve into a dragon. You can also continue to accumulate divine power and evolve. Sure enough, Yangqi nodded. Just like in the immortal cultivation novels he had read in his previous life, the more power you accumulate in the low-level stages such as chi refining and foundation building, the thicker the foundation will be, and the stronger you will be after advancing. I can't evolve into a dragon yet. I want to squeeze out all the potential of the sub-dragon stage and save it to the limit, evolve into a 5-color dragon. Yangqi thought of one thing, that blue flower in the simulated world. That infinitely almost transparent blue flower that spurts out clear spring water and is guarded by the headless horseman. It should be able to gain divine power and evolve into blue dragon scales. That leaves the last red dragon scale. This dragon scale should be connected to the power of the fire. Yangqi had obtained the crimson flame bead before, which contained the power of fire, but unfortunately there were not many. Moreover, when the crimson flame force cut off the thread of fate, it disappeared together with the source of divine power. I don't know where else to get the power of fire. I still have to explore it carefully in the simulated world. The previous crimson flame beads were obtained in a cave in the simulated world. After exploring nearby, maybe there is also the power of fire. Yangqi couldn't wait to start the simulation immediately. The last time I simulated it was when I was fighting Triton in the god realm. After going through this for so long, I didn't even get a chance to simulate it. But not yet, Yangqi is waiting for the arrival of a god. He knew that his doppelganger that emerged during the battle with Hecke, Zeus's thunder companion, must have attracted the attention of the underworld. How will Hades and Persephone, the highest kings of the underworld, treat me? Execute me directly and send me to Olympus? Or, they will definitely come to contact me, and there will be no way to avoid it. I don't want to be discovered by them while I'm simulating. Yangqi used his dragon claws to pluck down a large number of pale flowers and built a temporary nest for himself. He closed his eyes and looked inward at himself to stabilize the source of his divine power. After an unknown amount of time, Yangqi opened his eyes and looked at the distant sky. In the dark and deep sky of the underworld, a god comes. Divine power bursts out of the air, and it gets closer and closer. Yangqi's pupils opened slightly, and a white bed flew from the sky. The bed slowly fell in front of Yangqi. The bed is decorated with diamonds and gold embroidery, and countless herbs such as dovetails and poppies are floating around the bed, exuding a calm and peaceful aroma. A god sits on a bed with his eyes closed and his face peaceful, with wings of poppies behind him. Holding a magic wand. There were 3 dreamy balls of dark blue light surrounding him. That's the wand of sleep. Yangqi stared at the god and thought in his heart, it can ignite or extinguish the eyes of living beings, let them fall into deep sleep or wake them up. This is Punosius, the god of sleep. He is also the son of Nyx, the goddess of night, and the brother of Thanatos, the god of death. He would spread his poppy wings at night, fly out from the underworld, circle the entire Olympus world, and bring sleep to all living beings. His whole body exuded extremely peaceful ripples of divine power, which was very different from Thanatos, who was full of terrifying and deadly intent. Noble dragon, may your soul be peaceful and peaceful, just like sleeping peacefully. Punosius spoke, his divine voice was calm and soft. He smiled and patted the 3 rotating blue light balls beside him. These are my sons of gods, Ona, the god of dreams, Forbes, the god of dreams, and Thanatos, the god of dreams. They were just born. They don't want to leave me. Yangqi replied, hello, respected god of sleep. In the Olympian world, sleep is considered a temporary death. Therefore, Punosius, the god of sleep, is the brother of Thanatos, the god of death, and belongs to the order of the gods of the underworld. Punosius said, the venerable and great queen of Hades has sent me to give you her unquestionable orders. May peace be with her forever. Yangqi replied, please speak. Cersei and the withered sons are dead. Medea is missing. The pale flower garden and the withered flower garden are now temporarily under your control. You must follow the rules of the underworld and pay enough pale and withered flowers to the great king and queen of Hades. The queen of the underworld believes that there are many creatures in the underworld and the order is chaotic. She is determined to hold a competition in front of the Hades palace 100 years later. The winner will be conferred a priesthood by Pluto and become a member of the sequence of gods in the underworld. As the master of the pale flower and withered flower gardens, you will and must participate. That's right. What's your problem? Competition. That sounds nice. Yangqi thought to himself, the queen of the underworld is clearly using the priesthood as a bait to make many creatures in the underworld fight each other, thereby strengthening their control over the underworld. Yangqi asked, will you really be conferred a priesthood? Punosius smiled and said, you cannot doubt the queen of Hades. Her divine voice is as absolute as death and will not change. Please repay the queen of the underworld, I will pay the full amount of pale and withered flowers. Yangqi replied, and, in the competition, I will kill all enemies. I will be conferred the priesthood of the underworld. Ha, very good. Punosius suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were gentle and peaceful, and he just stared at Yangqi for a while. See you then. The white bed beneath him erupted with divine power and left. Yangqi watched Punosius's leaving figure, he was hinting at me. Sure enough. He has the blood of the night, and he is not convinced by the Olympus gods, nor by the rule of Pluto and Queen. Interesting. This is a big game, a power game between the night blood and the Titan blood. My status is still very low. I cannot participate. Yangqi made up his mind. In the competition 100 years later, he must defeat all enemies, obtain the priesthood of the underworld, and then establish contact with the king and queen of Hades. Yangqi wants to become stronger. Wandering in the wilderness eating is by no means the best way to become stronger. The gods control everything in Olympus. If Yangqi wants to become stronger, he must contact the rulers of Olympus. Wait, Yangqi's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Practice to become stronger, accumulate strength to the limit in the sub-dragon stage, and evolve into a 5-color dragon. In the competition in the underworld 100 years later, kill all the enemies and obtain the imperial priesthood. After setting the goal, Yangqi felt clear in his heart. It's time to simulate. Yangqi opened the panel to see that each evolution in the sub-dragon stage would increase the points required for simulation. After saving for so long, I only have enough for 3 times now. 3 times. I must seize every simulation opportunity and maximize my strength. Yangqi reviewed the previous simulation progress. 1. At the beginning of the simulation, when I was still a lizard, I saw the red moon and stars in the sky. It contained terrifying power, but I couldn't bear it at the time and ignored it. Now I should be able to go there and explore. 2. During a simulation, I continued to stay in the nest where I was born, hunting and devouring a large number of giant starlight deer. That's where I got my starlight white scales. As a result, I finally angered the starlight deer king. It came to devour me. I wonder if I can defeat the starlight deer king now. The location of the nest where I was born is very advantageous. A large number of creatures often pass by. It is a good hunting place. If I can defeat the starlight deer king, I should be able to stay in the nest for a long time. 3. In the first few days of the simulation, that thousand-eyed monster came. Its eyeballs were really delicious and contained rich divine power. I can't forget it to this day. I should go find his lair and hunt more thousand-eyed monster. But, if I really find their lair and hunt and devour a large number of thousand-eyed monsters, won't I myself mutate? Thousand-eyed dragon. Is this evolutionary path correct? 4. I once fled into a forest in a panic and saw a mysterious lake surrounded by thousands of mirrors. There was a weird magic tower in the middle of the lake. Do I need to explore there again? 5. The river that devours life cuts off the way to the north. Do I need to continue exploring there? 6. On the road leading to the south, I saw a corpse guarded by 3 knights. A strong light of divine power erupted from its corpse, which made my heart surge. I also found it in a cave nearby. Got the crimson flame pearl. Continuing walking along the road to the south, I also saw a castle guarded by a giant dragon, and 3 bell towers that shine with the power of the sun, moon, and stars. The bell towers are in the vast swamp. Is it worth continuing to explore there? 7. Finally, and most importantly, the spring guarded by the headless horseman, the sword and blue flowers in the spring. I have a hunch that the blue flowers will bring me divine power, help me evolve further, and obtain blue dragon scales. There are only 3 chances, but there are 7 possible paths. What should we do? Yangqi thought in his mind, eliminated the situations one by one, and finally decided on a strategy. The longer you stay in the simulated world, the more food you eat and the more energy you gain. No matter what, it is definitely a good strategy. This is my first simulation. I'm going to try to survive without leaving the cave. Let's see if I can defeat the Starlight Deer King now. In the second simulation, I want to move along the southern road. The divine light erupting from the corpse guarded by the 3 lion knights really makes my heart beat. And I want to get the power of fire. The crimson flame beads from before are found nearby. Maybe the treasure on the corpse also has the power of fire. The third simulation is the last one. I want to swallow up and absorb all the power I gained in the first 2 times, adjust my strength to the strongest, and then go and get the blue flower. Yangqi made up his mind. The simulation begins. World building in progress. World construction completed. Simulation begins. 0 years old, Yangqi was born. You find that there are white eggs all around. Obviously, you are the first to break out of the shell. You find that you have reached 1 meter in length since you were born, and the scales all over your body are green, exuding a slight vitality. The content of the subsequent simulations was similar, with Yangqi devouring all the unhatched eggs and then devouring the food in the cave. After you finish eating the food, digest and rest in the lair. On the 10th day, you find that your length has reached 3 meters. The content of the subsequent simulation was the same. Yangqi defeated the attacking thousand-eyed monster and swallowed its delicious eyeballs. On the 20th day, you find that you have grown to 5 meters. Then he waits in his lair and hunts the passing starlight deer. On the 60th day, you find that your length reaches 7 meters. The scales all grew out, it was extremely green, and the dragon wings were covered with flowers. Yangqi discovered that in this simulation, the star-devouring giant deer still had power, but it would not allow its scales to gain starlight. All special powers in the simulated world should only be obtained once. This is normal, otherwise you would be able to obtain them infinitely. On the 70th day, you swallowed another starlight giant deer, and your length grew to 9 meters again. You discovered that your inner body possesses dark divine power. You can keep your whole body in eternal burning. Yangqi thought in his mind, as I continue to hunt, my characteristics are gradually revealed in the simulated world. The Starlight Deer King should be coming soon. Come on, let's see if I can defeat it this time. On the 77th day, you woke up in your cave. Outside the cave, you found a giant deer with 4 corners on its head, white hooves, and stars in its eyes. This was the Starlight Deer King. You had a fierce battle with it. The Deer King has the power of the stars, and when fighting it, you feel like the whole starry sky is shining for it. You breathe out waves of fire and green light, and respond with sharp dragon claws and fangs. You reluctantly defeated the Starlight Deer King, but you were seriously injured. One of your dragon wings and a dragon claw were bitten off by the Deer King. You directly swallowed the body of the Deer King and returned to the lair to recover slowly. You find that the Deer King's corpse is full of abundant power, which has not been digested for a long time. The life force you carry is also rapidly healing your dragon body. On the 90th day, your dragon wings and claws all grow. The length reaches 10 meters. On the 100th day, your length reaches 12 meters. The Starlight Deer King's power was finally digested and absorbed. Breaking through 100 days for the first time. Yangqi's heart moved. During this period, you have been lurking in the lair, waiting for prey that passes by. But you find that since the death of the Deer King, no starlight giant deer has passed by. There are also few other prey species. On the 101st day, you heard a divine voice piercing the air. You climbed out of the nest and found that the sky was filled with flying arrows. The endless rain of arrows pounces directly on your lair. The rain of arrows covers the sky and covers millions of miles, and there is no way for you to avoid it. You watch the arrow rain carefully and find that their figures are constantly changing. One is an arrow, and the other is a flying snake. You and your lair were covered by arrows, and you died in the lair. Simulation ends. Please select the following rewards. 100 days of power. 100 days of experience. Legacy of the Deer King. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Yangqi woke up from the simulation. After so many simulations, Yangqi finally got used to death in simulations. Look towards the reward. Agility. Yangqi is not needed. His dragon wings can burst into flames and control a trace of wind power. In previous battles, Yangqi has never suffered a loss due to speed issues. Strength or the inheritance of the Deer King. When it comes to choosing power, it's still the same old problem. The power ratio I gain through devouring is now only 7%. Of course, the simulated world is a world with a higher energy level. Even if it is only 7%, it may be a lot. If the Deer King inherits it, it is rich in the knowledge of the Starlight Giant Deer clan. Yangqi shook his head. He was a dragon, and the knowledge in the Deer King's inheritance was not suitable for him. And he actually lives in the world of Olympus, not the world in the simulation. Yangqi chose 100 days of power. Suddenly, dots of divine power shone in front of his eyes, and power poured into the dragon's body. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Yangqi's heart was beating, and he felt that his dragon's blood was like a sea tide, circulating crazily in the dragon's body, circulating hundreds of times in an instant. My dragon body. It's growing. Yangqi lowered his head and was surprised to find that his scales were constantly opening and closing, spitting out thick green mist. The scales were constantly vibrating and making rustling sounds. The gaps between the scales continued to expand, and then new scales emerged from the gaps. Grow out. New scales are growing. Sure enough, my dragon body is growing. Boom. Suddenly, Yangqi's dragon wings burst out with a strong ball of light. The flowers and grass blooming on the dragon wings instantly withered and rotted, and then new flowers grew again. It's like the plant documentary I watched in my previous life, but the speed is 10 times faster. But in a moment, those flowers and beautiful grass cycled through life and death 100 times, until finally, the beautiful green grass stopped growing, and hundreds of colors of flowers bloomed on the dragon wings. Click, click, the sharp dragon claws fell off, and new dragon claws grew out, shining with a biting cold light. My dragon's teeth. Opening the dragon's mouth, the dragon's teeth in Yangqi's mouth began to fall off, and then new ones grew out. I can feel, this dragon's tooth is more than twice as sharp and hard as before. When I bit Hecate before, my dragon teeth were not sharp enough and hard enough to bite her into pieces. Now, Yangqi only felt his dragon's teeth itching. Incomparable confidence surged from his heart. He wanted to bite something. Poof! Yangqi's dragon tail exploded directly, turned into flesh and blood, and scattered on the ground. After the pale flower absorbed the flesh and blood, it immediately began to grow crazily. Looking up, it was like a strong wind blowing in the pale garden, and all the flowers around it were swaying. A new dragon tail grew out again, twice as strong as before. Quote. All the power was absorbed by the dragon body. Gungan's divine power rippled from Yangqi's body. His dragon body reached 25 meters in length, and its dragon wings were 50 meters wide when spread out. I've become much stronger again. Yangqi looked around at himself. This time could not be considered an evolution, because his appearance had not changed completely. It's just that the dragon body, dragon wings, dragon teeth, dragon claws and dragon tail have become larger and more powerful than before. Achievement achieved. Breakthrough for 100 days. Please select a reward below. Giant Pearl of Light. Luyu Wind Bead. Cold Crystal Ice Beads. After all the power was absorbed, another option popped up in front of Yangqi. It turns out there is an extra reward. Yangqi was overjoyed. Sure enough, passing 100 days is a landmark event, or it can be understood as an achievement. Every achievement achieved in the future will also receive relevant rewards. Look towards the reward. Giant Light Bead, Luyu Wind Bead, Cold Crystal Ice Bead. Their names are very similar to the Crimson Flame beads I obtained before. They should belong to the same series. As you can see from the names, one contains the power of light, one contains the power of wind, and the other contains the power of ice. It's a pity that there is no power of fire. Yangqi was thinking in his mind, which kind of power do you want? The power of light seems to be able to cooperate with my green light tide, and it has greater power. But now I can only use the green light tide once in a battle. The power of ice is naturally very powerful. The giant dragon that controls the frost spits out fierce ice flames, condenses the ocean into ice, and freezes the entire continent. Just thinking about it makes my heart surge. But after all, the power of wind is the most suitable for me now. The power of wind can obviously enhance the flight speed, and can also cooperate with the flames. Yangqi suddenly remembered the game he had played in his previous life. Sometimes skills are not just about choosing the strongest one without thinking, but they should be coordinated with the skills you already have. I choose Luyu Fengju. In an instant, brilliance shone, and a bead appeared in front of Yangqi, gushing out violent wind power. The power of wind poured into Yangqi's dragon body. His dragon body has not changed, what has changed is the source of divine power. Yangqi closed his eyes and looked at himself. The huge world tree erupted into blue-black flames, burning forever. Little bits of divine power poured into the source of divine power and turned into a violent wind. Boom! In an instant, the blue-black flames doubled in height. Yangqi continued to absorb the power of the wind, and the divine power turned into a violent wind again, roaring in the source of divine power, and the blue-black flames doubled in height again. The world tree made a roaring sound, and the huge tree began to vibrate. Etc. This wind seems to have too much power. The power of wind has obviously enhanced the power of the flame, but this flame is about to burn out my world tree. No. In an instant, Yangqi opened his eyes. A bead was floating in front of his eyes, and bits of divine power burst out from it. Yangqi directly swallowed the Luyu wind bead, and no longer absorbed the divine power in it. Instead, he mobilized the divine power in the dragon body to form a shell of divine power, wrapping the bead layer by layer to prevent the divine power in it from leaking out. Then Yangqi closed his eyes and looked at himself again, and his spiritual light point appeared, controlling the wind power in the source of divine power. After a long time, the power of the wind gradually calmed down. Ha! Yangqi gasped and opened his eyes. Too much is not enough. Fortunately, he stopped absorbing the power of the wind in time, otherwise the blue-black flames would have burned down the world tree. What's even more terrifying is that the wind helps the fire, but too strong a wind will directly blow the fire out. My power of fire comes from Cronus. I don't want to lose his power. Among the current sources of divine power, wind, fire and the world tree have reached a certain degree of balance. How about trying the power? Yangqi fluttered his wings and took off, mobilizing the divine power in his body. Boom! On the dark night sky, a huge dragon shadow shuttled through it, spitting out blue-black flames from its mouth. The flames seemed to come from the deepest part of hell, with a dim and cold light, rolling and circling in the night sky. The intense blue-black dragon flames turned into thick pillars of light, sweeping across the night sky of the underworld. Then, the dragon flame beam suddenly spread out and turned into a sea of fire in the air, soon covering half of the sky above. The flames seemed to be alive, sometimes gathering into huge fireballs, and sometimes twisting and flying like living creatures, with a whistling sound that broke through the air, as if they were showing off their power. The dragon bared its sharp teeth and let out a roar that could tear mountains apart. Suddenly, strong winds sprang up, and the flames became more violent, exploding like fireworks, and quickly gathered into a larger sea of fire. The blue-black flames seemed to contain extreme destructive power, and the night sky shines with a terrifying and gorgeous screen of fire, demonstrating the dragon's absolute power and dominance, as if everything in the world will be reduced to nothing under its blue-black flames. Ha 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 ha, so cool! Yangqi screamed in the air, and the power of the dragon flames he breathed became even more amazing. But that's not the main thing. The most important thing is that as he evolves, he can more accurately manipulate the divine power of fire and cooperate with the divine power of wind to control the shape of dragon flames. In the past, Yangqi's breath of dragon flames was nothing more than a huge pillar of light. Now, the flames sometimes spread into a sea of fire, sometimes into fireballs, sometimes into fire curtains, and can even form more complex images. If I control my divine power more accurately, I can even use flames to draw magnificent paintings in the air. Ha ha! In this way, you have more choices and flexibility in combat, which is definitely more threatening than simply increasing the power. Boom! Yangqi landed on the ground. There are still 2 opportunities for simulation. Let me review this simulation first. In this simulation, the most concerning thing is probably the rain of arrows that sometimes transforms into a snake, sometimes into an arrow, with a radius of millions of miles. The arrow rain burst out with terrifying and majestic killing intent and divine power. Sometimes it's a snake, sometimes it's an arrow, etc. Suddenly, Yangqi thought of something. Could it be? I had a guess in my mind. However, this conjecture requires a precious simulation opportunity to be verified. In the scriptures of Hebrew mythology, Psalm 91:5, do not be afraid of the arrow that flies by night, nor the arrow that flies by day. He was very interested in this type of mythology during his lifetime and read many related books. The arrows flying at night here are most likely a symbol and metaphor. The arrows flying at night can be understood as snake flying at night. Because first of all, arrows are often used as metaphors in scriptures. Psalm 64, 7 inches God will shoot them an arrow and wound them. This is not to say that God actually shoots arrows. Rather, God will harm, punish, and kill them. Secondly, night and darkness often represent sin, fear and death in scriptures. This means that arrows flying at night are likely to be bad things. Gospel 3:19, light has come into the world, and people loved darkness instead of light because their deeds were evil. Thirdly, Snakes often refer to sin and have been associated with flying. Isaiah 27. 1 inch punish the serpent that flees, the serpent that crooks. Kill the serpents in the sea. Isaiah 30. 6 inches the beast of the south, a flying serpent. Therefore, many Hebrew scripture scholars in later generations interpreted arrows flying at night as snakes flying at night, and then further interpreted them as attacks by demons or evil spirits. Could it be that the simulated world is actually the world of Hebrew mythology, a world where angels and demons exist, a world where God makes the final judgment? There is only one way to verify this conjecture. Yang-Chi remembered that he had seen an angel in the simulated world. He was on the extremely tall white tower, looking into the distance. According to the biblical records, the place that the angel cherubim looked upon and guarded in the distance was called the Garden of Eden. If I want to verify this conjecture, I can only go to the angel tower one more time, but that will waste a precious simulation opportunity. Or go to the south of the simulation world according to the original plan. Yang-Chi thought for a moment and decided to go to the south of the simulated world. If you want to verify this conjecture, you will have another chance in the future. The top priority now is to improve as much strength as possible. Yang-Chi planned in his heart. Based on the last simulation experience, on the 100th day there will be rain of arrows from the sky, and there will be a devastating blow within 1,000,000 miles. In other words, I can currently survive in the simulated world for up to 100 days, unless I achieve a significant breakthrough. This time I went to explore the south of the simulation world. My goal was the body guarded by 3 lion knights. That is to say, I have less than 100 days to develop, there is no need to go there from the beginning. I will stay in the nest for 90 days and increase my strength to the limit. Then before the 100th day comes, fight the 3 lion knights and take away the treasures from the corpses. With a plan in mind, Yang-Chi started the second simulation. The previous simulation process is the same. On the 90th day, your length reaches 10 meters, and your dragon claws and teeth are extremely sharp. Your dragon wings are covered with flowers, and your body is covered with green scales. There are blue-black flames burning all over the body. On day 91, you carefully follow the road and explore south. On day 92, you find a lion knight, wearing gorgeous golden armor, riding a giant lion and holding a giant sword. He was patrolling along the road. You didn't alert him and avoided him carefully. On day 93, you find that the road becomes increasingly narrow and rugged, with cliffs next to it. You see a stone gate next to the mountain wall. Inside the stone gate is an abandoned cemetery. But you don't go in and keep moving forward. This is the place where I once found the crimson flame bead. There is no need to go in again. On the 95th day, you find 3 lion knights in front of you, holding giant swords, spears and battle axes. They are guarding a corpse. You see the bright light shining on the corpse, and the divine power soaring to the sky makes your heart flutter. You took the lead in launching the attack, directly spitting out your most powerful move, Green Light Tide. The light tide blew the battle axe knight into ashes. But the other 2 knights dodged, waving their weapons and attacking you. A violent wind bursts out around you, flying into the sky to avoid the attack. The spear knight threw the weapon in his hand at you. The spear cut through the space, and chaotic air flow poured out from the broken space. You were hit by a spear and fell to the ground, making a roaring sound. You mobilize the divine power of fire and wind in your body to spit out huge arrows of dragon flames. The arrows of dragon flames spread out in the air and turn into thousands of pillars of fire, falling from the sky. The pillar of fire engulfed the spear knight. The great sword knight waves his sword, and you see the 6 elemental powers of fire, ice, light, darkness, life, and death condensed on his great sword. You no longer try to avoid. You mobilize all the power of the wind to concentrate on the dragon wings, rush through his sword light, and leap to the corpse. You find that it is a young woman. She is lying there peacefully, with the corners of her mouth raised slightly and her face rosy, as if she is still alive. In her hands, she is holding an orb tightly. The orb is engraved with extremely complex patterns, and the divine light is flowing. You stretch out your dragon claw to touch the orb. The moment the fingertips touched the orb, everything stopped. You seem to have fallen into a black whirlpool, and the world in front of you is spinning and changing. When you open your eyes again, you find yourself in a mysterious dream, surrounded by layers of gorgeous scenes and colors. You find that the woman is floating in the air of this dream. She is holding on to the orb. The power in the dream turns into a thread of divine power and is poured into the orb. Her body is just a shell, but her soul is trapped in this dream forever and cannot wake up. In this dream, she can have everything she desires, a happy life, a deeply loved person, endless freedom. These illusory scenes make her drunk and dreamy, and she is willing to be immersed in them forever. You took away the orb. You wake up from the dream, and you find that her living body begins to rapidly decay and turn into ashes. The giant sword knight's sword light covers you, and you are dead. Simulation ends. Please select a reward below. 95 Days of Power. Reflections on the battle with the Lion Knight. Unreal Pearl. Yangqi woke up from the simulation. The strength of the Lion Knights is indeed unparalleled. The combat power of each one exceeds that of the thunder pairs created by Zeus. My strength has indeed increased again. Before, it was extremely dangerous for me to fight against the thunder couples alone, but now I can defeat 2 of them. Yangqi's heart was pounding. He calmed down and turned his attention to the reward. There was nothing to hesitate, so I directly chose the Unreal Pearl. Yangqi had a vague hunch in his heart that this orb would be very suitable for him. The divine power was condensed, and the orb appeared in front of his eyes. This is a crystal clear orb. Its color is between pink and amethyst, like the first ray of light in the morning or the clouds at dusk. Yangqi stretched out the dragon's claw and gently held it, feeling its weight in his hand. The orb has an entity, but when Yangqi tried to grasp the orb, it turned into a puff of smoke and slipped away between his fingers, as if it would disappear into nothingness at any time. Release the dragon's claw, and the orb condenses into shape again. The orb contains powerful divine power. It is not as majestic as thunder, but as light as a feather. Yangqi seemed to smell a scent, nourishing and awakening long-lost memories. No wonder I've been craving this power from the beginning. It's like, I'm craving for a certain past in my life. I'm craving for an eternal moment. In an instant, Yangqi understood the use of this orb. The pearl of non-reality, it can grab power from illusions, memories, and dreams and use it for your own use. Previously, Yangqi spent a lot of energy in Cronus memory to grab a very meager ray of divine power from the Tree of Life. And with this orb, he can gain a lot of divine power from Cronus memories and dreams. It is indeed a supreme treasure. Yangqi once again confirmed in his heart that the energy level of the world in the simulator far exceeded that of the Olympus god realm. This orb was not the most precious he had ever seen in the simulation world. The Tower of Angels and the place where the angels look in the distance, the lake surrounded by thousands of mirrors, the 3 lighthouses in the swamp, and the castle guarded by the dragon, each of them exudes terrifyingly powerful divine power, far more than this one. Unreal Pearl. But just this Unreal Pearl is so powerful, I don't know how powerful those ones will be. Great, great, great. Yangqi was extremely excited. Sure enough, his hunch was correct. This orb was very suitable for him. He can kill creatures with green and black flames, seize the black scythe fragments, and then see the memory of Cronus. From then on, he can gain a large amount of divine power from Cronus memory. That is the divine power from the 2nd generation of God Kings, even the divine power from the creation of heaven and earth. In an instant, an unknown fire arose in Yangqi's heart. He wished he could stop the simulation immediately, go around the entire underworld, look for creatures with black scythe fragments, and see the memory of Cronus again. Calm down. After a while, Yangqi's burning heart calmed down. With this unreal bead, if I can enter Cronus memory again, the power I can gain from it will be several times that of before. However, every time you seize power, you must have a measure. Yangqi thought of the woman who lingered in dreams and refused to return to reality. Otherwise, you will be like her, reversing dreams and reality and living in a dream forever. Yangqi lowered his head and looked at the dragon's body. It was 30 meters long, with green scales and green mist. Hundreds of flowers were in full bloom on the dragon's wings, and countless butterflies were flying around it. The dragon's teeth, dragon's claws, and dragon's tail shine with cold light and are extremely sharp. I'm at my best right now. Then this is the last time of the simulation. The target, that infinitely almost transparent blue flower. Yangqi planned the simulation strategy in his mind. Since it was discovered that there will be a rain of arrows from 1,000,000 miles away on the 100th day, the gameplay of the simulation world seems to have changed a bit. The strategy that suits me best right now is to become as strong as possible in the first 90 days, leaving the last 10 days for action. Speaking of which, are there any more efficient strategies to become stronger within these 90 days? Yangqi reviewed the previous simulations and presented them one by one in his mind. Currently, there are two main ways to become stronger. One is just lingering in its nest, constantly hunting all kinds of prey that pass by. To the north is the Tower of Angels, and we cannot move forward. To the east is the river that will devour all living things. To the south is almost no prey, and there are powerful lion knights everywhere. The only way left is to go to the west, lie in ambush near the spring, eat the corpses of the creatures killed by the Headless Horseman, and gain the power from them. Which of these two paths is more efficient and can improve my strength to the strongest within 90 days? Yangqi kept thinking in his mind, I'm afraid it's most efficient to stay in the nest. Mainly because of the Starlight Deer King that came to attack me after I hunted several Starlight Giant Deer. It has a lot of divine power around it. Yangqi made up his mind, start the simulation. The previous simulation process is the same. On the 89th day, you leave the nest and head towards the spring in the west. On the 90th day, you come near the spring. On a rainy night, you see two silver moons rising in the sky, emitting an extremely coquettish light. You see the silver headless horseman praying to the silver moon, and then he slowly leaves. This is it, Yangqi thought in his mind. In the last simulation, he charged towards the spring here and was killed by the night. No rush, I still have 10 days to find a more suitable opportunity. You lurk nearby, motionless, staring at the spring water. The moment the silver headless horseman left, you saw countless creatures exploding in the dark night, and they rushed towards the spring crazily. You hear a rumbling sound in the distance, and you see a purple two-headed knight driving a huge chariot, holding a spear, and rushing towards the spring. A terrifying light shines on the heaven and earth, and the chariot and spears of the purple-armored two-headed knight crush all living creatures. Sure enough, this is the plot, fortunately I didn't get involved. Yangqi evaluated the strength of the purple-armored two-headed knight in his mind. He is undoubtedly the strongest among the three knights who have appeared so far. The red-armored headless knight who appeared first is the weakest, followed by the silver-armored headless knight, and finally the purple-armored two-headed knight. Their strength increases in an incremental relationship. There are still 10 days left, and we will reach the 100-day mark. Yangqi reviewed the previous simulation in his mind. This spring was guarded by a red-armored headless horseman from the time he was born until he was 30 days old. From 30 to 90 days, he is the headless horseman in shining armor. Late at night on the 90th day, the purple-armored two-headed knight will come. Wait, Yangqi suddenly had an idea in his mind. Red armor, silver armor, purple armor, these three kinds of knights are not going back and forth to guard this spring, right? Will the purple armor knight leave on the 100th day? If he leaves on the 100th day and is replaced by the red-armored headless horseman, I should be strong enough to defeat him. Yangqi evaluated the combat effectiveness of the three knights in his mind. The battle with the purple-armored two-headed knight was extremely dangerous and it was almost impossible to survive. The knight in shining armor can defeat it if he's lucky. The red-armored knight is more confident. There are still 10 days left. Just wait. No matter what, I will take action before the 100th day. You continue to ambush nearby, eating corpses and accumulating strength. Day 92, nothing happened. Day 93, nothing happened. It rained heavily late at night on the 99th day. 3 purple moons rise and illuminate the earth. You see the purple-armored two-headed knight praying to the moon, and then leave here. You see the red-armored headless horseman coming from a distance. He holds a bright red sword. Sure enough, my guess is good. The 100th day is a very special time node. 3 groups of knights will form a cycle here. Don't rush yet, let the other creatures go first. You are still lurking in the shadows. Countless roars erupted all around, and countless creatures and monsters emerged from the darkness, charging toward the spring. You see the red-armored headless knight raising the giant sword in his hand. The giant sword breaks apart and turns into countless blood beads. The blood beads rise to the sky and turn into a bright red blood curtain, falling from the sky. A bright red blood curtain covered the land with a radius of thousands of miles, and the creatures and beasts burst out with blood and screamed again and again. You see the red-armored headless horseman fighting fiercely with many creatures. It's now. At this moment, you flutter your wings and take off. You mobilize the divine power in your body and spit out a huge wave of green light, followed by a blue-black dragon flame light pillar. All the surrounding creatures were swallowed up by your light tide and dragon flames, but the red-armored knight blocked your attack. You mobilize the power of the wind, move forward, and start a hand-to-hand fight with the red-armored knight. You fought fiercely, and you were seriously injured, but the red-armored headless horseman didn't fare well either. Suddenly, you discovered his flaw. You locked him tightly with your dragon claws, spitting out fierce blue-black flames from your mouth. The red-armored headless horseman was defeated by you. It fell to the ground, and a ray of bright red divine power rose into the sky, condensing into a huge bright red moon. Its armor is scattered on the ground. You swallow the armor into your belly. You wasted no time, dived into the spring water at high speed, and swallowed the infinite and almost transparent blue flower in one gulp. Then swallow the sword near the blue flower into his belly. The spring dried up quickly. You find that at the bottom of the dry spring, divine power fluctuates, and then a beam of light rises into the sky. You feel that it contains the divine power of time and space. You touch the light pillar with your dragon claw, and then the entire dragon body is pulled into it. You left the simulation world. The fountain of flowers and swords is completed. You did not leave the simulated world due to death, but teleported out of the simulated world. You can take away all the power and gains. You gain the following gains. Red headless horseman's armor. Infinitely almost transparent blue flower. Infinitely almost transparent sword. 99 days of power. 99 days of agility. Yangqi suddenly woke up from the simulation. It turns out that death is the only way to come out of the simulated world. Is this a small pass? Get 5 rewards at once. Not one of the 5, but all 5. It turns out that in the simulated world, death is not the only way to end. Ha 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 ha, it's great, it's great. Yangqi roared in his heart, wishing he could fly to the sky, spit out flames, and let the earth burn to celebrate the excitement in his heart. The dragon's character is like that of a reckless man who never cares about the opinions of other creatures. Calm down, just keep a low profile. Yangqi suppressed his excitement and slowly calmed down. Carefully review this simulation experience. Sure enough, 100 days is a critical node. At the end of the simulation, a prompt appeared, the fountain of flowers and swords is completed. Then the space-time light beam appeared and teleported me out. It's like I beat a small copy of the simulated world. So, similar mechanisms should exist in other places. I wonder if this space-time light pillar will still exist next time I enter the simulated world. If it exists, doesn't it mean that I no longer have to choose one of the 3? Yangqi glanced at the simulation points, and the number of points required for simulation had increased again. I don't know how long it will take to save up before starting the next one. Yangqi turned his attention to the reward. The first is red headless horseman's armor. Divine light flashed, and a pair of armor appeared in front of Yangqi. Its surface was covered with old bloodstains, as if it had experienced countless brutal battles, and it exuded a cold and gloomy aura. It seems that it still retains the anger and strong fighting spirit of its late master, the headless horseman. Yangqi stared at it. What a powerful armor, its hardness is no less than my dragon scales. If you can wear it to fight, I don't know how strong the protective power will be. Unfortunately, although I can transform into a human form, I'm still not used to it, and I don't want to fight in human form. Then I won't be polite. Yangqi opened his bloody mouth, swallowed the armor directly, and chewed it in the dragon's mouth. Ha ha ha, it's great. Yangqi felt his sharp dragon teeth pierce the armor, bite it into small pieces, and then grind it into powder. The touch was extremely refreshing. Yangqi swallowed the armor into his belly. The power of this armor should be the power of blood. The red-armored headless horseman uses blood to fight. Yangqi closed his eyes and looked at himself. In the source of divine power, the bright red divine power condensed into blood rain and fell from the sky. Blood rain flows freely in the source of divine power. They impact each other and merge into one, finally forming a giant red river that surrounds the world tree. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Ha ha ha, things from the simulated world are good. I don't know how long I have been cultivating and solidifying the source of my divine power before I managed to form the strange scene of burning world tree. And swallowing this armor instantly added a giant red river. In the source of Yang-Chi's divine power, stands a world tree that is so ancient that it is almost eternal. It has lush branches and is extremely strong, as if it shows the origin and end of this world, because the original 12 titans, the second generation of god-kings of Olympus, were born from this. This world tree is burning with a strange blue-black flame. The flame seems to come from hell, but it is not like a real fire. It burns quietly and eerily, emitting a dark light that forms with the light of life of the tree of life. The strange confrontation complementary meaning is eternal. The wind howled all around. At the roots of the world tree, there is a broad blood-red river surrounding it. The blood boils and erupts with rolling divine sounds, majestic and never-ending. The whole scene seems to come from another world, both real and illusory, interweaving a strange and magnificent atmosphere. Yang-Chi opened his eyes and found that his scales were vibrating. They emitted green light like emeralds, shining with the breath of life, and billowing green mist spewed out. Roar! Suddenly, Yang-Chi let out a scream like a sharp blade tearing through the sky. Huge pain came, and his dragon body began to twist violently, trembling in pain. Click, click. Yang-Chi saw that his green scales began to fall off, blood flowed like a stream, and a new layer of blood-red scales appeared underneath, densely packed, as if burning with the fire of life. In an instant, Yang-Chi suddenly realized something. He had always thought that the power of fire would bring red scales, but he did not expect that the power of blood would also bring red scales. My scales are going to evolve again. Yang-Chi's dragon eyes turned from emerald green to red, emitting a ferocious light. Boom! At this moment, in the source of divine power, the huge tree of life began to shine. It spit out violent green light and shined on the blood river. Click, click, in an instant, the water in the blood river turned into crystal clear crystals and stopped flowing. The entire blood river is like an open-air ruby vein, shining with bright blood-colored light. Click, 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 the severe pain disappeared instantly. Yang-Chi saw that on top of the blood-red dragon scales that had grown, green scales grew again and covered them. In the thick green mist, there is a giant dragon lurking. His scales are green and light, bursting with the breath of life, and the dragon wings are covered with flowers of various colors. Only the pair of dragon eyes turned from green to blood-red. Yang-Chi lowered his head and looked at himself. What's going on? Why did my evolution suddenly stop? There was a vague suspicion in my mind. It seems that the power of the world tree has always wanted to become the dominant source of divine power. The power of the blood I swallowed is powerful enough to allow me to grow bright red dragon scales, but it is not enough to compete with the power of the world tree. The world tree overwhelms the power of the blood river. This is the reason. Yang-Chi opened the system panel and saw the evolutionary potential column. Evolution potential in the next stage, dark two-headed dragon. Chance of bias, 70%. Next stage evolution potential 2, green scale life dragon. Chance of bias, 15%. Evolution potential in the next stage 3, 5-colored dragon. Chance of bias, 15%. Sure enough, the probability of 5-colored dragons bias has changed. It has increased from 5% to 15%. 15% is still too low. If I gather all the blue dragon scales, can I increase it to at least 50%? Yang-Chi moved his gaze to the features column. New features appear. Feature 5, double-layered scales. You have strangely grown 2 layers of scales. Under the green scales, there are bright red dragon scales that seem to be soaked in blood. Yang-Chi turned his attention to the evaluation column and read silently in his mind. You control the power of blood and gain more combat moves. You can use Blood River Blade and Dragon Blood Shield. Blood River Blade and Dragon Blood Shield. Yang-Chi's heart moved. It looks like an attack move and a defensive move. Roar! Yang-Chi roared with a dragon cry. His eyes were extremely red, and he flew straight into the sky, raising his dragon claws. The source of divine power emerged behind him, and in an instant, the solidified blood river began to flow and boil. Countless blood beads flew straight into the sky, condensing on the dragon's claws, forming a bright red sword blade. The blood blade exuded a gloomy aura, and the blood kept dripping downwards, carrying the aura of world destruction. Yang Qi roared angrily and threw it towards the distant wasteland of the underworld. The blood blade on the dragon's claw came out of his hand, like red lightning, flying rapidly. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn by the sharp blade, and the sound of breaking through the air was like the devilish sound of hell. Boom! In an instant, a huge red light shone in the distance, covering the sky and the earth. The earth shook and stirred up countless amounts of soil, as if the earth was cracking and the sky was collapsing. Yang Qi was stunned, and joy suddenly rushed up from the dragon's tail. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Yang Qi ranked the moves he had mastered in his mind. The first one was, of course, spitting out the green light tide. Unfortunately, he lacked divine power and could only use it once in a battle. The second is the dragon roar he roared out, the shock wave of dragon roar that turned into thousands of dragon roars. However, this move will cause severe pain in the dragon's throat after Yang Qi uses it once, so it is not commonly used. Third, it's this blood river demonic blade. Moreover, it uses dragon claws to condense and throw it out without occupying its own dragon mouth. Finally, there is the spitting of blue-black dragon flames, and the hand-to-hand combat with sharp claws, dragon teeth and dragon tail. Not only that, Yang Qi also mastered a defensive move, Dragon Blood Shield. See how effective this trick is. Yang Qi closed his eyes and mobilized the divine power in his body. In an instant, the huge river of blood began to boil again. In the night sky of the underworld, the sky is shrouded in green clouds, and there is a huge green dragon hiding in it. Behind the clouds is the huge world tree and the flowing river of blood. Suddenly, the giant dragon opened its eyes, the air was filled with blood, and blood began to ooze from its scales. But the blood did not flow down like an ordinary wound. Instead, it gathered at the edge of the scales and quickly formed a smooth blood film. The blood film is getting thicker and thicker, with complex blood lines appearing on it, exuding mysterious power, and the surrounding space seems to be distorting. Boom! In an instant, the scales around the giant dragon spit out a large amount of red clouds. The red clouds directly disperse the green clouds, completely hiding its body in it. It's so powerful. Yang Qi felt that his dragon body had never been so tough again. He raised his dragon claw and swung it down hard towards his dragon body, using 80% of his power. Boom! The dragon's claws hit the dragon's body hard, causing waves of blood. Ha! Yang Qi breathed out a deep breath of dragon breath, but his dragon body felt nothing at all. Not to mention 80% of your power, not even 100%. He himself can't break through the powerful protective ability of this dragon blood shield. Yang Qi slowly landed on the ground, the dragon blood shield around him fading away, feeling both happy and frustrated in his heart. Happily, he has become much stronger. Yang Qi is confident that now he can easily defeat the fake Hecke before, even 1 against 2 or 1 against 3. Frustrated, Yang Qi felt that the divine power around him was too much and was about to overflow. It's like a balloon filled with water, swaying. Yang Qi looked at the reward. Infinitely almost transparent blue flower, 99 days of power, 99 days of agility. Instantly, a feeling of nausea and vomiting emerged from my stomach. It's like eating a buffet and seeing all the delicious food in front of you, you can't open your mouth at all. I feel sick about divine power. I don't know how many living beings have experienced this kind of luxurious experience. Forget it, it's too powerful to be stable. We'll talk about this later. Yang Qi summoned the infinite and nearly transparent blue flower, wrapped it with divine power to prevent its power from leaking, and then swallowed it. 99 days of power and 99 days of agility also turned into fragments of divine power, and were swallowed into the stomach in the same way. Thinking about it, there is still half a Luyu wind bead in his belly that has not fully absorbed the power. Finally, among the rewards, there is one infinite and almost transparent sword left. Buzz! The air vibrated, as if colorful lights appeared after refraction of glass, converging into a transparent sword and appearing in front of Yang Qi. The sword body is like the lake water under the moon, clear and calm, without any impurities. Yang Qi stretched out his dragon claw and held the sword. He felt it was cold, almost weightless, and so thin that it seemed as if it would break at a touch and disappear from his fingertips. What a wonderful sword! It's just a little small. Yang Qi thought, and suddenly the colorful light appeared again, and the sword became huge, just right in the dragon's claws. Yang Qi held the giant sword tightly, then swung it and slashed, then up, down, left and right, cutting out cross-sword flowers. The sword danced in the air, flashing a faint neon light, as dreamy and beautiful as the transparent wings of a fairy. But the next second, it will disappear into nothingness and become invisible, making people doubt whether this light really existed. It's like catching the moonlight. Quote. Yang Qi was stunned for a moment, feeling that everything was going very well, but it also felt very wrong. By the way, I'm a dragon, it's really weird to fight with a sword held in a dragon's claw. Yang Qi threw the sword into the air and rolled it up with its tail. It feels much more comfortable now. He continued to swing the sword. The sword flickered sometimes and disappeared sometimes. It was as beautiful as a goddess's dream, but also exuded a fatal and dangerous aura. Boom! The sword hit the ground heavily, making a crackling sound. With the sword as the center of the circle, the black wasteland within 1,000 miles crystallized instantly. The black earth turned into silver-white crystals, sparkling and reflecting colorful light. The crystals made a clicking sound, and then they all shattered and turned into ashes, floating in the air. Quote. Quote. Yang Qi was shocked. The absolute power of this sword does not seem to be that strong, not as good as the Blood River demonic blade, but it can crystallize the things it strikes. Wait. Yang Qi stared at the sword and had another idea in his mind. This sword has almost no body. Does this mean it can be attached to other divine powers? Boom! Yang Qi flicked his tail and threw the sword heavily into the hard soil, the hilt buzzing. Boom! Yang Qi spit out blue-black dragon flames from his mouth and spit it straight towards the sword. The fierce flames ignited it, and the sword was instantly wrapped in flames, turning into a giant blue and black flame sword. Yang Qi used his tail to pull it out, and then smashed it to the ground again. Boom! With the sword as the center of the circle, the land of the underworld, which was thousands of miles away, crystallized again in an instant, but this time the crystallization was no longer silver-white, but green-black. If you look carefully, the crystals are wrapped in flames and burning fiercely. The entire earth looks like black diamonds. Boom! All the crystals shattered again, and flames burned across the earth. Interesting. Yang Qi once again experimented with the power of life, and the crystal turned into emerald green. With the power of wind, the crystal turned into gray-white. With the power of the blood river, the crystal turned into blood red. Haha, interesting. Yang Qi commented in his heart. The power of this sword is probably lower than that of the Blood River demonic blade and higher than the green and black dragon flames, but its advantage is that the sword body is ethereal, almost transparent, and difficult to defend against. If other divine powers are attached to the sword, the power will increase, but the advantage of being nearly invisible will also disappear. Gains and losses. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the sword on the dragon's tail, Yang Qi suddenly felt a fire burning in his heart. He wanted to kill a few creatures to try the sword. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.